Distinguished Commissioner Committee, my idea is to candidate for the position of General Prosecutor, as I have vast experience in the field, both within the prosecutor's office, in the court, as well as a lawyer within my working record of 11 years. So the concept has been presented already in advance. The topics are the following. On institution-wise, external institutional dimension, it is necessary for the prosecutor's office or the image of the prosecutor's office to be rehabilitated. That's a must. Without rehabilitating this image of our prosecutor office, we're not going to be credible before our citizens. In order to do so, I propose for the prosecutor's office to become an independent institution. Independent in terms of both externally and internally, specifically in terms of the remit, the powers in prosecution itself, but on the institutional level, the prosecutors must become an independent body outside any political influence, not to be influenced by the parliament, by the government, as well as the judiciary. So, cooperation with these three branches must be conducted only on the institutional level. And just in order to carry out the general attributions and tasks and the whole prosecutor staff. Internally, for this concept, I put forward, first of all, to find that institutional contact, so to say, with the prosecutors. It's quite straightforward that today, within the prosecutor office, we still have different, various opinions. To put it correctly, several groups. We gotta consolidate the staff, prosecutors, so as to be able to work as a team. We have to stimulate the prosecutors to have a serious commitment and attitude towards its professional work. Independence of prosecutors within the procedures. I'll focus on criminal prosecution here. Criminal prosecution is the main activity of a prosecutor. As of the beginning of a criminal procedure, this is where we're talking about the respect of human rights of any citizens and ECHR Article 3. This is also about the state's attitude towards the citizen. So, in this regard, it is for the prosecutors to become fully independent, as well as impartial. By independence, I refer, it's mine, his or her personal opinion, she might adopt a decision on criminal cases, but you also cannot exclude the control on behalf of the superior prosecutors as well as the court. The work of the prosecutor within criminal prosecution is the main underpinning principle. We have a lot of sentences by ECHR for inefficient criminal prosecution. So, furthermore, it's an objective which has to be excluded from the prosecutor's line of work. Another objective I have put forward is
Deci, ridicarea responsabilității
is
și
enhancing their
nivelul de profesiuni
accountability
a
and
procurorilor.
also enhancing their level of professionalism.
Accederea
So,
în funcție de
becoming a
procuror
prosecutor,
și accederea în funcție de
then
cheie de procuror
holding
să
key
fie
positions in the
să aibă
prosecutor's
loc pe
service
niște principii strict
must be
determinate.
based on very
Deci,
clear-cut and
profesionalism,
strict procedures,
integritate morală
professionalism,
și
moral
merit.
integrity, as well as it has to be merit-based.
Și acești procurori
So
care
these
dețin
prosecutors
aceste
who
calități trebuie să fie
have these
deci,
qualities
motivați.
must be, of course, motivated, and
Deci, un alt obiectiv
a set of
care mi-o
incentives
propun
must be
astăzi,
there. Another objective I
societatea
have
și-a pierdut încrederea
is
în
that the
procuratură
society is no longer trusting
și pe bună
in
dreptate,
prosecutors, and I think it's well
rezultând din
deserved
faptul activității
due to
procurorilor
the work of the
din
prosecutors
2015 până
as
în
of
prezent. Și aici
2015
mă
and
refer la
until
cauzele penale
today. I'm talking
intentate
about
de
criminal
puterii
cases
politice.
initiated by political
Cauzele
reasons, criminal
intentate,
cases initiated,
cauze penale de rezonanță,
high-profile
nu au
criminal
avut o
cases,
finalitate.
but which unfortunately don't have a finality.
Liberalizarea băncilor, landromatul,
The
cauzele de
laundromat,
corupție.
the corruption cases,
Prin urmare, finalitatea acestor cauze
ultimately the
penale
finality of these criminal cases
ar recapăta încrederea
would
și
provide
independența
for regaining
și
the
imaginea
trust
procuraturii.
of the
Și aici am
prosecutors in
propus
terms of its image
în
and
conceptul meu
independence. And in my
ca
concept herewith, I propose
în termen de 6 luni de zile
so as that
aceste
within
infracțiuni,
6 months, these
deci urmează a fi
crimes
cercetate
have to be
cu punerea
investigated
sub
or
învinuirea persoanelor
reinvestigated
vinovate.
with the indictment of those
Deci un alt obiectiv este
culpable ones. Another objective would be
ca revizuirea,
So
sau mai
as
bine
to
zis încărcătura
review
procesuală
the
a
workload
procurorilor.
of the or the caseload of the prosecutors.
Deci eu activez zi de zi ca avocat și mă
I'm
întâlnesc
working
cu
on a daily
diferite
basis as a lawyer, and I come across
aspecte
different
în ceea ce
aspects
privește- în ceea ce privește
in terms of
implementarea neuniformă a legislației.
non-uniform application of
Deci,
law.
într-o procuratură se
In
folosește
a prosecutor's
într-un mod,
office, in one
o
district
normă
prosecutor's
materială,
office,
în altă
one
procuratură
piece of
în
law
alta.
is
Deci,
used
în
in
acest
one way,
domeniu
another one in a
este
different way.
necesar
So,
ca pe intern
internally,
fie,
we need to
elaborate
unify the
niște
procedures. We need
instrucțiuni,
to develop certain guidelines,
regulamente,
certain regulations,
atât pentru
both
procuraturile
for
specializate,
specialized
cât
prosecutors'
și
offices
pentru
as well as for
procuraturile de
the
sector,
district prosecutors'
teritoriale.
offices or regional, territorial ones.
Deci, este necesar ca în scurt timp, într-o perioadă
So it is necessary
limită,
in a short time or
să
in
analizăm
a certain short time
activitatea
limit, we have to
tuturor
analyze the activity
procuraturilor, ceea ce
of all
ține de
prosecutors' office in terms
eficiența
of
lucrului.
the efficiency of the work itself.
Deci, și de aici,
And
repartizarea
furthermore,
sau stabilirea numărului de procurori
establishing
în
the
activitate,
num-
pentru a activa în acest
a number of
în
prosecutors to
această
work in a
procuratură.
certain office.
Și aceasta este necesară o
And
face
this
pe
is
ultima
necessary to be
ultima
carried
perioadă
out.
din 2016 până
Actually,
în
as of
2018.
2016 until 2018, this has to relate to this period of time.
Tot aceeași atitudine, sau mai bine zis, analiza aceasta
Terms of
urmează fi efectuată și în
this analysis is also to be
specializate.
conducted in the specialized prosecutors' offices.
Deci, în ceea ce ține de reformele
In terms of the
sau
reforms,
care mi le propun și cum viziunea mea,
okay,
reieșind din
what is my
practica care o am,
standpoint according to
ceea
my
ce ține de
experience
activitatea
in
procuraturilor
relation to the work of
specializate
specialized prosecutors'
teritoriale. În
offices?
viziunea mea,
In my
astăzi, la moment,
opinion,
trebuie de păstrat
as of
procuraturile
now, we have
specializate
to
și aici mă
maintain
refer
the
la
specialized
PCFOX,
prosecutors'
Procuratura
offices.
Anticorupție.
I'm talking about
Dar
the anti-corruption prosecutors' office, but
trebuie de modificat
we need
mai întâi de
to
toate atitudinea
amend or
procurorilor
change the attitude of
față
those
de
prosecutors, their
activitatea sa
attitude
profesională.
towards their professional work.
Și nu în ultimul rând, de a revăzut
Not the least, to
competențele
have to review their
procuraturii PCFOX,
powers, review the powers of the anti-corruption prosecutor's office.
procuraturile PCFOX și Procuratura Anticorupție. Aici este necesar ca în Procuratura Anticorupție să
is
fie
necessary
lăsate în competență
to
doar
maintain
infracțiunile de
within their
corupție de
remit
înaltă
just
corupție.
the
Infracțiunile, eu m-am
high-profile
expus
corruption
în
cases.
concept,
I've already mentioned it in my concept that
privind 40 de
crimes relating to those 40 minimum wages per economy and those that
Ceea ce ține
brought
infracțiunile
the
minore,
damage
cum ar
of
fi
40
comisii de
wages,
executori, avocați,
minor ones in terms of
directul
the
de întreprinderi
commissions,
și multe alte care sunt
lawyers,
date astăzi prin competențe, ele trebuie de
managers
date
of
în
companies,
competența procuraturii
this should be
procurale.
delegated to district
Deci, în ceea ce
district
ține de
offices.
procuratura pe CICOX, la
As
fel,
for the
de lăsat
prosecutor's office
competența
for
combaterea
organized
terorismului,
crimes and
infracțiunile comise de
we have
către
to leave
un grup
only the
criminal
remit
sau
towards the criminal group
deci organizație
acts
criminală,
or
infracțiunile comise de către
crimes
procurorul
related to
general,
terrorism or crimes
președintele
committed by the general
Republicii
prosecutor,
Moldova,
crimes committed by the
directorul
president,
Curții
crimes
Constituționale
committed by the Constitutional
și
Court, judges,
și alte.
as well as
Dar
many other
iată, asta
high-profile
trebuie să
ones.
fie deci, de rezonanță.
But this,
Deci,
again, it should be a
și un alt,
high-profile case to be
la
within
care
the
vreau să mă
remit.
refer este transparența
Another
activității
thing I'd
procuraturii.
like to talk about is
Eu nu
transparency.
neg că astăzi
Yes, I
sau
do
până
not
în
decline
prezent
the
s-au făcut
fact
lucruri
that
frumoase în
until
procuratură.
today a lot of good
Dar
stuff has
lucrul nu
been
a fost
done,
transparent. De
but
aceea îmi
this
propun
work
ca
has not
toată
been
activitatea
transparent,
procuraturii să
so
fie
for this reason
transparentă,
all the work of
mai ales
the
pe
prosecutor's
cauzele
office must be
de
transparent,
rezonanță
specifically on
importante
high-profile
pentru
cases
societate.
of very high importance for the
Vă
society.
mulțumim mult. Am să rog
Thank you
colegii
very
din
much.
Comisia
I shall
de
ask
Evaluare
the
să
members of the evaluation board
vină cu întrebări de precizare, dacă
to
sunt la
have
concept.
come up with their questions, whether they have certain ones in terms of the concept.
Okay, hi from. We press the button.
Pomenit urmărire penală, care de fapt
You mentioned criminal prosecution,
activitatea principală.
which is basically the main
Grijă
activity
principală.
or the main concern of one prosecutor.
Cum vedeți
In your view,
calitatea
how do you see the quality
astăzi?
as of
O
today?
cunoașteți și ca procuror
You know it
foarte bine. o
as a
cunoașteți
prosecutor, you know it
și ca-
even better from the position of a lawyer.
Dacă vi se prezintă
If you are
această activitate
given
că
this,
întrunește toate condițiile, este de o calitate.
so do you think
Dar
this
dacă
quality
cumva
is high
considerați că
quality
sunt
or
carențe,
complies with all standards, or there are some deficiencies? Is there room for
gândiți
improvement? So, how do you?
să ridicați
What is your plan in order to increase the
anume
quality,
calitatea
specifically
actului de
quality
urmărire.
of the prosecution
Mulțumesc.
actions?
Domnul Petru Bogu,
Thank you.
este adevărat.
Yes,
urmărire
indeed.
penală, mai ales
Prosecution, criminal prosecution. I've
urmărire
said it
penală,
earlier that
la moment este
currently it is of low
deci,
quality.
este aplicată neuniform
It is used
normele materiale.
in not in uniform
Pentru
way, in
ridicarea
talking about the
nivelului de urmărire
norms.
penală,
In
mai
order
întâi
to
de toate
increase
trebuie
the
dată
quality,
independența
we have to
procurorilor,
make the
independența
prosecutors
procesuală.
independent in terms of the procedures.
Dacă o fi independența
If they are
procesuală,
independent from this standpoint, plus
perfecționarea,
if we
ridicarea
continuously work
nivelului,
on improving their
de,
knowledge, professional
profesional,
skills,
și
and
deci responsabilitatea
in order to
procurorului
make we have to make them
pentru
accountable
acțiunile de urmărire penală,
for the
eu cred că noi
prosecution
vom avea o urmărire
actions.
penală
I
la
think
nivel.
if everything is
Astăzi,
done in such a way, then we'll have a
procurorii
proper
se tem
prosecution, because today the prosecutors
adopta o
are fearing to
hotărâre
take a decision,
unipersonală.
take a universal decision.
Deci se așteaptă, nu au independență.
They don't have the
Așteaptă ce va
independence.
spune
They are
procurorul șef.
expecting what the chief
Noi trebuie să
prosecutor will tell
excludem.
them. We have to
Da,
exclude this kind
procurorul
of
șef
thing.
trebuie să
Yeah, the chief
controleze, să
prosecutor must be
coordoneze.
controlling, coordinating,
Dar nici
right?
cum să nu
But
fie
in
decizia
no
să
way
iei o decizie finală
you cannot be
într-o
taking the final
adoptarea unei
decision
hotărâri în cadrul urmăririi penale.
within prosecution.
Responsabilității.
In terms of
prezintă
accountability,
Ce vă gândiți să faceți?
what exactly do you have in mind
Când?
in terms of when
Procurorii inițiază demersuri
prosecutors initiate
despre
different
arestarea
orders in terms of
bănuieților?
arresting the suspects or
Calitatea, iar să continuăm cu
okay,
cele.
in terms of
Calitatea
quality, if to continue this
Probele.
thought, the evidence they have,
pot fi ținute într-o mână și așa.
you may hold them to some
Judecătorii de
extent.
instrucție sunt de acord?
The investigative judges are happy
În cele din
with
urmă,
that, so ultimately
se demonstrează că nu au fost
It is
temeiuri
proven that there are no grounds
de a aplica,
to
hai să zicem, măsură
request
preventivă
a
arestare. Cine
pretrial
răspunde?
arrest. So who is
Cum
accountable,
vă gândiți
and how do you
să
see it
responsabilizați
as to make
procurorii
the prosecutors accountable? How do
în
you
aceste situații?
increase their accountability in such
Cunoașteți tare bine
situations? You
statistica.
know very well the statistics
Cunoașteți ce
in
se
terms of this
întâmplă.
pre-trial arrest. You know what is really happening.
Comisie.
A distinguished board, we have to exclude from the work of judges and prosecutors. Specifically, I don't want to diminish the role of specialized prosecutors' offices or of the anti-corruption office specifically, which is during the investigation phase, really comes up with requirements. If you have a plea bargain,
Nu te arestăm.
then okay, then you're not
Dacă nu te
arrested.
arestăm.
If you don't want to do it, then you're gonna
Iată
get
această
arrested.
practică este una
So
vicioasă.
I think it's a harmful practice. We have to
urmărire penală.
exclude it from prosecution.
Doi,
Secondly,
noi nu trebuie să influențăm.
we don't have to
procurorii,
influence
nu trebuie să
we, the
influențeze
superior
cu orice
prosecutors,
scop
we cannot influence the inferior
dobândim
prosecutors so as
recunoașterea
at
vinovăției.
any stake to
Trebuie să
get
respectăm
the
prezumția
admission of
nevinovăției.
guilt. We have to take into account the principle
Deci-
of presumption of innocence.
Cazul arestarea
So,
trebuie să
in
fie
case of the
deci,
arrest,
doar în
the
cazul
arrest
excesiv,
should
atunci
be
când,
only in excessive cases,
ținând
in
cont de
exceptional
personalitatea,
cases, taking into account the personality of the
și
suspect
cazurile
or of the
prevăzute articolul
defendant,
78,
and as well as
nu
the
unele penale.
cases
Procurorii
provided
trebuie să
under
fie
the
responsabilizați, alături
criminal
cu
procedure code. They
judecătorii.
have to be accountable,
Mai ales
as well as the
atunci când a fost
judges,
condamnat
especially when
de
we
cedă,
have been
când este o hotărâre irrevocabilă,
sentenced by
deci procurorii trebuie să fie
ECHR, when if there's a
responsabili
definitive
de
judgment,
acțiune
the
împreună cu
prosecutors must be
procurorul
accountable together with
Dar
the chief
astăzi, la moment,
prosecutor.
noi avem ceea
But
ce avem.
as of now, we have what we have.
Procurorii nu pot, nu duc
Prosecutors
responsabilitate,
are not
iată,
accountable
pentru,
for such
arestările,
pre-trial
mai ales că
arrests,
atunci dacă
specifically
se pronunță decizia definitivă sau
if
irrevocabilă
there is
la
a
Curtea Supremă,
definitive
deci
decision of the
este
Supreme
un an
Court
de
of
zile
Justice,
și
it's
se evită,
over 1 year.
deci chiar și atrage la
So
răspundere
then
disciplinară.
no disciplinary accountable actions are taken against the prosecutors because
Considerați că absolut
do you
în toate
believe that
cazurile
in absolutely
trebuie să
all
fie
cases
un
we have
judecători,
to
iată,
hold
chiar
judges
cazurile de
accountable in all
Nu,
cases?
sigur că nu.
When we talk
Sigur
about
că nu.
ECHR decisions, of course not.
Atunci-
Not in absolutely all cases. On a
Este
case-by-case
stabilită
basis,
vinovăția, judecătorul
if the
că
guilt
intenționat
is
a pronunțat o
demonstrated that it was a
hotărâre
deliberate
sau a pus
decision
intenționat, a pus
or
sub învinuire ilegal,
it was
atunci
deliberate indictment illegally, then of course, yeah, you got to hold him accountable. But
Cum vă pregătiți?
how do you
Dacă
prepare yourself?
am reținut eu din declarațiile
According to
dumneavoastră,
your statement, if I got it right,
caracterul combativ
what's
și nu vă
the
lăsa influențat.
how
Dar
would
totuși,
you not be
în afară de
influenced?
declarații, cum vă
Aside from your
pregătiți să
statements, how do you
evitați influența
prepare to
factorului
influence
politic în
the
activitatea procurorului
decision makers in
general?
the activity of a general
Interesele o să
prosecutor?
fie,
Because there'll be
sunt,
interests
cum
are out there.
dumneavoastră
How do you
sunteți gata să
how will you be
evitați
able to confront
să
this
canalizați
influence, or how to channel this
activitatea în strictă conformitate
work
și să le
in strict
demonstrați, să le spuneți la toți.
compliance to the
Iată
letter of law, and to
legea.
demonstrate to everyone, look, this is the
legea
law, and the law is sacred, so I will not be influenced.
Mulțumesc. Onorat
Thank
Comisie,
you,
la
distinguished
acest
board.
capitol,
In terms
sensibil,
of
vă sigur,
influence
dumneavoastră,
from the political side, I rest assured
că independența
the
va fi
independence
păstrată și va fi
shall be kept
dobândită prin,
and shall be gained
prin luptă,
through the
având în vedere situația politică
through the
care este
fight, through the struggle, taking into
țara
account the political
actualmente.
state of play as of now in this country.
Noi trebuie să avem o
We
cooperare
must have
cu
cooperation
alte instituții
with other
ale statului,
state
doar la nivel
authorities
instituțional.
only on an institutional basis.
și nu
And
deputații, miniștri,
so
sau
the
acela
MPs,
procuror.
ministers
In-
cannot
nivel
influence
instituțional,
chief prosecutor.
nivel de
Institutional
conducere a
level, this is I'm talking about the
Atât.
management of the prosecutor's office.
Conlucrăm pe
That's it.
baza modificării,
Cooperating
intensificării
based on
actului normativ,
amending,
baza
intensifying the
legislației.
legislative
Deci
regulatory
problemele
framework in
societății,
terms of confronting
cât
the
și
problems of the
rapoartele
society,
care trebuie
as
să
well as
le
the
țină procurorul
report
în față,
to
deci,
be
în Parlament, în fața deputaților
to be heard
și a
in front of
societății.
the MPs, in front of the society. Okay? Thank you.
I just want to ask you two questions. First of all, you mentioned that the criminal prosecution at the moment is of low sorry, it's not working.
Da.
Yeah. You mentioned that the criminal prosecution is generally of low quality, and yet you want to confer all the prosecutors with independence. I just wonder, is it not putting the cart before the horse to make people independent and therefore less easy to control before you actually do something to increase the quality? Because independence in itself isn't going to raise quality. It's very important when you have high quality people that they can act independently, but you know, if there are low quality people, do you not think there are large risks involved in doing that?
Deci, mulțumesc de întrebare.
Thank you for the question.
Atunci când m-am axat pe
When I said,
problemele
when I talked about criminal investigation and the procedural independence of prosecutors, of course,
că până ajunge
before
la ridicarea
you
nivelului
increase the level
de libertate procesuală,
of procedural freedom,
noi avem nevoie
we need
ca să acceadă în funcție de
that
procurori,
those who become prosecutors,
procurori integri,
you have to have
procurori cu o
vertical prosecutors, those which have a high
și
moral
un
spirit
profesionalism
and a high degree of professionalism,
incoruptibil.
those who are not corrupt.
Atunci când am avut în vedere
Now, when I
independență
talked about procedural
procesuală,
independence,
am avut în
I
vedere
meant
și participarea
the
procurorului
participation of the prosecutor
la
in
perfecționarea continuă.
the ongoing training, and here I mean roundtables, NIJ courses,
Alte
other
stagiuni și
trainings,
prin urmare și perfecționarea personală.
apprenticeships, and of course
Independența
personal
procesuală
training.
trebuie
Now,
să fie,
procedural
deci,
independence
paralelă
must
cu
go hand in
ridicarea
hand
nivelului de,
with the increasing of the level of the professionalism
prin
of the
urmare, dar noi nu
prosecutor.
putem să evităm,
But one cannot
să evităm
avoid
independența procesuală.
procedural independence,
Pentru că atunci
because
nu vom avea aceea calitate.
otherwise there is no quality.
Deci eu am fost acel
So I was
procuror
the prosecutor who, in 2003, 2002, I developed, or I participated in the development of
codul de ontologie a procurorului.
the code of
Deci mai
ethics
multe
of
acte,
prosecutors
eram
and
procuror de județ la acel
other
moment.
documents, because I was a county prosecutor at that
Atunci se
time.
discuta pe altceva. Deci
We were discussing
independența
about something else at that
procurorului
time.
nici nu era în
Independence of prosecutor
viziunea
was not
specialiștilor.
even in the sight of professionals.
Deci era
I mean,
era instituțiile
we
de
had,
perfecționare. Dar astăzi independența
trainings, but today prosecutors' independence and procedural independence is a must.
Noi nu putem porni
I
mai
mean,
departe
we
dacă nu
cannot
dăm
go
independență
further
procurorului.
if you don't give them
Eu vă răspund
independence.
cu aceeași.
And
Credeți că
I'll answer you
infracțiunile
with the same.
acestea
Look,
de
if you
corupție,
think this corrupt
devalizarea băncilor,
offenses,
care au fost
this corruption, and then
stopate și
siphoning
stocate
off
în
the
safe-urile
money from
procuraturii
banks,
anticorupție.
and all of these cases which are now accumulating dust
Dacă
in
era independență,
in
astăzi era în
prosecution
instanță
office,
de judecată.
if they were independent,
Și
today
nu
these cases
se
would have been in the
făcuiau
court,
în
and they would not be sitting
procurorilor.
somewhere in the
Astăzi
in
erau
the
trase deja la
in the
răspundere
closets
penală
of
și
prosecutors. Today,
era,
those people would have been
era
prosecuted,
o recuperare
and then we
eficientă
would be able to efficiently
a despăgubirii,
recover
recuperarea banilor statului. Sau
the money
eficiența
of the
statului.
state.
Mulțumesc.
Thank you.
Could I ask you just a final question?
O
from
întrebare
me?
din partea mea finală.
Do you think there are any
Credeți
problems
că
with
sunt
the
anumite
culture
probleme cu
of the
cultura
prosecutor's office?
din,
Do you think it
din
needs to be changed
procuratură,
in any
mediul
way?
de procuratură? Credeți că trebuie
And
schimbată
if you
cultura
do,
din
how would you
procuratură?
go about
Și
trying
dacă
to do
ați
that?
schimba-o, cum ați schimba-o?
O singură remarcă din partea mea, vă rog să limitați răspunsul la un minut,
Limit your
două,
question to 1 minute to 2 minutes,
la întrebări, fiindcă mai sunt
because
multe întrebări
there's
și nu o să
many
reușim
questions
să
and we'll not be
parcurgem
able
toate.
to go through them.
Da, evident.
Of course,
Cultura procurorului
culture of prosecutors
trebuie să fie una
must be
etică și legală.
ethical and legal.
Prin urmare,
So-
deci trebuie de respectat
we need to
și de modificat
comply and we need to
cerințele și în ceea ce
change
privește codul
requirements
deontologiei,
when it comes to the
aplicarea
code of
disciplinei,
ethics, increasing discipline,
detașarea unor împuternicieri a procurorului general, și
and,
aici mă refer la Comisia
and some powers of the Prosecutor General, and here I talk about
procurorilor.
the Prosecutor's Commission, and detaching those powers to the Superior Council of Prosecutors.
În viziunea mea nu este corect
I think
ca
it's not right for the Prosecutor General to conduct or to manage this
trebuie de
commission.
detașat
You need to second these powers to the Superior Council of Prosecutors. Thank you.
Mulțumesc.
Thank you.
Cine este următorul?
Who's next with questions?
Vă rog să ne spuneți dacă
Tell us, please, whether
implementarea
the implementation of your concept
management
of management of prosecution
implică
means
mărirea bugetului
in increasing the budget of the institution.
Da, eu am
Yes,
specificat
I said that
într-o a
in
spori
order to
eficacitatea
increase the
sau mai bine
effectiveness,
zis,
or
și
better say,
stimularea procurorilor,
stimulate
anume acelor
prosecutors,
procurori
and
care au un
namely those
volum,
prosecutors
mai mare
who
de
have
și pe
a
cazurile de
larger
rezoluție.
workload, and they have
urmează
high-profile cases, then
deci,
we need
finanțare
to get
adăugătoare,
additional
cu atât
financing.
mai mult când
Moreover,
acest concept este prevăzut
this
și
concept provides
deci alte activități
for
ce
other
țin de
activities
deci și perfecționare
related to training
și alte activități.
and other activities.
Eu aș vrea să vă întreb,
Let me ask you one thing.
știți că anii
You know that
precedenți,
in
undeva
previous
jumătate
years,
din dosarele
almost
care
half
se
of
aflau
the
în gestiunea
cases that
procurorilor
were
se
managed by the
încetau la
prosecutors
faza de
would
urmărire
be
penală. Acum,
seized at
ultimii
this stage of
datele,
criminal investigation.
în 2018
Now,
sunt
2018 says it's
se
1/3
încetează
of these
la
cases are
urmărire penală
seized at
și
this
nu
phase of
ajung
criminal
în
investigation and
instanțe
they don't
judiciare.
reach the courts. How
Vedeți dumneavoastră
would you go
unificarea
about
practicii
unification
prin
of
încetarea
the
urmăririi
practice
penale,
regarding
că tocmai riscurile cele mai
seizing
înțelegibile.
criminal investigation? Because you understand the risks are
Riscurile cele
high.
mai mari
Those you have
de
the biggest risks
corupție și
of
de alte
corruption
Mulțumesc,
and
domnule
other
Botezatu. Eu am
problems.
spus că totuși
Mr. Botezatu,
pe
I
intern
said that
trebuie
internally
făcut aceste
we have to do
regulamente
these
care
regulations
să ghideze procurorii,
that
deci
would be used as guidance by the
uniform,
prosecutors
atunci când
in
eu
a
vă spun
uniform
cum-
way.
Deci, în activitatea mea de
In
procuror,
my activity
noi
as
lucram
prosecutor, we
mai
would
intens
work more
și
intensely
mai atent pe
and
un
more
dosar care
carefully
îl
on a
clasam
case which we would classify
decât pe alte dosare
than
care
on other
deci,
cases
se rimiteau în instanța
that
de
would be
judecat.
sent
Fiindcă
to the court. Because
aici se
here
atinge drepturile
here
și interesele
you have
omului.
the rights
Dacă în
and interests of
instanța de
the
judecată nu
party,
are
because in
posibilitatea
the
să-și
court
prezinte, să-și
he
prezinte
can still
probe sau
present evidence
pentru nevinovăție sa. Dar
to
oricum, în
plead not
planul
guilty,
meu,
but
în
in my
conceptul meu am spus
concept,
că
in my
toate
plan, I
aceste
said
cauze
that all
penale,
these criminal
mai ales
cases,
acele suspendate,
especially those which are
ele trebuie să
suspended,
fie,
they
să aibă
must,
deci să fie un control
I mean,
strict
there has to be
din partea
a very
procurorului, ierarhic superior.
strict control
Și aici,
from the senior prosecutor.
ca și în instanța de
And just
judecată,
like in the court,
deci jumate de an,
half
dosarul
year,
stă în
for
sapirul
half a year,
procurorului sau
the
un an,
case
aici
in
trebuie
the
să fie
safe
alarmă.
of the prosecutor, or 1 year, and say the prosecutor, they have
Dar,
the
dar vă
alarm
spun,
bells
nu văd
have
o
to go
problemă în
off.
ceea ce privește
But I don't see a problem
intentarea
when it comes to
urmăririi penale și
starting criminal
ulterior
investigation
încetarea.
and then seizing it.
Probabil
No
asta este și
problem with that.
o
Maybe
democrație procesuală,
that is a procedural democracy.
procedurală. Deci nu
democracy.
văd, dar cu
Procedural
respectarea
democracy, but it has
tuturor
to comply
drepturilor
with
și
all the rights
libertăților
and freedoms
persoanei.
of the person.
Domnule Strate,
Mr.
așa o
Strati,
întrebare.
a question to you.
Cunoaștem că
We know
în
that
principiu cadrul normativ
the normative
referitor la
framework
selecție,
related to
promovarea
the selection and promotion of prosecutors
îl limitează mult în competențele
limits
procurorului general.
the prosecutor
Întrebarea
general a
ar
lot.
fi următoarea.
Now, my question to you is,
Cum vă propuneți să selectați
how would you
și să
select
promovați
and
cadrele
promote
care, în viziunea noastră,
staff?
sunt corespunzătoare,
the appropriate prosecutors if you were to become prosecutor general?
Mulțumesc.
Thank you.
Și mai întâi de toate în conformitate cu
In line with
legea de la
the law on
procuratură, deci
prosecution,
procurorul general
prosecutor general
numește în funcție, dar la
appoints
propunerea Consiliului
people
Superior al
in
Procurorului.
position, but at the proposal of the Superior Council
Prin
of Prosecutors.
urmare,
Now, as a result,
Practica, sau mai bine zis politica cu
the
cu cadrele
The staff policy
ar trebui să fie strict stabilite
should
niște
be,
criterii.
for that one, you have to have
Integritatea,
clear criteria.
profesionalismul
Integrity, professionalism,
și
and,
eu înțeleg că astăzi la
I
moment
understand
este
that currently
Institutul Național de Justiție care deci pregătește
we have
cadre
the
pentru
NIJ,
procuratură.
which is training
Dar
prosecutors.
Procurorul general,
But prosecutor
procuratura
general and the prosecution
trebuie
should
să aibă
have
deci propria
its
politică
own
în ceea ce privește
policy
selectarea
when it comes to the
și
selection
promovarea
and promotion
cadrelor în
of
funcții cheie în organele procuraturii.
prosecutors to the key positions in prosecution.
Dacă îmi permiteți și mie o întrebare,
I would also
s-a
like
întâmplat în
to
activitatea
ask a question.
dumneavoastră,
Have
sau
you,
poate dacă
has
nu
it ever
aveți
happened, or
situații,
if
dacă vă puteți
you,
imagina
if it didn't happen, but
situații
can
în
you
care
imagine
încălcarea
a
legii
situation
ar fi
when the violation of
necesară
law
sau
would be
poate chiar
necessary,
inevitabilă?
or maybe even unavoidable?
Da,
Yes,
s-a întâmplat.
it happened.
Ca să încalci,
To violate, but to violate
minor,
in a minor way the law
pentru a obține
in order to get to the bottom
Aici
of it.
trebuie să recunosc.
And here I should
Nu,
acknowledge one
sunt
thing.
sincer și-
Look, I'm.
De exemplu, sunt multe
For instance, there
tehnici
are
și
many techniques,
tehnologii în anchetarea
technologies
cauzelor
in
penale. Eu am
investigating
început
criminal
activitatea
cases.
de
I
la
started my activity
procuror, ajutor de procuror,
when I was an
adjunctul procuror
aide
și
to the
procuror
prosecutor,
șef.
deputy prosecutor, and senior
Prin
prosecutor.
urmare,
Now, as a
nu
result,
trebuie- nu este ca exemplu.
I mean,
am
for
descoperit
instance,
un umor
I've
în
uncovered
Ialoveni, mi-am amintesc în
this
activitatea mea,
murder in
atunci
Yalovin
când
district
doi frați,
when two brothers
deci, au
two
comis
brothers
omor.
committed this
Unul dădea
murder. One
vinovăția pe altul,
would
altul
blame
pe
the other, and the other one will blame the other
Am
one.
fost nevoit
Now, I
să
had to
insinuăm o situație
set him up,
când
and
tatăl era
when the father
viu.
was still alive,
Și iată, unul din frați a venit, a recunoscut.
was alive, sort of alive, and then one of the brothers acknowledged, and then he showed where the body was, and then we had to do it, setting up. But these are, this is techniques that we use in criminal investigation that we had to use at that time.
Mulțumesc.
All
Încă o
right,
întrebare,
thank you.
ce ține de
Regarding
dosarul ACEDO, în
this
care dumneavoastră
ECHR
sunteți
case that you,
menționat în
where
principiu
you,
activitatea dumneavoastră în cadrul
where
procuraturii.
your activity is mentioned.
Probabil cunoașteți
I think
despre
you know
dosarul
about
Korsakov.
Korsakov case.
Dumneavoastră asta a fost
You,
mai mult timp în
I mean, it's been
urmă,
a long
dar
time
CEDO a
ago,
statuat
but
că
ECHR
deci
stated
a
that
condamnat Republica Moldova
convicted
pentru violarea
Moldova for
articolului 3
violation of Article 3.
și a statuat că
And it
plângerea cu
stated that
privire
the
la
complaint
maltratare a fost
regarding the ill
examinată mai
treatment
mult
was
de 3
examined for
ani,
more
timp
than
în
3
care
years,
urmărirea penală a fost stopată de
during
cel
which
puțin
the criminal investigation has been stopped
iar
for
organul
12
de urmărire
times.
penală nu
And
a
the criminal
încercat
investigation
să
body didn't
identifice
try to
discrepanțele
give a logical explanation
discrepanțele
about
dintre
the
depozițiile poliției,
the
poliției și cicatricile
the
de pe
lag,
corpul
the
reclamantului și
the
nu a
gaps
examinat plângerea privind
between
amenințarea
the reports
cu
of police
împușcarea.
and
Nu au
the
efectuat
bruises
urmărirea penală
on the body
adecvată,
of
activități
the
care,
body of the
anatomizație și
person.
la Filipoltea,
So, and then
Eduard
they
Bunescu,
mention
deci
you
care la nivelul
and other prosecutors.
Dacă puteți să ne oferiți
Now,
ceva
can you
explicații
give us
pe
some
marginea
explanations about this case?
Doamna ministru,
Minister,
eu cauza asta penală o
this criminal
cunosc
case I
foarte
know
bine.
very, very well.
Eram procuror
I
la
was a
București
deputy
și am anulat
prosecutor,
de 3 ori
and
ordonanța de încetare
and
a
I've cancelled the three times this ordinance for the cessation of the criminal investigation. I don't know why I was mentioned, but I cancelled 3 times the cessation of criminal investigation. And actually, I gave justice to this Korsakov guy, and who was ill-treated by the policeman.
Prin urmare,
So
asta este.
that's it.
Eu deopotrivă am luat partea
Actually,
fiindcă acolo într-adevăr se influența acest Korsakov pentru
The Korsakov was influenced, and because I think they were telling that he was stealing cattle.
Nu știu, deci în
Now,
obligațiunile mele
in my
funcționale de
functional
procuror,
obligations of prosecutor,
nu.
Can I suggest to you, I'm just reading from that judgment, in the end, the European Court of Human Rights
CEDO spune că Curtea consideră că investigația a fost caracterizată de mai multe omisiuni serioase și neexplicate. S-a terminat cu decizii care au fost inconsecvente și concluzii care nu erau susținute de o analiză detaliată a faptelor. Autoritățile au ignorat anumite fapte și au omis referințe în decizia lor la aceste probleme. Credeți că aceasta nu este o concluzie foarte problematică la care a ajuns CEDO în ce privește modul în care a fost gestionată această urmărire penală?
Eu nu pot să mă
Well,
opun
I
concluziei
couldn't oppose
date de către
to the conclusions of the
Este
CHR.
hotărâre
This is a ruling
care s-a constatat neajuns.
where they determined certain pitfalls or flaws, so we have to acknowledge these flaws. If I may, the last question from me.
Numele dumneavoastră a fost
Your
citat
name
în mai multe
was
materiale
in a number of
jurnalistice
journalist investigations regarding your potential involvement in revocation of the members of the Bar Association and the Licensing Commission from 2015-2016. Is it true or not? Have you participated in this revocation?
Cel puțin ca avocat
Probably as a lawyer, you should know what we're talking about.
Alături este și domnul Bobo, care
Mr. Bobo was a lawyer as well, and he participated at their meeting. Everybody participated in the meeting.
Au participat
Everybody participated.
avocații
All
din
lawyers
barou
from the bar,
Chișinău
Chișinău Bar Association, participated
la revocare.
at the revocation.
Și mi-am exprimat
And I've expressed
deci votul meu,
my vote.
nu mai țin minte.
I don't remember now for what.
Poftiți? Nu, am spus toți
I
avocații,
said
eu nu
all
știu,
lawyers.
toți avocații din
All
barou.
lawyers from the Chișinău Bar Association.
Nu, eu am spus că au
I
participat.
said
Dar
participated,
cum au votat?
but how they voted.
Deci s-a votat oricum.
Look, they voted,
Deci, prin
but
urmare,
as a result,
am votat, mi-am dat și eu votul.
look, I gave my
Am
vote.
înțeles că
I realized
până la urmă cu
that,
decanul Curtea Supremă de Justiție a susținut.
that it was supported, revocation was supported by the Dean of the Supreme Court of Justice, and it was deemed legal.
Consiliul nu știu ce finalitate.
I don't know what the final result was.
Eu n-am mai urmărit, dar asta este.
I didn't follow that through.
Domnule Estrate, o ultimă întrebare.
last question, Mr. Estrate,
cu privire la
regarding
experiența
your
dumneavoastră în calitate de
experience as
procuror,
prosecutor.
da? Dacă analizați
if you
așa experiența,
look at your experience, can you
identifica
identify a
și aș
failure?
vrea să-mi explicați de ce
And I'd like to
considerați
ask
că
you
este
why
eșec
do you
și
think
dacă
this is a failure?
ați avea
And
posibilitatea
if
să
you had
faceți
the
diferit, ce ați
chance,
face diferit?
what would you do differently this time?
Haideți să spun în felul următor.
Okay, let me tell you the following.
Deci, eu consider că am făcut
think
o greșeală atunci
I've
când
made a
m-am
mistake
livrat din organe procuraturii și am
When,
acces în funcție de judecător.
when I was
De ce?
walked away from prosecution and I went into
Nu știu,
the bar.
atracția mea sau nu cu atracție, dar posibilitățile mele și calitățile
My
mele sunt mai
skills
aproape de
are
procuror
closer
decât
to prosecution
de avocat
than
sau,
being a lawyer
sau judecător.
or judge.
Activitatea mea, 5 ani când
My,
am făcut facultatea,
you know,
am fost ca atunci se numea
when I was
accessionii
at the
promotion procuror,
university,
da? Și atât 5 ani am fost.
for 5
Acum,
years,
procuratură,
after university,
și,
I was an aide to the
eu,
prosecutor,
mă sunt
and
obligat
I feel, in a way,
și mulțumit
obliged,
față de această instituție.
and I thank this institution. I feel grateful to the institution of
Vă mulțumim
prosecution.
foarte
Well,
mult.
thank you very
Vă
much.
dorim succes.
I wish you good
și o zi
luck
frumoasă în
and
continuare.
have a good.
Cum am spus, bună ziua.
As I've mentioned, greetings, dear members of the board. Some of you I know personally, some of you know me.
Atribuțiile mele ca
In terms of my
în funcție de procuror general care pledez,
attribution of the general prosecutor, the post I'm applying for, I believe that the following objectives,
ca prioritate
which
sau
are
în,
the
în
priority
misiunea mea de a-
in my mission,
de a implementa în viitor
in order to
procuraturii
implement them within the General Prosecutor's
fi
Office. So these
accentul
priorities
pe
would be an
criteriul
emphasis
de-
on the,
generale. În primul rând, familiarizarea
first of all, getting
cetățenilor Republicii Moldova
or
cu activitatea
getting
procuraturii
citizens must get to know the work of
și
the
ceea ce
prosecutor's
face
office
zi de zi
on a
pentru
daily
ca
basis,
cetățeanul de rând să
so
cunoască
as to let a citizen know what is the
imaginea
work about,
statului
Also, the image of the state in the impersonation of general prosecutor, as well as in enhancing the performance of the prosecutor's office by optimizing the work of the prosecutor's office in terms of dealing with specifically with the activities within the remit, so as to propose the image of the legality of actions, the transparency thereof, and not the least, the image, the personal image of a state agent such as a prosecutor. Another objective would be shaping the professionalism of a prosecutor by way of increasing the continuous training period, which has an utmost role in creating a young professional. We know and we are fully confident that students just graduated from the university or any other institutions, they don't have the necessary practical knowledge which is necessary to adopt a decision which basically entrusts a citizen's fate into his or her hands. So another objective, another principal objective would be to increase the professional skills, the personal practice. We know that we have the auxiliary staff has an important role in the work of a prosecutor's office, and they are those who are meeting, having this first contact with the citizen in any public institution of a prosecutor's office, and not just within the public prosecutor's office. So depending how they behave the citizens, how they receive the citizen, this also affects the impression or perception of the citizens towards this or that institution. A fifth aspect which I'd like to focus on is defending the status of a prosecutor, because we're aware that as of lately this image of the prosecutors has been denigrated in a way, so we have to get back to that strong image of a prosecutor. So when hearing, figuratively speaking, it must be sort of an idol. It must be credible. So whenever we hear about the general prosecutor, another objective would be in terms of enhancing the performance of specialized prosecutor's office, which I've mentioned in the beginning of my concept, specifically the fact, talking about the specialized prosecutor's offices and the district prosecutor's offices, that's quite a beneficial structure overall, but reviewing a little bit, the specialized prosecutor's office as of today, this entity has not justified the expectations the society has had, and it's really just a punishment for the economic operators, or an instrument to punish the economic operators. So from my personal experience and those cases which have been sent after the change of management, so they have been sent to the district prosecutor's office. Reading these cases, I'm shameful for those colleagues which have initiated these cases. So I believe that the specialized prosecutor's office as an entity is useless. Right now, maybe if it is, I'll undergo a scrutinization. Anti-corruption prosecutor's office is a necessary entity, it's an instrument which fulfills its attributions quite well and has very high-profile results. In terms of enhancing the culture, institutional culture of a prosecutor, under this aspect is relating to the professional continuous training. I think it's an element, as the people say, the way you treat other people, the way this is how they treat you afterwards. So that affects the perception of the citizens towards the prosecutor. Under these conditions, probably our specialized boards on discipline and ethics or the evaluation boards should work more, because they really should work more really on this dimension. The eighth point from my concept is organization, efficient organization of work. It more relates to management. As for the workload or disproportionate workload, I'm working in the field, so I encounter such aspects. Some of the people are in time management, in time deficit, some of the other guys at 2-3 o'clock they can go home early, while the others have to stay overtime. So I'm not sure that these guys which left early actually completed their work for the day. So I believe it's just the distribution of cases not uniform, and this aspect must be addressed in order to make it homogeneous. Also, maybe using the random distribution of cases, like in the judiciary. I don't know how effective it is, but in my conversation with the judges, they also have some objections towards this case management system. But it's still an alternative rather than having this direct distribution by the heads of units. Maybe there is a need to specialized prosecutors. In terms of increasing financial resources as budget for the prosecutor's office, this topic is, so to say, it's a painful topic. We all know that at all times we are running short of the funds. So in terms of funds, the reality is that we have to buy even the stationery, the paper, pencils. I mean, I think this is, it's not the civil servant who should be paying for them or the prosecutors. It's not just the prosecutor's problem, it's the problem of the whole civil service. How to do it, we have to think of a technical solution. I believe there is a solution in this regard. Anyhow, in terms of combating the corruption, so far, somehow the state manages to fight and combat this phenomenon, specifically after the change of power in our country. I work in the anti-corruption office myself, prosecutor's office, so there have been some problems, some deficiencies, but it's going forward. I think it's a strength of the work of the Anti-Corruption Prosecutor's Office and the work of the General Prosecutor's Office in terms of combating or specifically preventing. The phenomenon exists everywhere, but we have to focus on prevention, not just on combating, so on the proactive side. And the most importantly is the autonomy of the prosecutor's inspection and those boards, the evaluation board and the ethics commission. These boards actually should be, theoretically they are under the Superior Council of Prosecutors, but in terms of the staff of these boards, this staff should also be accountable, and also being part of the disciplinary board, they have to be seconded from their main attributions, because they cannot be impartial if they maintain the two positions. That pretty much is what my concept. I would ask my colleagues to address clarification questions, whether they have any for the...
Yes, you talked about the way to... Sorry, I'll wait. You mentioned there that the way to deal with the problem of changing culture is through training, and this seems fairly a reasonable proposition. But you said, I think in your concept paper that training is entirely controlled by the Training Institute, I think the Academy, I'm not sure what it's called, NIG. I mean, does the prosecutor not have an ability to insist that prosecutors should do a certain amount of training in particular subjects, or is this entirely the responsibility of the board? Because there seems to be a link missing there, if that's the case, in that I would have thought it would be vital for the prosecution authorities themselves to be able to, I mean, it's a matter for the board to provide the training, but when it comes to deciding who should do the training or who needs to do the training, surely that's something that the senior prosecutors in the hierarchy should be able to decide. I mean, surely you should be able to insist to a prosecutor that he needs to do this particular sort of training.
Thank you very much for your suggestion.
Adică țin să concretizez acest
I'd like to
aspect, că aș
clarify.
diviza instruirea
I would actually
procurorilor în
divide
două
the training of
segmente.
prosecutors into
Unul
two
este
segments.
ceea ce țin de instruirea la
One
Institutul Național de
specifically at the
Justiție.
National Institute of
Da,
Justice.
caracterul ăsta obligatoriu de
Yeah,
40 de
it's
ore
the
care la
mandatory
junior e
40 credits.
evident
I don't know how relevant it is. I would have at least double for the young guys, because National Institute of Justice has its own role, and of course the exchange of experience more than relevant and welcome for some prosecutors, specifically the young ones.
Ceea ce ține de rolul
As for the
procurorului
role
general,
of general prosecutor, yes, he could insist on giving the heads of territorial departments or units so as to self-train, organize a self-training for the prosecutors, specifically within the prosecutor's office, at least 1 hour per week, specifically on a certain topic or discipline, a specialized topic in terms of crimes, for instance, tax evasion as one. Yeah? So training, so every single will have to provide the report, and then the head of the regional department will have to address it in front of the whole staff, also sharing best practices and experience of the senior prosecutors, also informing the whole staff, because not the whole staff knows different areas in a comprehensive way. I mean, it's a specialization, so you cannot be a universal soldier, so to say. Someone is better in handling drug cases, someone in combating corruption, someone in combating economic crimes or fighting economic crimes. So all this has to be within the operational meetings or to weekly briefings, maybe 1 hour or 2 hours. So you must have a special 2-hour training within this prosecutor's office. This is my view on this training or additional training to the prosecutors. Mr. Ivanov, you want to dismantle the specialized prosecutor's office, right? Yes. Within the specialized prosecutor's office, we have prosecutors on special cases, specifically referring when these are high-profile cases. Yes, so these cases must be investigated by the specialists per se with a higher level of professionalism, right? So if we liquidate this institution as an entity, what do we do? Where do we delegate these high-profile cases? You know very well that such entity had existed. We had investigators for special cases, we call them VIP prosecutors at times, and they were doing very well. So what do you do? Where do you get this? I mean, you disband the specialized prosecutor's office. So, but you still have the special cases, and the crimes are still committed. So what do we do? How do you manage? Obviously, that
genul de infracțiuni în cauza
the
lui
type of cases will also disappear along with the disappearance of the specialized prosecutor's office. Like you've mentioned, we had a specialized subdivision within General Prosecutor's offices with 10, 12 prosecutors who were doing brilliantly with this mission, and you had no 30 or 40 people working for specialized prosecutor's office as now, dealing with other cases, not just within the remit. So those cases or investigators working on special missions or special cases, I believe we can have a specialized department within General Prosecutor's Office, and that would deal with that caseload of high-profile cases. Another question is, how do you prepare to avoid the influence of politics in the line of work of a GP, of a Prosecutor General, specifically in a district? Head of the police is let's say, is a former activist of a political party, very energetic, but he's from the region, people know him, everyone knows him, and then he say, Mr. Prosecutor General, I don't like the head prosecutor from my districts. Dismiss him, do something with him. And you know very well that after there might be interest behind this head of the police. How would you react to this proposition? How do you intend to not be influenced by such political influence? The question is clear. Obviously, the requests from the politicians, or this type of solicitations from the politicians, they have to be taken into account, because this, of course, affects the cooperation in the field, a good cooperation. But this type of political allegations, in order, you have to dismiss one guy with another guy. Yeah, I mean, just as an example, just to extrapolate. Yeah, specifically, yeah. If they ask me to dismiss someone, I believe that's absurd, and no general prosecutor can be okay with that and can acquiesce to this political's request to dismiss someone because they're not happy with his political beliefs, especially if they are, let's say, politically opposite. The work must be objective, with the full respect of the law, and furthermore, I believe in this kind of situation, I would actually make it public, have probably a round table and see where is this root cause coming from, and where did this discord between them which has arisen. So, thank you. Please tell us, how would you select, how are you going to select and promote your staff, which in your opinion are deserving to have the function of a prosecutor in the cases when the remit of a general prosecutor under law is limited?
It's a good question. Now, I believe that the cooperation with the councils and with the boards, and when it's there, because otherwise it would be the authority of the GP, because the GP is an authority. And when it comes to the chairman of the councils and members of the boards, I mean, this aspect could be influenced in order to exclude staff which don't live up to the expectations and work and responsibilities in terms of discharging their duties, as well as promoting those who are worthy. Now, to tell you that we could involve maybe there are tools to select staff.
Dumneavoastră, în concept,
In your concept, you stated
responsabilizarea echității sociale,
to make accountable social equity
punerea pe umerii
by putting on the
judecătorilor
shoulders
și
of
nu
the judges and not of prosecutors this accountability.
Așa, da pe sentințele de echitate.
What about the acquittal
Da pe
sentences?
dosarele care
What
au
about
fost încetate la
The cases that
urmărire
were
penală,
seized
da,
at the stage of
acolo,
criminal investigation? Because we know that at that stage, according to the statistical data, almost half of the cases are dropped or are seized at the stage of criminal investigation. Whose responsibility is that? This is one. Two, do we have to have this accountability every time? And how will you try to assess whether these cases were seized in the right way or not, whether there are things which could raise questions and corruption risks, etc. Ms. Botezată, this is a very big problem for us as a system, as a prosecution, and as the judiciary in general. When it comes to acquittal sentences, we never had a compromise of who is to blame for that, because subject to very many factors and criteria, one issues a ruling on the case, including in terms of the criminal investigation as well as an acquittal sentence in the court. And to put the blame on someone, well, look, this is the risk of the state. And we have cases when indeed the prosecutors were to blame because they issued knowingly an illegal decision, and those are held accountable, but we'll have only one or two cases with sentences against prosecutors. But otherwise, that's a risk and the responsibility of the state. So look, I'm not going to point fingers now of who's responsible, judiciary or prosecutors, whether they're to blame for this. And I don't think that anyone will find an answer to that. Well, to follow up, since we're talking about acquittal sentences, what percentage of acquittal sentences would you accept if you were to be appointed as Prosecutor General? Well, none. Well, but I guess 5% would be optimum.
Merci.
Thank you.
On what basis do you arrive at 5%? I mean, is it just a figure plucked from the air?
Din pod cifra asta, de ce 5%?
Cunosc.
Well, I know.
Lucrez 22 de ani.
I've been in this business for 22 years, and I know what is the weight, the share of acquittals related to all sentences in general. This is from experience. That's why, look, I don't want to change anything. I don't want to reinvent the wheel. You know, we have what we have. I think the question is on me now. Have you ever had in your experience cases whether it didn't happen, or maybe you could imagine a situation when violation of law would be necessary or even inevitable? I had, but I couldn't tell. But it was to comply with the law. Well, can I follow up? Can I follow up on that? Your name was part of an journalist investigation. One of them refers to procurement of an apartment at a reduced price in the prosecutor's apartment block, even though you had other three apartments in your possession. How would you comment that? In 2006, 2007, I got divorced, and I left everything to my wife and to the child. And that's why colleagues put me in the list of beneficiaries, because indeed I was without anything, and then I got I got married again, and then I sold that one because there was another apartment owned by my wife. Well, it's as simple as that. Thank you.
Pentru realizarea
To accomplish
conceptului
your
nostru de
concept
conducere a
of
procuraturii,
prosecution office management, let me ask you whether you see the need to make changes to the legal framework related to prosecution and other related areas. Thank you.
Ceea ce țin de legislație, legea cu privire la
The law on
procuratură,
prosecution,
consider
I
că
believe that
legislatorul s-a grăbit și
the Parliament was in a haste to exclude the general oversight from prosecution remit.
ținând cont că în articolul
Because in Article 124 from Constitution, it is provided expressly that prosecution in order is there, but somehow the law didn't include that. So, working in the unit today, I face people, vulnerable people, and they cannot defend their own interests. And when they go to the lawyers, really they're not helped. So that would have been done by the prosecutor, because that would be his competence, and then that was stipulated in the law. Today this has been ruled out, and I think we should get back to this, to introduce general oversight. This is one, and two, I talked to with Mr. Bobo regarding the review of the need of the specialized prosecution on specialized cases. This is a tool in the hands of vested interests to keep, to actually continue that racket from the 90s against economic operators. I've seen the cases that they sent to us, and I can tell you that that's the case. And the structure of the prosecution general and territorial prosecution offices, I think it's okay, and I don't see any needs of change. Thank you. Mr. Ivanov, given your experience, your large experience, can you think about and remember whether you've ever had an experience which you could qualify as a failure, and why you think that was a failure? Potentially, if you could change things, how would you change them now? Of course, while working, I've had things which I'm sorry that I've done, but to say that I would change something is hard to say. I don't think I would. I think I've done the right thing. I think I've done the right thing. I think that was the thing that should have been done at that point in time. If there's no more questions, we thank you for your time. We wish you good luck and have a good day. Thank you. All the best.
Mai întâi de toate vreau să comunic că
First and foremost,
în ultimii ani nu am activat în
in
procuratură.
the last years, I have not worked within the
Pornind de la
prosecutor's
situația
office,
cunoașterii
so
problemelor în afara
starting with
procuraturii
the fact
și
that I know the problems
ținând
which are
minte sau
out
ținând
there
luând în calcul ceea ce am
outside prosecutor's office,
acumulat
also
pe parcursul activității
including
în
them,
procuratură, anume
my
pornind de la
knowledge and
aceste
experience
premize,
I've gained over the
am
years.
și elaborat conceptul care
I've developed based my concept based on all this criteria, which is different in terms of contents and format. It's different from the concepts of prosecutors working now, because of course they had the chance to analyze the things from the internal side, also under some personal experience standpoint.
Pentru a face o analiză mai profundă,
in order to make a more comprehensive analysis, make a more concrete diagnosis in the prosecutor's office, of course it is necessary to have access to details, to various cases which are under the management
accesul la
of
probleme, la
prosecutors,
spiritul acela
access
care
to
este
those issues, to that
prezent între
spirit which
procurori,
is
relațiile
out there
care
amongst
aceștia le manifestă
prosecutors,
între ei.
the relationship between them.
Pentru aceasta, bineînțeles că
For this, of course,
deci, este necesar ceea
it
ce
is
am spus,
necessary, as I've
posibilitatea
mentioned,
de a
we
avea
must have
această
opportunity to have
această
access
stare.
to all
Deci,
these
în conceptul
conditions
meu,
I've
eu am
mentioned. Within my
expus
concept,
unele măsuri
I've
care sunt
outlined
necesare de
certain
urgență de a
measures,
interveni
talking
în
about the
procuratură,
in terms of expedience measures within the end, within the structure, within different activities, and certain measures are for the nearest future. So,
motiv sau stare de fapt juridic de la care pornesc
state
în
of
această
fact I'm
analiză este
starting my
situația
analysis is the
care, cu părere de rău, avem,
situation which is
situația care
unfortunate, but
este
it is
stabilit prin
now
documentul
the situation which has been established by the
fie și politic, dar în același
maybe a
timp este
political document,
juridic,
but
așa cum
still
puterea
de
Parlamentului
jure
39
decision of the
din
Parliament
8
number
iunie
39
care a
as of 8 of
constatat
June
lucrurile
2018, which
și în realitate
established the state of
aceste
things,
constatări
and
corespund
these
situației de fapt,
statements actually
respectiv
equal the real
principala
situation. So
obligațiune
the
sau
main
cea mai primordială
or
obligațiunea a procurorului
most primary obligation of the future GP is, on the one
scoate
hand,
această stare
to get rid of this state,
nu bună din
which is
procuratură,
a healthy
de a
one,
elibera
for the prosecutor's
procurorii
office to
care
liberate the
activează în acest
prosecutors
sistem de
who are working within the
frustrare
system,
aceasta, pentru
to
că
liberate it from
mulți
this
din ei
frustration, because
și
many
chiar
of them,
majoritatea care
or even most of them,
și exercită
who are
atribuțiile
working now,
responsabil, deci bineînțeles că este o apăsare, o
so
presiune
there is
a
a
situației acestea,
certain
deci ei trebuie
pressure
cumva
they feel,
descărcați
so we
cât
need to
psihologic, cât și
discard
legal
them
sub acest,
psychologically
deci
and
respectiv,
legally.
după mine, prima ce
So
trebuie
according to
să fie
me,
făcut,
the first thing to be
ce
done
ar urma să fie realizat este o
is
evaluare a
an
situației,
overall
deci
evaluation,
o fel de verificare
so
sau
to say,
valorificare a aptitudinilor
verification of their
procurorilor
skills,
care au fost care sunt acum
which are currently working in the system, specifically heads of units. So we need a certification process for all them, sort of to verify their level, and this control has to be conducted externally and internally.
O altă măsură care
Another measure
nu suferă amânare
which cannot be
este
delayed in no way
cercetarea.
is
De altfel, Parlamentul a constatat o
well, the
situație
Parliament
extrem de
has
gravă
established an
în
extremely
domeniul
grave
justiției,
situation
deci
in
al
the justice
garanției
sector in
protejării
terms of
drepturilor omului,
independence
atestând o
and
profundă
human rights,
deterioritatea standardelor de
certifying a
bază la
heavy
capitolul
deterioration of basic
civile, inclusiv prin
freedoms,
tratamente degradante, tortură,
including for ill
deportări
treatment,
abuzive,
abusive
prin,
deportations,
crearea
creation
unor
of
investigarea unor cauze
or investigating
inventate,
any
prin,
made-up cases,
promovarea unei
promoting
justiții selective, dacă
a
vrem
selective
să,
justice,
deci prin
if you like,
aplicarea unor măsuri inadecvate
applying
față de
inadequate
oponenți
measures in
politici,
terms
față
of
de
political adversaries
opoziție,
or
deci respectiv
members of opposition.
toate aceste
So
cauze penale,
all this
hărțuiala oponenților
the harassment
politici,
of political
toate aceste
adversaries.
cauze
So
penale
all these criminal
urmează a
cases
fi examinate
are to be
mai profund și
examined
obiectiv.
more deeply
Pe
and
de o
more
parte, de
objectively,
persoane care nu
on
au
the
fost
one hand by
implicate în
those persons who have
cercetarea
not been
acestor
involved in the
cauze, astfel încât
investigation,
să se
so as
poate pronunța vis-a-vis de corectitudinea
in
investigației
terms of
făcute,
assessing the
pentru că a
fairness
apărut
and
o
correctness of
suspiciune în
those
această privință
investigation measures,
și
because
ele
there are
urmează
reasonable
a fi,
doubts to believe so,
cumva corectate.
and
Pe de
this
altă
needs to be
parte,
addressed and
este
corrected.
necesar a
On
cerceta
the other
propriu acțiunile procurorilor care au
side, we
admis
need
aceste
to
pretinse, abuzuri și în acest
see those that have admitted such abuses.
caz, deci
I'm
pornind
talking
de la
about
standardele
prosecutors
internaționale, este
in
necesar
line
ca
of the
aceste
international
investigații să
standards.
le
These
realizeze
investigations are to be
procurori sau
reconducted
persoane
by
care nu au fost
prosecutors or
implicate în
persons who had
aceste
not been
fapte
previously
cercetate.
involved in the
Respectiv,
investigation.
este important
It is important
intervenția la nivel
to have an intervention on the legislative level, personnel level, so as to engage prosecutors from outside. Like I've mentioned, after having passed the certifications or in parallel with this certification to be conducted within all prosecutorial staff, it is necessary to engage other or employ other prosecutors to investigate these specific cases to ensure the objectiveness of the investigation. Otherwise, even the investigations have been objective, still there we have doubts to believe they were correct. Plus, the prosecutors have addressed their political beliefs in the letter. You all know, I'm talking about most of the prosecutors who are working today. So this situation must be reviewed. An issue, a big issue, are the relations between such entities as GP and the Superior Council of Prosecutors. I'd like to make a parallel here. So, not to be compared with the Superior Council of Magistracy and the magistracy itself, or the judiciary itself, because the judiciary per se is absolutely independent entity which examines cases or matters which have already been investigated. So it's not an institution which needs to step in an urgent manner. So this institution just has a passive role in the criminal prosecution national process, while the prosecutor has an active role, is an adverse in the trial, so he has to ensure these matters from the internal side, so immediately after the commission of the fact and so on. So conceptually, this had been a mistake when made the comparison between CSM and CSP, specifically that it did not take into account the specifics of the Superior Council of Prosecutors when they established this entity, because they created it as an adversary entity to General Prosecutor, an entity which, rather than being a balancing instrument for this power, a control mechanism, a prevention mechanism, so as to prevent possible abuses on behalf of the GP towards prosecutors and towards their independence. So this entity has been created in parallel, which at times blocks the system. Article 125 from the Constitution, I think, is incorrect in terms of the CSP as to ensure the promotion, appointment, and application of disciplinary measures towards prosecutors. According to me, this wording must be the following. It ensures the legality, fairness, correctness of appointing and promoting into functions. So not being a primary factor, decisive factor, but a factor to ensure the independence of mutual control as a safeguard against abuses on behalf of GP. Like, for instance, in Briceni, as an example, something happened with the head prosecutor, and there is a need to immediately replace the head prosecutor. Yeah, you're not leaving us room for discussion. In the concept, I have outlined all these assumptions. There is a need to review these levers for ensuring the functions of a GP and the functions of a Superior Council of Prosecutors, so as not to make them rival parties, but to be just entities. And in order to avoid any blockage whatsoever, it has to be very clear what is the remit of each and every one of them, and the actions must be of course,
O altă
legal.
problemă care vreau să trec în evidență,
Another
care
issue I'd like
nu
to
a fost,
highlight, which has not
pe
been
deplin folosită,
fully
utilizată de procurorul
used
general,
by the
de
general
către procuratură
prosecutor
Qatar
or the
este
general prosecutor's
alineatul 4,
office
articolul 53
is
Codul Procedură
paragraph
Penală în
from
ceea
the
ce privește unificarea
Article
practicii. Deci,
54 in terms of
chiar
unifying
nici
the
în
practice
ultima
from the
lege
Criminal
la
Procedure
procuratură
Code.
nu a
Even
fost,
in the latest
indicat
amendment
ca
of the law on
atribuție specială a
prosecution doesn't
procurorului.
say that the
Deci,
special
pe
remit
seama
of the
unei cauze
prosecutor
concrete,
on a specific
Turcan și
case,
eu am
Turcanu
analizat, și am
versus
prezentat în
the
concept de
states,
ce
of analyzing the concept
această
and presenting
situație
the
este
concept
prioritară și
that why
necesară
this situation
și
is
de
of
ce,
priority and why it is
procurorul
necessary and
general
why
trebuie să
GP
intervină în
must
aceste,
step in
în aceste cauze
in
care,
such cases
sub aspectul creierii unei
in
practici
terms of
corecte. Pentru că
creating a
dacă
correct
procurorul
practice,
va califica
because
corect o
if
faptă,
the
dacă
prosecutor
procurorul va administra corect
qualifies
probatoriu, dacă
correctly
procurorul
the
nu
investigation, the
va
indictment
afecta,
phase,
deci,
if he doesn't
probatoriu, instanței de judecată va fi
affect
foarte
the
ușor să
burden of
decidă sub
proof, it's going to be very
aspectul
easy
și
for the
practica
court,
judiciară va fi creată mult mai ușor
and
decât
the
în
judicial
condițiile
practice is
în
going to be
care
created much more
sunt
easier
diametral opuse
rather
pornesc
than
procurorul,
having
acești procurori
this
pe aceleași cauze,
opposed
deci aceleași
roles,
situații pornesc diametral opus în instanțele de judecată.
opposed
Deci,
standpoints in a trial. I apologize, but we have some questions. I think we are going to talk about several aspects. Allow us to enter discussion here. We have read with attention your concepts, so whoever wants to take the floor, please.
Mr. Malik, have you any idea? Have you any idea of the complexity that would be involved in carrying out a certification process such as you refer to? Now, I'm not saying that's a reason not to do this, but you would have to plan things very carefully. You would have to consider how the work of prosecution was to continue in the interim. You would have a great problem in finding all these foreign certifiers. You talked about bringing people from abroad. You're talking about a project lasting some years, probably, to judge by what's happening in Albania at present. Do you think you're the person to do this, frankly? You were a prosecutor almost 20 years ago, and you've been elsewhere since then. I'm just suggesting to you this is a very complex task, and indeed a further aspect, surely it would require legislation, if not constitutional amendment, I don't know, in order to do this. You don't have the existing powers to do this. So I just, again, you know, your concept document doesn't really set out, for me anyway, the sort of detail and precision that would have to go into such a plan.
Thank you very much for the question. It's a very important question. I've actually outlined around 20 pages on this aspect. Of course, you cannot lay down all the aspects and details in the concept. That's why I started with admitting the situation. Yes, indeed, I worked 20 years ago. All the issues are considered from the external perception, not from the internal one. Of course, details are necessary, as you have mentioned, in order to develop the conceptual idea which has been outlined on an ad hoc basis. You meant the certification process, the certification of prosecutors. So, we have a legal situation in the country where, by decision of the Parliament, number 39, which I have mentioned, they've concluded a state of things. And this is the starting point, whether in a simpler way, whether in a more complex way, but this is the starting point, because otherwise it will create pressure over the prosecutors. We have to unload them a little bit. because they feel that any time the state of things as established, these conclusions established by the parliament, so it might have negative consequences over them. So, of course,
the way of certification, the way of listening, of checking the capacities and competences, and at least the attitude, because we have to stress those prosecutors who have done their job in bad faith. If they do it in bad faith, then they have to be removed from their position. Otherwise, they will perpetuate this activity, which is not that it is not right, but it's illegal, totally illegal. So in such conditions, such circumstances, without a certification, but again, it depends at what level these competences will be used, because if it's about prosecutors from the regions, it's enough to do it at the level of prosecution general to create a commission and to do the certification, starting with the prerequisites that we are discussing here. Now, when we talk about senior prosecutors, those who manage specialized prosecutions, chief of sections and units from prosecution general, for those ones you need the external intervention, personal intervention of the future prosecutor general. Otherwise, the system would be frozen or blocked. Because look, for instance, what happens, look, it's a recent case. These days, there was in press this report that they found some information note at the chairman of the president of the Supreme Court of Justice, that those were like orders or indications, but all of those requests were of the prosecutors, were of senior prosecutors, and that they don't investigate themselves. And of course they should investigate themselves, but if they try to investigate themselves, then of course that will be a presumption that they will do it, so that they will hide the indictment and destroy the evidence. So I am firmly convinced, and I believe that it is very necessary to do this cleaning. Now, the means and ways and legal intervention are also necessary. Constitutionally, we will be within the limits of the Constitution. But at least the promotion of prosecutors is possible to be done. For the lower ranking prosecutors, that would be a possibility as well. Okay, look, could you shorten your answers, please, to speak to the topic, because we would fail to ask you all the questions? Ms. Botezatu, please. I wanted to specify here, you're suggesting that the President of the Republic of Moldova should be able to dissolve the Superior Council of Prosecutors and the panels? Yes, that would be a scenario. Look, we have a situation now. It's not, this could be a concept. This could ensure the balance between the state powers, because at this level, we should ensure separation of powers. If there is a blockage, look, someone has to intervene somehow, and not to force something or to dictate. I left there some alternatives. The main idea is to be developed, and then to do this
Dar
one way or
ar
another,
fi
but
pasibil.
it could be. It could be.
În unele țări europene, chiar
In
din
some
Uniunea
European countries
Europeană,
from the European Union,
procuratura e sub
prosecution
Ministerul
is
Justiției,
under
în
the
cadrul
is
Ministerului
within the
Justiției și
Ministry
nu
of
nimic
Justice,
în asta,
and it's okay and it's fine.
Că
Okay.
atunci este altă soluție, dar
So then
nu
there's
să-
another solution.
că
But
asta poate fi un
look,
precedent,
this could be a very this could be a precedent that any president, when he comes to power, he will say, well, it's an exceptional situation, and let's fire everyone from the councils, superior councils of magistracy, and superior councils of prosecutions, right? But look, I said that if we don't change the constitution, that would be a tool which could in the future unblock things. But there are limits of intervention of this power. Just to dissolve the Superior Council of Prosecutors, and then the prosecutors will choose their members. And they do their job. I mean, politicians don't interfere. I said that the Supreme Court of Justice could ascertain certain circumstances, would justify, and we could run a parallel with the Constitutional Court here, but it's about things which, well, that's an idea which maybe could be discussed.
Mersi.
Thank you.
Domnul Malik,
Mr. Malik,
cum priviți revenirea
what about
la
coming back
colegiul?
to the
Anterior se numea
panel?
procuraturii,
It was called
poate
prosecution
într-o altă
panel,
formă, pe lângă procurorul
prosecution
general,
panel
un
related
organ
to the
consultativ.
prosecutor general. This is advisory body. What do you think about it?
Eu,
Um,
istoria, pentru a cunoaște viitorul și a planifica viitorul, este suficient să
look, it's
studiem
enough
istoria.
to look at history to plan the future.
Dacă o să studiem istoria
look
sub
at the history
aspectul lucrurilor
in
bune
terms of
care au fost,
things
colegii
that
au
were
fost după mine un lucru
good,
bun.
then this
Și
this advisory panel was good,
în orice formulă el merită
and it is
a
worth
fi reabilitat.
to be put in back to
pentru
be
că
reinstated
colegiul
in any
este
shape or form, because this panel
era un instrument
was
care determina
a
anumite
tool
politici
which
și
would
care
discuss
decidea
policies and which
colegial
would
și
decide,
impunea procurorul general deci anumite obligațiuni și acesta era obligat să le execute.
and then they would give obligations to the prosecutor general, and he would execute them.
Nu,
Well, unfortunately,
nu ne putem debarasa,
we
nu
cannot
putem
get rid,
evita
we cannot
intervenția
avoid
factorului
interference
politic în
of
activitatea
politicians
procuraturii, în
in the
genere, și a
activity of
procurorului
prosecution in
general. Cum vă
general
pregătiți
and
dumneavoastră să
prosecutor
țineți
general in particular. How would you face up to those
Noi cam
challenges? How
absolutizăm
would you face these challenges?
deci noțiunea
I
aceasta
think
de
I
intervenții
think
politice și trebuie
this
să facem
political
o
interference
claritate.
is too absolute as a
Atunci
notion.
când politicul
Let's make it
cere,
clear. When politicians
domnilor
request
procurori, i-am
prosecutors
clarificat să vă că acolo a
clarify
fost așa o
that
problemă.
or that because there was
Aceasta
an
nu este o
issue, this is not
intervenție, o
an
influență
interference.
politică. Este o
This
cerință a
is a
societății,
request that comes from the society.
o sesizare, dacă vreți.
This
Politicul este reprezentantul societății.
politicians
Noi
are
suntem
representatives
într-o anumită
of society. We are living in a
Și
society.
politicul, după
politicians,
caz, dacă sensibilizează
as
o problemă
appropriate, if they see a
într-un
problem
domeniu sau altul,
in
e
an area
firesc.
or another,
Atunci
it's
când politicul se
appropriate.
implică
But
într-o
when
cauză
politicians
concretă,
interfere in a certain case,
atunci când politicul
when politicians
dictează,
dictate,
arestează-l pe cela sau
they say,
doamna
arrest that
care a
guy,
stat conform
or
legii, am văzut deja
arrest
indicații.
that
Nu știu
person,
de ce procurorii nu s-au
or there were orders to
sesizat,
arrest
nu au
someone,
tras la răspundere funcționarul respectiv. Deci, iată,
then
aceasta este o
that
intervenție.
is an interference.
Modalitatea
Well,
principală
the main
de a
tool, or
feri
the main way
procurorii
to shield
subalterni de o
shield
intervenție a
prosecutors
politicului
from
este
politicians'
iarăși
interference
reabilitarea
is to
unor standarde care erau înainte.
rehabilitate some of the prior
Deci
standards
până la,
before,
mi se pare că
I think,
2009, așa,
up to
undeva,
2009,
deci disputele sau
the
răspunsurile
litigations or the
sau orice
answers or
comunicare a
any communication
procuraturii
of
ca instituție
prosecution
cu
as
politicul
institution
era
with
făcută doar de
politicians
către procurorul
was
general.
only done by the prosecutor
Astăzi,
general. Today,
răspunsuri, după
the
cum le văd,
answers, as I
la
see,
la
to
diferite
the
solicitări ale
different requests
politicului
of
le dă la
politicians
nivel de
are
șef
given
de secție
by
sau procurorul
heads of
care
units
exercită
or
urmărire
the
penală.
prosecutor who
Aceasta
conducts
este
criminal
o
investigation.
problemă
That
foarte
is a
gravă.
big problem.
Pentru că, pe de o
Because
parte,
on the one
procurorul general
hand,
nu
prosecutor
cunoaște
general
lucrurile,
doesn't know all things,
ce se întâmplă,
what
de ce
happens,
este un interes
and
oarecare
whether there
a
is a why
politicului
is
sau
this
fie altul
politician
funcționar
interested
de rang
in
înalt în
this,
stat
or why is this public servant
și
interested in this particular matter,
respectiv nu
and
poate
then
să-l protejeze pe
he
acel
cannot
procuror
protect
față
the
de
prosecutor
această
from
intervenție. De
this
aceea,
interference.
prima
So,
modalitate este
the
de
first
a
way
apăra, pune
to
procurorii în
defend,
spatele
to
procurorului general
defend
în raport cu
prosecutors in
politicul,
relation to
așa cum
politicians,
rezultă și din lege.
as it
Procurorul
results
general
from the
reprezintă
law, because
instituția în
prosecutor general
raport cu alte
represents the
entități și
institution
puteri.
in
Și a
relation to
doua,
other powers and
asigurarea
entities,
egalității
and
în
the second
fața
one,
legii.
equality
Dacă
in
și
front of
dacă
the
cere
law.
politicul.
Why,
Și înainte
what
cerea
if politicians
politicul.
request?
Cât
They
se
are
întâmplau,
always
eu
requesting.
n-am timp, dar vă spun
So many
cazuri,
have
aveam
happened, so
sunete
many
de ăștia și cum
cases,
le
so many
răspundeam și așa
phone
mai
calls,
departe.
and
Lucrurile
how I
depinde de
answer the phone
persoană.
calls. Look, it all depends on the person.
Eu vreau să vă rog să
Can you
clarificați un
clarify
lucru ca să-mi
some
dau seama
things
că am
here
înțeles corect.
for me to understand, to
Dumneavoastră
make sure that I
porniți
understand
de la
correctly? You
premiza
are
că
saying
sistemul
that
procuraturii se află
the
în criză
prosecution
și
system
e
is in a
nevoie de
crisis,
reașezarea
and you need
fundamentală
to
a instituției
fundamentally
prin
change
modificarea
institution by
Constituției
changing the
și
constitution
înlăturarea
and by removing
a antagonismelor, așa
the-
cum ați exprimat
the
dumneavoastră,
frictions on the
dintre,
antagonism
procurorul
between
general și
prosecutor
Consiliul
general
Superior al
and the Superior
Procurorilor.
Council of
A
Prosecutors.
procurorilor. Am înțeles
Now,
corect?
is this understanding
sau
correct,
nu, ce
or
am omis?
something is
Programul
omitted here?
maxim,
The full
putea fi
scenario
acesta.
is this one.
Programul
The full
minim
scenario is
este
this one. The
posibil de
minimum scenario
utilizat
is that
cadrul
it's possible
constituțional
to
care
use the
este
constitutional
acum,
framework which
de găsit
exists
soluții.
now and
Dar
find
principalul
solutions.
este
But the
asigurarea
key one is to
legalității
ensure
și
the legality
egalității în
and
fața
equality
legii. Pentru că dacă procurorii o să meargă de
in
la,
terms
de
of
la
the law,
ideea
because if the
categorică că
prosecutor will say
respecte legea și
that he
asigure
respects the law
egalitatea în
and
fața
he,
legii, o să trateze pe același
everybody is equal
egalitate și politicul
in front of the
și,
law, and then it will
și
be
cel de
valid
la
both for politicians.
Da, mă iertați, dar
Well, look,
programul
but
maxim,
the
dumneavoastră
full
ați
scenario
dori
means
să
what? That
implementați
you would
către
like to
sfârșitul
implement it by the end of the
mandatului,
mandate,
dacă sunteți selectat.
if you are selected, right?
Programul maxim
The full
nu este
scenario, the full
dependent.
program doesn't
Deci
depend.
nu este absolut, pentru că dacă nu o
It's
să
not
fie
absolute because
o posibilitate politică,
if there is no,
lucrul acesta este
if
unul
it's not
abstract.
possible politically, then this becomes an
Avem
abstract thing.
suficiente
We have
pârghii, așa
enough
cum am arătat și în
tools
deci instrucțiunile
as
acestea
it
cu
is
caracter
shown
general,
by
sunt
these
pârghii care pot
general
să asigure la
instructions,
nivelul
general
actualei
guidelines.
Constituții și
You
putem
could
să
do it
mergem
within
încă
the current
20
legal
de ani, adică
framework,
poate
within
sistemul
the
să
current
lucreze, să
constitutional
funcționeze
framework.
în
The
continuare.
system can continue
Mai
and function
ideal după mine ar
going
fi, adică
further,
mai
but
bine ar fi,
the best,
mai
the most ideal
corect ar fi dacă am înlătura aceste
is
antagonisme.
to
Dar
rest,
dacă nu
remove
înlăturăm,
these
situația
frictions,
este
this
realitatea,
antagonism,
când nimeni nu o să vină
because
dintr-o parte și
nobody
să
will
facă
come
regula noastră.
from
Nici politicul nu o să vină,
nobody
dar dacă nu o
would
să
come and
fie
clean our
următorii
house, not even politicians.
10 de ani, când nu o să fie majoritatea constituțională, ce să facem? Ce?
What if we don't have?
Încep
What
să-
if we don't have a
să-
constitutional majority in the next 10 years? We
Nu,
will,
eu
we will
nu
be
sunt,
idle. No.
eu am vorbit de
Look, I spoke
concepturi
of
ideale,
the ideal concepts.
unele.
Domnul Malik,
Mr. Malik,
viitorul procuror general
the future
pe 24
prosecutor
trebuie să
general
creeze o
should
echipă,
create a team,
efectiv
of
prin
course,
selecția,
by
promovarea
selecting, promoting
procurorilor.
prosecutors.
Ați spus aici, ați
You said
menționat
here,
un
you
fapt,
mentioned here
aceste
that
competențe nu
these
aparțin
competences
procurorului
do not
general,
belong
ci
to the prosecutor general, but to
Cum
Superior Council of
propuneți să
Prosecutors.
soluționați
How do
această
you want to
problemă?
solve this problem?
La nivel de adjuncți,
At the deputies
unicii,
level,
apropo, factori care
the only fact, the
actuala
only
legislație permite procurorul general
also the current legislation
să-și
allows the
selecteze
prosecutor general to select
singur
his
adjuncții, deci
deputies by
probleme nu sunt.
on his own.
Cât
No problem with
privește
that. But when
procurorii
it comes
ierarhic
to
mai inferiori,
the lower
deci
ranking prosecutors,
eu
then
cred că
I
formula
think that
și chiar în condițiile prezente, deci prezentelor
even
prevedere ale
within
Constituției,
the
poate
current
să fie
provisions of the
în felul
Constitution,
următor.
you
Deci,
could do this, the
Consiliul
following.
Superior al Procurorilor
Superior Council of Prosecutors
pregătește
prepares
deci candidații și
the
pregătește
candidates
procurorii care merită a fi avansați rezerva
prosecutors
cadrelor.
who
Rezerva
are
cadrelor
worthy to be
pentru
promoted,
accedere
they have
primară
like
la
a
funcție,
backup.
rezerva cadrelor
They have a
împreună
reserve,
cu Institutul Național de Justiție, bineînțeles.
together with the NIJ, of
Rezerva
course.
cadrelor
So they have
pentru promovare, deci pentru accedere la funcție și rezerva cadrelor
So
pentru
for those to
promovare
be
în funcții
promoted into
mai
function
superioare.
and
Și spre
to
exemplu
those to
s-a
become
eliberat
senior
funcție de
prosecutors.
adjunct la Vulcănești.
Let's say we have a vacancy
Procurorul
in
din teritoriu
Vulcanești, deputy prosecutor.
trebuie să
Then the
meargă
prosecutor from the
să-și
region should go
selecteze
and
din
select
rezerva pregătită de
from
Consiliul
that
Superior al
reserve
Procurorului.
prepared by the
Să
Superior Council of
prezinte,
Prosecutors, and then
deci de ce
say and to,
domnia
they
sa
you
dorește
should
anume
say why
Cutărescu în
he
această
wants
funcție,
this
pentru că
person in this
firesc,
position,
ei
because
trebuie să
of
lucreze
course
acolo
they
împreună
have
și
to
aceste
work hand in
lucruri
hand,
normale,
and that
reale,
would
în
be
toată lumea.
okay to ask.
Prezintă în fața Consiliului
Now,
Superior al Procurorilor
the Superior Council of
o notă
Prosecutors,
informativă,
he
un
presents
raport
a
și
report
demonstrează
and
de
he
ce
proves
îl vrea pe
why he wants
Cutărescu.
this particular person.
Consiliul Superior al
Superior
Procurorilor
Council
în
of
acest timp,
Prosecutors,
ca și Comisia
like
în
the
fața căreia sunt acum,
committee
determină
where I'm
dacă nu este
speaking,
nimic rău la mijloc, dacă nu
or
este
I'm
un
not- or-
conflict de
or I'm not
interese,
speaking,
dacă nu sunt
determines
alte
whether
subtilități
there is
și merge
no
cu
conflict of
propunerea
interest,
către
and
Procurorul
then
General.
they
Și
would
formula
propose
constituțională
to
este
the
realizată.
Prosecutor General, and that's
Dar
aligned with
decizia
the
totuși
Constitution.
să-i revină
But the decision
procurorului
should
din
be
teritoriu
of
care să
the
lucreze cu acesta.
prosecutor from the
Consiliul
region.
Superior al Procurorilor
The
să
Superior
facă,
Council of
să asigure
Prosecutors
balanța și
should ensure the
independența
balance
și
and
să evite orice
independence and
conflict,
avoid
orice
any conflict of interest
abuz la
and any
selectarea acestora
abuse
și
while
inclusiv
selecting
sub
these
aspectul
people.
echității
And they should also
procurorilor promovați.
respect fairness when it comes to these promoted prosecutors. Thank you. Look, I have a question. From your experience,
S-au întâmplat
has it
cazuri
ever
în care
happened
încălcarea
that
legii a
violation
fost
of law
necesară
was
sau chiar
necessary or
inevitabilă?
even inevitable?
Oricum eu găseam o explicație că procedez în
Well,
limitele
I
legii.
I would still justify that I work within the
mergi-
limits of the law.
Merge în soluționarea unei
I mean,
probleme
you solve a problem
care sub aspectul
which,
riscului
when
profesional,
it comes to
sub aspectul
professional risk,
necesității intervenției acum,
the need for intervention.
ți se pare că
You think
parcă calificarea
that
juridică n-ar
the
fi corectă
legal qualification is not right?
sau poate nu ar fi
or that,
adecvată
maybe
o măsură sau alta, dar
one
oricum
measure is not
găsesc
appropriate,
explicația că ea
but
este în
I
limitele
can
legii. Și doar
explain
dacă
that
o
this
văd
is
că este
legal,
în limitele
and only
legii,
if I see that it
fie
is
sub
legal,
aspectul proporționalității
maybe in
poate să
terms
fie
of
aici o mică
proportionality,
deviere,
there could be a small
adică pot
deviation.
să joc sub
I mean,
aspectul proporționalității,
there could be a bit of a
depinde ce măsură
margin
o iei,
when it comes
iarăși.
to the
Aspectul
to this,
proporționalității presupune că
because aspect of
și
proportionality
măsura să
means
fie
that the
adecvată.
measure
Deci,
should be appropriate.
oricum, până la urmă,
anyway, at the
procedez
end
în limitele legii,
of the
chiar
day,
dacă sunt
I
mai multe
do
rezerve ca de regulă.
things legally.
Domnul Malic, o întrebare
A
cu
question
privire la experiența
about your
dumneavoastră
experience, Mr. Malik, your professional experience.
Dacă puteți identifica
Whether you
o
could
experiență
identify
care
an
poate
experience
fi
which you could qualify
etichetată eșec,
as a failure.
de ce credeți că
Why do
este
you
un
think
eșec și
it
ce
was a
ați
failure,
putea
and what
face altfel astăzi,
could
de
you do
exemplu?
differently today?
Eu știu, cred că poate a fost eșec când am plecat din
Maybe
procuratură.
me leaving prosecution was a failure.
Am ieșit așa, știți, ca cu
You know,
pentru a-mi satisface
just
probabil
to
și
maybe
propriul
satisfy
orgol,
my
că
own ego.
eu am zis că
I
așa
said
nu se poate
that
și apropo acolo.
I couldn't do
la
it any
răspunsul
longer.
precedent,
And at my
deci
previous
tot a
answer,
fost o situație de
there was a
conflict
situation
când
of conflict
procurorul
when
general
prosecutor general
mă rog, fie și general a formulat niște indicații care nu se încadrau sub aspectul
formulated some
legalității și
orders
eu am-
which were
poate
not quite legal.
ar fi fost cazul
And maybe
să
I
merg la
should have-
ceva, eu știu, cederi.
I should have made some concessions,
Iarăși, fiind provocat de
but
răspunsul
I was
precedent,
challenged by the
deci de întrebarea
by the
precedentă.
previous question.
Dar, până la
But
urmă,
anyway,
cred că totuși
I think
prioritar trebuie să fie principiul că să nu
the principle of
prejudiciezi nimic.
not
Deci,
you shouldn't
la
damage
lucru,
anything.
legile ne pavredite.
you shouldn't damage anything. That will be the principle. I mean, you shouldn't do harm. You shouldn't do even worse
În
things than that.
continuare la
Look, to follow up
întrebarea
this
aceasta,
question,
dar ați procedat conform
but
legii, ați
you have done,
contestat,
according to the law,
scris cum
you've
e
appealed
prevăzut în lege că trebuie
as per the law
să vă
that
expuneți că aveți altă
that
opinie și
you
că
have another
se
opinion
impune o
and that you are
indicație
being
ilegală.
imposed an illegal
Asta e.
order.
Dacă vă prezint calculatorul meu, am mii de
In
pagini
my computer, I have thousands of pages
de contestații,
of appeals and
mii de
challenges,
pagini în care
thousands of pages
m-am opus,
where I opposed,
mii de pagini
thousands
în
of
care am
pages in
expus
which
opinia mea separată.
I had my separate
În
opinion.
grupurile de lucru puteți
Even
să
in the
vedeți
working
pagina-
groups, you can see
pagina
them
Ministerului
on the
Justiției.
webpage of the Ministry of Justice.
Deci, în grupurile de lucru
In the
cu
working
reforma
groups
justiției,
about the reform of
sectorul
justice,
justiției, 2011,
2011,
2016.
2016.
Deci, în grupurile de lucru,
So in
eu
working groups,
permanent
I
am avut o
always had
poziție, care se evidenția.
a position which
Deci,
would
cel puțin
be different.
aceasta mă
Now,
individualizează ca
that
personalitate. Deci,
makes me
bineînțeles că
stand apart
mai
as an
întâi de
individual.
toate,
Well, first of all,
contestam,
I
intervenim,
would
dar
challenge, I
când
would
vezi că
intervene, but when you
nu are
see
rost,
that makes no
să
sense,
producă,
you just
fii capabil să
have to be
cedezi,
capable
că nu ai să te bați cu capul
and
de
give up
perete,
because you
vorba
cannot
aceea,
bang yourself against the wall.
pereții nu îl strici, dacă apări
You couldn't
100%
break the wall,
că
but
se
you will destroy your hand for sure.
Mulțumim foarte mult
Okay,
pentru
thank you so
timpul
much for the
acordat și
time
răspunsurile,
and for the answers.
primite. Vă dorim
We wish
succes
you
și o zi
good
frumoasă.
luck and have a good day.
Mulțumesc.
Thank
Please take the floor. Greetings, I'm Sergei Perjo. I'm a lawyer in Bucharest Bar Association. In 1978, I was born in Drochet town in the north of Moldova. I spent my childhood there until the elementary school, after which I was a scholar of Romanian in Romanian school, after which I continued my studies at the University of Law in Bucharest. I'll stay there. I was looking to find my mission in life there. I was I got employed there. It was quite difficult to become a lawyer those times. It required some specific complicated studies, and you needed some signatures in order to obtain an intern lawyer. I did not have any support whatsoever from the local, so I kind of got by in 2 years, during which I was a legal counselor and also general secretary of the order of lawyers from Romania. I became a lawyer as an intern lawyer, after which, as of 2004, I am a definitive lawyer. In 2006, together with a peer from the university, we made a legal association, Legal Bar Association, and since then I've been working within Bar Association. I did not have any agencies whatsoever with the business environment or the political environment from Moldova. I did not have any customers in Romania coming from Moldova. I had a couple of customers from Romanians in terms of public procurement disputes, case which I never know the finality of the case because we never received at those times a feedback whatsoever. In 2016, I started a master's degree program and MBA program within the Institute of Management from Bucharest. It's a master's degree together with the Kansas State University from Atlanta, Georgia, the United States. I also spent 2 weeks there as on a study visit together with my colleagues. It was a very rich and useful experience. Subsequently, I continued my work as lawyer. I had no ambitions of entering politics, neither in Romania nor in Moldova, because at that point in time, I did not think I was ripe enough so as to make a difference here for this country, for Romania. In terms of the decisions to apply for this position and actually file my candidacy, honestly, after many years of political, economic, and social debates, Moldova has now taken a new vision. The Prime Minister and the Mr. President are trying to promote this new vision. I don't know how sincere they are and whether they'll have a finality, but I thought that even the country deems these changes necessary and that essential and categorical ones, maybe then it's the right time for me to step in. Once again, I reiterate, I didn't have any support or whatsoever from here, so it's very easy to do it from the scratch. I don't have any pressure whatsoever from no one. As long as the decision is independent, I would be happy to actually be a part of these transformations which the ministries and the prosecutor's office require. I believe I have the relevant professional experience I've accumulated in a member state of European Union. So being a stakeholder in the justice field, I'm a solicitor. I do it twice per week. I go to court, so I'm doing it on a permanent basis, not an ad hoc basis, not from time to time. In terms of the management plan, I'm not going to touch upon all those. I would shortly, I would effectively do. I was actually curious to read the management plans of the other candidates. Mostly it's pretty much the same. We are in a crisis situation, we need a change, we need transparency. All these things, all this, any principles of a government are very nicely put in the papers. So I was curious to read also different concept plans on the ministry's website. Again, they're written very nicely, very good foundation, very substantiated. The problem is how are we going to actually implement it? Because I spied ourselves a little bit from the concept papers of the other candidates. Okay, first thing, you have an issue here. We have a management issue here. One, and the second one is the perception of the society. So this social perception is not a negative one, but it's not a positive one. Maybe it's not a proper one. For this reason, in the first 3 months, I would focus a lot specifically on this aspect, and what I would effectively do. I would evaluate the work of certain prosecutors. I would focus on those cases, notorious cases, because there must be a list with such controversial cases, those which are on the tables of the prosecutors, and where the criminal prosecution has taken more than 9 months. Political cases are also in my interest, those cases which were politically ordered, and I'd also oversee the situation when they dismissed criminal prosecution on different occasions and by different prosecutors. All right. For these purposes, I would identify and remove from the system those individuals, talking about removal from the system, administrative suspension maybe, depending on the legal framework, which would enable us to do so. And virtually, in this way, we would be able to show the public that, yes, things are moving forward, and the public opinion can regain its trust into the prosecutor's office. I think it is essential. Without the trust, neither the Minister of Justice, nor the courts, nor the Superior Council of Magistracy, we will not be able to overcome all these struggles, because it's a vicious circle. We're just rotating around. So certain orders, certain things must be more made, a more firm one, more imperative one, so as to make a difference. Second thing I would do, I would reset all the management bodies of the General Prosecutor's Office. Following the long prosecution, all these management bodies have been elected within the period of the ex-government, right? So, from which clearly there is a reserve or mistrust towards these management bodies. And so we need to reset, we need to reorganize all these elections, we need to elect persons who really can prove a balance. So they'll also have to come with a concept, they also have to declare their interests in order to apply for the position. I'd also limit the mandate of this to 2 years. I think 4 years is too much, and because in 4 years people change so quickly, and plus the social life changes so quickly. In 4 years, people become lazier and not as motivated, so I think we can reduce the mandate to 2 years. Moreover, we need to, as for the heads prosecutors, we need to nominate persons who are holders. I know we have a lot of interims at this moment, deputies. Being a deputy and interim, you can be replaced by another prosecutor, so his stability in the post is not a safe one, and at this point, and under such conditions, this person is much more vulnerable. He might be prone to breach the law easier. Another case I would do, I have three more aspects, and after which we can start our round table discussion. Another thing I would do is to ban for those phones which are paid by the General Prosecution's Office. I would ban encrypted software or voice software, WhatsApp, Telegram, Vibers. They should be banned. If this is successful, we can replicate it to all other law enforcement bodies. I believe it is essential in order for us to succeed, to give the opportunity to the prosecutors to do their jobs. That means not to make mistakes, because I believe this nowadays with the technologies and all this, you're kind of prone to commit frauds or things in a more straightforward manner. He says, look, I'm chatting with my sister who's working in Italy. Yes, you can do so, but on your private phones, not on service phones. When we come to the work, will be a register which the prosecutor will say all the discussions he's had with people outside his kinship circle. It's not, you see, this thing can be done within 6 months. People will lose the habit of chatting and communicating with different adversaries or outside this family circle. It's just some ground rules which needs to be set, and it's feasible. This thing actually comes from the private system. I know we have colleagues staying all day long on the WhatsApp. Don't you want to, if you want to make during a coffee break, do your chats, but don't let it not interfere with your official work, because it will affect your performance, and I think it's very important. And also, in terms of banning these social networks, I would go even further. I understand the electronic case assignment system is working, but it's not very much used by the prosecutors. I would make certain upgrades to the system. I have a draft. It's a long 3-5 year period. The thing I want to build up for the next prosecutor who will not be able to basically be working on a system which, so the case system will be totally digitalized, and it's also going to incorporate a series of softwares which will enable you not to be able to make mistakes. The big thing, maybe like the theft of the billion, we didn't have criminal seizures on such cases. So in any crime, in any investigation, which are under the management of prosecution's office, or there are crimes which can lead to assets damage, automatically they should be set up. Excuse me, the time to present the concept has expired. If you allow us to get to the round table. Just one more thing, which I believe is maybe interesting to you. Well, thank you very much for giving me this additional time. I've heard a lot speaking about the influence of politics in prosecutor's office. I think it can be eliminated very easily and free of charge by making public all these interventions. Specifically, I would order that each phone call made by someone from the political field to a prosecutor to be automatically sent to the General Prosecutor's Office, and the General Prosecutor's Office will publish all these phone calls on the website. And then the mass media will do their job. Then the mass media will ask, why did you call this prosecutor? More than that, when we have more serious proofs, then we can start criminal investigation against those politicians. Believe me, when people will be published on the website, nobody will be calling the prosecutors anymore, because they'll be bombarded by mass media, by the journalists. Why did you call this prosecutor? And the last thing, I promise it's the last one. It's about the orders and indications given by superior prosecutors to the prosecutors investigating a case. So I would give out an order that any discussion must be in writing. So no verbal discussions allowed, no discussion which cannot be recorded in the register. So as for the case, prosecutors say, look, I received a legal instruction and I did what the superior prosecutor has ordered me, and then that register can be checked by the other prosecutor. This will enable, I think it's going to be very clear who gives instructions to whom, okay? And what indications are given out there. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I cannot not ask you this question. Regarding the last point you mentioned, orders, this is already in the law. By law, all orders are, verbal orders are banned. This is in the law already. It is not complied with. Why do you think that an order of the Prosecutor General could solve this problem? Look, any one of those 5 measures that I've mentioned cannot be... I cannot hear anything. Wait. No. It's not communicating. It is very important that these measures be done together. You cannot undertake a measure and wait for your success. No, in a comprehensive management, all of this has to be done together. Of course, we'll make an analysis, prior analysis, but I'll ask you, why doesn't it function? As long as you have a law, you know, things don't function because of some habits which were created and formalized in the institution. That's why I'm saying there is this political wish, political will to make this change. If this will is firm, it will be done. You cannot change it drop by drop, because if you wait for it, time flies. And from what I'm noticing, the private sector, organized crime, is much more skilled, is much quicker in developing techniques compared to, the Ministry of Justice or, we cannot catch up with them, because we need some more dramatic action. That's why I say that implementation of all these measures, all in a comprehensive manner, could bring about a change and a different view on the independence and autonomy of prosecutors. Thank you very much.
Mr. Perju, could you tell us? Could you tell us what you think is the correct balance between independence of the prosecutor and accountability?
What you mean by accountability?
Responsabilizarea.
What degree of accountability do you think?
Ce măsură de responsabilizare trebuie să aibă procurorul? Adică, când spun responsabilizarea față de superior, dacă trebuie să existe responsabil răspunzător către public, în ce mod trebuie să fie răspunzător față de public, dacă procurorul trebuie să fie răspunzător față de Parlament și așa mai departe. Toate aceste întrebări. Credeți că sunt permise și cum sunt reglementate și cum sunt consecvente, cum se aliniază cu independența? Eu cred că unica modalitate în care procurorul poate să lucreze
Cred că
I believe that
singura
the
modalitate
only way in which the prosecutors, or the difference between these two, is the law. I mean, the prosecutor can only be subject to the provisions of the law. As long as the law is very clear and the prosecutor respects it, we will not have discussions in public space about the fact that what the parliament said or what the government said or someone else. The parliament gives laws. As long as there's a good or bad law, we are obliged to respect it. And then, only then, it's about the case law and the doctrine to change all of this. But the rule is that the prosecutor cannot be subject but only to the law. And by law, I understand both the law on prosecution, all internal regulations that prosecutors have, and when one sees that the prosecutor general or the senior prosecutor gives indications or orders which for him are not in line with the law, then the prosecutor is obliged to inform the investigative bodies that the senior prosecutor of the two ones is giving orders. We're not in the army here. In the army, you execute orders and then you discuss. Here, we are within the limits of the law, which we have to respect. I believe that independence of prosecutors is essential. As long as the prosecutor respects the law, he is independent, because the law talks about independence, and it gives it great importance. I hope I answered your question.
On a different subject, do you think that the current problems in the prosecutor's office are to any extent the product of a culture, a particular way of thinking among prosecutors? And apart from the measures of control which you discussed earlier, what sort of things would you do to try to change the culture in the prosecutor's office?
I think that to a certain extent you're right. The prosecutors, since they are Moldovans, I think there is a certain peculiarity here. We, in those 30 years of democracy, were not able to understand democracy in its fullest sense. We created our own principles of democracy, which we understand and we follow. I think it's very bad. It's bad that the bribe at the level, the petty bribe at the lowest levels in the local public administration. We're talking about bribe in the hospitals, in polyclinics. It has become a way of being. People, when they work in these professions, look, they think it's natural to give and to take those presents, those gifts that are given by the patients. This matter should be changed, fundamentally changed. Understanding making people aware. You know, these ads on TV, it's important to drink, 2 liters of water per day. You have to do the same. You have to, the state, the Moldovan state must understand that you need policies and a communication, very comprehensive communication about this very matter. Indeed, I think that somewhere these things would not end unless you give people profound education. Our children, unfortunately, learn the things as they are, but they are not how they are. I mean, they see everywhere that they give gifts, presents to the doctors, to the school. This is not okay. This is not natural. And they take it for granted. Only by transforming the prosecution institution, this change will not occur. We're talking about criminal policy from the lowest levels. Think about it. We have prosecutors everywhere. I mean, if you have to make a parallel, we would have to have a prison in every village, because, I mean, to come in the morning and leave in the evening. Because I think people take things for granted which are not for granted, which are not okay, and people think they are okay, and then you have to change it through a joint effort of the state, of the civil society, and of the lay people, who have to teach people how that they shouldn't give these gifts anymore, and this can be done gradually, in time, and I think 7 years is enough to change the mentality of the people in this regard. Thank you. A question, Mr. Perju, regarding your concept. Weaknesses, low level, page 13, low level of proactive investigations during the criminal investigation. How do you want to raise this level? Do you have an opinion on that? Proactive in this regard means that the prosecutors, I mean, through their experience, would know about the crimes that have been produced or could be produced and try and avoid these crimes being conducted. Look, in the banking system, being proactive doesn't mean that you have to conduct criminal investigation so that this doesn't happen. No, it means that you come with proposals to the Ministry of Justice, to the Parliament, to change certain laws which could limit these types of crime. Think about it. We're talking post factum, but if criminal investigation bodies, if government did its job, we wouldn't be in this situation. We're talking about people being passive. Not that there is no law, not laws. We have perfect laws, but we're talking about things that haven't been done appropriately. Being proactive means that you have to, in the morning, you start doing your job. Don't wait for something to happen and then react. No, be proactive, solve the issue, because I'm sure that any one of us has them. Be proactive. So how will you control or verify the legality of seizing or classifying criminal investigations? as appropriate? How would you react as a prosecutor general? Let's say, in your view, you say that these cases, criminal cases, have been classified or seized without grounds, maybe illegally. What do you do about them as prosecutor general? Prosecutor general has some tools which he can utilize. We're talking about the prosecutors' corps. I mean, look, which already exists in the ministry. Sorry, in the prosecution general. All of these cases. Are you asking me what do I do if I? Yes, you, prosecutor general, you checked. You have the tools, you have the powers, you have the mechanism as prosecutor general to analyze this and to control. You've identified, criminal cases that have been seized. Yes, we will start criminal investigation against those people, against those prosecutors, to the extent that we will be able to prove that they've done this offense while exercising their job. They will be sanctioned. Well, I'm sorry, but you have here 5 criminal cases, 5 illegal orders. What do you do about them? What do you do about them? Well, to the extent that we can act, no, you personally, as prosecutor general, I will order to take action. Look, as prosecutor general, I don't intend to do all this job by myself, the job of prosecution general. There are tools that I will use in order to make this. No, you will give an order? Yes, of course. The prosecutor disagrees with you. That prosecutor would disagree with you. Look, because he's procedurally independent. Well, then there was no crime. Then there was no offense. No, you believe. Well, I believe. Look, we're talking about public opinion. We're talking about the fact that a complaint, legal complaint was lodged. So the person against whom the complaint was lodged, he committed a crime. Now, me, I'm obliged that where the public opinion, where the prosecutors say that there was an offense, there was a crime, that it's my obligation to say, well, let's see if that was indeed conducted by a prosecutor or not. If it is proved by a court that there is no elements of a crime, then that prosecutor will not be convicted. We are in a state which should comply with the rule of law. Let me give you an example, see if I can convince you. Look what happened in Romania. When some of the prosecutions from there exaggerated slightly, well, it's not good either. We have to keep our nerve. We have to comply with the law so that as big, no matter how big the wish is to sanction, it has to be legal. You cannot deliver justice without law, just without law. It's very important, and this has to do with the will of the prosecutors. If they want to make the change, change will happen. If they don't want change, anyone who would come in this position, no, it will be very difficult to make changes. Okay, I understand you. One more question.
So the second question is the following. You are getting ready. You're not the only one, by the way. You want to reset the personnel, okay, of prosecutors. We have the Superior Council of Prosecutors as a body which doesn't agree with your decision, and within its remit, actually, is the resetting is placed. Well, resetting is part of the General Assembly of the prosecutors, as far as I understand. And of course, yes, I do agree, but we have the public opinion to be formed. Those prosecutors must be convinced that it is better for the system to leave if they believe they can continue to be as within the management of this body. They have to come, as I do, yes, they have to come up with their management plan, and in 4 years, some of them will ask them, well, you told me at the beginning of your work that you were supposed to do this and that.
luările de poziție în
or
calitate de
all the statements
membru în
as members
Consiliul Superior al
of
Procurorilor,
the
că tu ai fost
Superior Council
împotriva
of
ceea ce ai spus
Prosecutors
tu
that
acum
you are
4 ani.
basically against what you had declared 4
Numai
years
așa se
ago.
poate face.
That's
Eu
the
înțeleg ce
only
spuneți.
way
Nu avem
you do.
instrumente
Yes,
prin
I
care să
understand. We
tăiem
don't have any
carne vie. Nu avem.
tools to
Și nici
cut
nu
through
vom
the
face acest lucru
flesh,
pentru că
and we're not going to do it actually,
ne-am transformat dintr-o
because
parte
we
în
would
alta. Nu sunt adecvate.
transform, you know.
Mulțumesc, nu mai am întrebări.
Thank you.
Da, cer scuze, dacă la aceste întrebări, cu încetarea
In terms of dismissal or
urmăririi penală,
stopping criminal
prin ce metode
cases,
veți efectua controlul acesta?
through
Pentru
which
că,
methods are you going to
5.000
exercise this control? Because
de
this
dosare
5,000-7,000 of
care
cases
încetează la
which
faza
are
de urmărire penală,
stopped
la noi,
during the
cam greu
investigation
procurorul
phase,
general
it's
să
going to be
Nu,
kind of
sunt de
hard,
acord cu dumneavoastră,
too much of a
trebuie să
burden
fie
for
o
a general
selecție.
prosecutor. Yeah, of course I
Și
agree.
aș
We need to
merge
make a
a
selection.
selecta dosarele
I would
care
select
sunt
those
de relevant,
cases which
dosarele
are
care
relevant.
au un prejudiciu
I would
patrimonial,
select those
dosarele care,
cases with
într-adevăr,
high
dacă noi
pecuniary
începem și le
damage,
facem, și le reluăm, vom putea
because
să
if
nu
you are
facem
going
ceva.
to reinitiate, we have to be realistic
procurorii
whether
tot
to
procurorii vor trebui să facă
reopen
această
these
analiză.
cases. I mean, all the
Colegii lor
prosecutors will
mai,
have to do this
din sistem
analysis.
vor trebui să facă
Their
analiza
colleagues
asupra
will have to
activităților.
make.
Eu
It's
sunt de
going to be
părere,
a
pentru
peer
că așa
review
este în orice
system.
fel de colectiv. Se
Yes,
cunosc.
in any team, in any organization, it is
Astfel
known.
încât,
It's just known.
în măsura în care ei vor,
So,
sau va trebui și vom putea
depending on the
să-i
extent of the
identificăm,
need and whether we'll be able to
vă
identify,
asigur că puterea exemplului va funcționa
believe me,
foarte
the
bine. Noi nu
power
avem
of
nevoie
example will be
adică sistemul va putea fi
self-sufficient.
corectat cu
The
câteva exemple.
system could be cleansed through several examples. I mean, several of those who are going to be sanctioned or dismissed. I was curious to ask,
conceptului
in terms of implementing your concept, whether this
revizuirea bugetării
can require a revision of the financing plan of the prosecutor's
Știți cum,
office.
constat o chestiune care, nu știu, cred că este adevărată.
I believe
În Moldova salariile
in
sunt foarte
Moldova
mici,
the
aproape la
wages
toate
are
sectoarele, dar toate acestea
slow,
lumea își
very
permite,
low.
că am intrat în magazin,
However,
își permite
you
să
see that
cumpere
the
de toate.
purchasing power
Adică
is
dacă
quite
am
high if you
nevoie
go to a mall or a shopping
fluxul de
center.
produse lunar cu
I'm talking
salariul
about the
fiecăruia
consumption,
dintre-
monthly
nu vorbim
consumption
doar de procurori.
basket, not
E o
just
chestiune generalizată
prosecutors.
pe care, până la urmă,
It's
statul
a general
trebuie să o,
thing.
rezolve într-un anume
The
fel.
state has to address this
Cred
issue on a
că
systemic
lucrurile sunt
basis.
foarte diferite. Discrepanța este
Thinks
foarte
the
mare.
discrepancy
Ceea ce
is
înseamnă,
quite high.
de fapt, discutăm despre
Talking about
o zonă gri în care e mita mică.
so-called
Deci,
gray zone,
ține de
yes?
instituțiile statului
It's up
să
to the
aducă
state institutions
aceste, resurse financiare
to
din
come
zona
up with
gri,
those
astfel încât
funds
acel
from the
medic să
gray
nu mai ia
zone, so as for
300
that doctor
de
not to be
dolari salariu
taking that bribe,
și restul până la 1000 de dolari să-și gestioneze în altă parte bugetele, ci să-i
but
dăm un salariu de 1000
let
de
him
dolari
give him
și el să nu mai ia niciun fel
$1,000 as his salary, and
de
then
cadou de la niciun
he
pacient.
will not
Deci, acesta,
solicit
dacă vreți,
anything
aceasta
from
e
his
viziunea mea. Eu cred
patients.
că
That's my
pentru un angajat, ca el să fie
vision.
performant, iar
for an employee
aceasta
to
este
be
o poziție de management. nu
have a
este o
high
poziție de-
performance.
Eu văd
Again,
în
this
felul
is my
acesta, eu
management
vreau să mă duc
position.
în zona în care
I
le
want
asigur
to
procurorilor absolut toate nevoile pe
create
care ei
this
le au,
comfort zone
și
for
în
the
momentul în care ei le au,
prosecutors,
să pot să le cer
and the moment
performanță.
I provide for
Pentru că nu
those
pot cere
basic needs,
performanță
then
în
I
măsura
can
în care
ask from
el vine
them
la- se duce
performance in
la
their work,
judecătoria
because you cannot ask
mișcare
efficiency and
cu
performance if he has to
sau
go
cum
to
se duce. Nu
court,
poți să ceri
you
performanță în
know,
momentul ăla.
in a public
Ea trebuie, într-adevăr, mi
transportation
se pare important să revizuiesc
vehicle.
bugetele,
I think it's
dar
important to
trebuie să
review
duc
the
mai înainte
budgets,
o analiză.
but
Adică eu
first
sunt
we
adeptul
need an
plății unor
analysis.
salarii mari astfel încât să-mi fie
I
necesară
am an
o
advocate of high
finanțare
salaries,
alternativă în orice fel.
so
Pentru
we'd
că
require,
vă
of course,
asigur că
alternative
salarii-
financing.
Deci, lucrul
But
ăsta, noi nu trebuie să inventăm apa.
we don't have to reinvent the
Există
wheel here.
toată Europa și țările
It's
dezvoltate
out there.
funcționează
All
cu
the
sistemul
Western
acesta.
countries
Există
are working
salarii
based on the system. You
mari
have good,
pe
high
care le primesc
salaries,
angajații statului, iar
and
angajații
civil
statului
servants receive the
în
salaries
exercițiul public pe care îl
in the
fac,
public service.
ei nu mai au nevoie
They
de
no
alte,
longer need any additional funds, okay?
cum să zic, resurse
or any
alternative
other additional alternative resources from somewhere else. So I believe in this, because Moldova, there is no way Moldova can develop further without this, ensuring this basic needs. You cannot work with 200 lei, you cannot work with 3,000 lei as a salary. It's not possible. You cannot survive in Moldova, however much you want. On the other hand, the social crisis which we are going through, but I think it's going to be more acute. More younger people will leave this country, those who are actually capable to develop this country. So we need to come up with a very clear program for a sustainable period of time, like in 10 years we want to reach this milestone, of course with the help from the outside, because Moldova is a small country. We don't need extraordinary funds. We don't have heavy industry to be resuscitated in a way. And plus, the industry we had is no longer the point. So from this position, this is my attitude towards additional funding and towards the salaries. We need to invest heavily in digitalization and the IT, which definitely needs upgrades. Mr. Perju. How are you going to select and promote prosecutors under the conditions that this remit under law belongs to Superior Council of Prosecutors and not PG? I've always asked myself why these management functions are so odd. I believe we need to give more attributions to these deputies, and so nobody would want to become chief prosecutor. So saying, look, I cannot do it because I have another case to take care of, so I'm an advocate of efficiency. I mean, you're asking me how do I change a mindset. It's not easy to change a mindset, but if you come from the outside the system, from different mechanisms, you can motivate them to do something. And I believe there is this window of opportunities nowadays after these previous governments. And now I think we got a chance. Moldova has the chance, and this chance is viewed both politically and as a resuscitation, a revival of this country. And I think with this revival process, you can impose upon certain things which will be absorbed on a quite natural basis, although they don't seem very natural in a different country. I'd like to clarify for myself. You went to study in Romania, so what was the reason to stay in Romania, not to come back to your own country? That's a good question. But in one sentence, please. Well, when I left, I left when everybody stayed in Moldova. Now I'd like to get back when everybody's leaving Moldova. Look, I come from a simple family. I didn't have relations, connections to be able to do something here, to succeed here. So that was the mindset. In order to be able to do something in Moldova, you needed connections. I didn't have the connections. My parents didn't have these connections. So I said, I'd rather go to a place nobody knows me. And if I succeed by my own power, then it's going to be, my success is going to be more remarkable. Okay, so I had several opportunities for self-development. No, I did not have any, actually. No, in Romania, you had more prospects. What was the reason behind, after the graduation, to stay in Romania? What was the main reason? I believe I always wanted to have a good life. So you saw prospects, but an honest life, to be able to be honest and to be able to succeed, and to be able to accomplish things I would be proud of. So you stayed in Romania because you had more prospects for self-accomplishment. Yes. I mean, I was a simple employee, and I had the support, immediate support from very influential persons, notorious architects, which have seen potential in me, and they supported me. I mean, in 6 months, I just graduated, and half a year later, they appoint me General Secretary of that institution, which basically controlled everything. Yeah, okay, it's clear. Another question. Now you're saying that, okay, young people are leaving because the working conditions are difficult. You decided to come back to this country, to return to your roots. Look, like then I had the chance to stay. So the situation is kind of the same now. I mean, you still have much more opportunities in Romania, but you still decided to return to a smaller salary than in Romania. Nobody mentioned anything about the amount of my wage. Okay, you said that with such a staffing, with such a salary, it's difficult to maintain the strong people in the system. So what has changed? Well, my vision is the same. I did not change my vision. Maybe something changed in the vision of the state. That currently the state seems to want something else. If that will of the state is an authentic one, that things can be done then. But if it's just declarative and very, that's something else. I have the knowledge, I have the experience and expertise to make these changes happen. If I have a proper team as well, I understand
Eu
your
am aici
question.
așa un punct motivație.
I'm just
Și eu
curious
încă
about
nu
your
înțeleg
motivation.
ce scriu aici.
I don't know what to
Adică,
write
eu
here
înțeleg
because
că,
I understand
dorința
that
absolvenților din
the
Moldova să
wish of
rămână,
graduates
deci noi tot
to
o
stay in
înțelegem.
Romania is there, and we understand it.
Cum această
Now, how is
motivație
this
se schimbă
motivation
când se aplică
changing
pentru
when
poziții
you
unde,
apply for a position?
hai să zicem,
Where,
sunt alte
let's put it,
condiții,
we'll say it,
alte
there's different
posibilități,
conditions, there's different
atunci când
opportunities,
vreați
and when you have
carieră,
a career already,
cumva un stil de
a
viață,
a lifestyle, coming back to the country means lots of changes. I want to understand your motivation to apply for this position in this case. You're trying to present this position as if this is slightly negative. No, it's not negative, but it's not easy. Well, wait a second. It's one thing to be easy, another thing to be negative. From what I remember, the wish of the parliament was to change a law. You change a law to bring a prosecutor, because everybody wanted a European prosecutor, right? In Moldova. For him to do the job. I ask you, what is the motivation of the parliament when they really want that? The motivation is one, firm motivation. Is it right or not right? But the motivation of the parliament is clear. Your motivation. What is your motivation? Well, I meet, look, I will be the employee of the Moldovan state. The state, as an employer, makes a statement. We want European candidate. We want a European prosecutor. Perfect. It's me. I meet the conditions. Well, would someone ever imagine that someone will come to you from France, from US, and you'll ask him the question about motivation? Well, motivation is professional motivation. The salary, well, to the extent that I'll be elected, we'll discuss this. You know what? I am of the following opinion. As long as a private client affords to pay me to make or to give him this advice, I don't see why a state will not afford to pay a professional to do the same thing that he pays to a private guy. You see, you're telling me that it's good there, it's bad here. No, I have a different opinion. No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said that you motivate your departure. I want to understand the motivation of you coming here. So I never thought, I never considered that for a state, the problem of money to bring a specialist from outside would be a problem. Well, this was never discussed so far, but that's my opinion. prosecution. As long as you say that you need a European prosecutor, I think you have some resources for that. If you don't have resources, then I say, this is all statements. We come and talk things. You know, I thought that as long as people said, we want it, okay, I am the one. You know, frankly speaking, I thought there would be many more candidates from Romania, even from outside Moldova. I expected that. Now, looking back, I think I'm probably the only one who meets that condition, that requirement. Thank you very much for the time and for the answers to the questions. I thank you as well. We wish you good luck and have a good day. Hi everyone, honored members of the committee. While presenting my concept for the management and development of prosecution as it is provided for by the point 25 of the regulation on the selection of the candidate for prosecutor general. Let me focus on the problems and deficiencies in the system, and then I will present my problems, my proposals to solve these problems and deficiencies. While conducting the SWOT analysis of the activity of the prosecution general, I've identified lots of witnesses which directly or indirectly determined, what is bad and what is good in prosecution. From the very outset, I'll tell you that I'll talk about deficiencies and problems as well as solutions that I believe are the most important ones and which affected the prosecution in the most serious way. By prioritizing the issues and giving their severity and the number, and the way they reflect on the profile and image of prosecution, I exposed them in 22 of them. And the first problem is the reluctance and the insufficient transparency in investigating high-profile cases. This is known by the society, and that means so these cases must be in the top of the daily agenda of the Prosecutor General so that they are finalized quickly and transparently enough for the society. Two, there's no real control of specialized prosecutions by the Prosecutor General, and they become secret structures. And the results of their activities means severe violations of organizational procedure, and then there is a lack of audit and procedural audit of those specialized institutions from the time of their creation. Three, there are behaviors and attitudes and decisions which creates the appearance of selective justice. And then when it comes to arrest and pretrial arrest and seizures, which sometimes are illegal. Four, inefficient selection mechanisms, and in this regard, there are some senior prosecutors whose qualities are sometimes inappropriate. Lack of real independence of prosecutors when they conduct criminal investigation and approving decisions in relation to the senior prosecutors. Six, the lack of formalized written documents, protocols, and which would clearly determine what is acceptable. Some red lines in the communication and relations between the politicians and the government and prosecution. Next, 7, lack of fair rules of distribution of work in prosecution offices. 8, lack of the involvement of prosecutors in the management activities as well as in procedural activities. 9, delay in criminal investigation and formalizing the institution of the time frame for criminal investigation, and then formal specialization of the prosecutors. 11, a turnover of staff. 12, too much red tape and too much complications while recruiting legal professionals in prosecution, lack of a general image, and the fact that we give a bad light to prosecutors, and lack of a reaction by the prosecution to the actions which violate the authority of the institution. 15, weak capacities of the Superior Council of prosecutors, inefficient mechanisms to make prosecutors accountable, and the fact that we don't have efficient performance selection, as well as making people accountable. 16, there's no stimulation of prosecutors. 17, lack of efficient communication with the investigative bodies and those who conduct criminal investigation. And then there is not enough dialogue between prosecutors and judges, and then a lack of ethical standards, and corrupt behavior sometimes. 20, imperfect legal framework when it comes to criminal investigation, and too much red tape, including when it comes to people which are mentally impaired. 21, stalled digitizing of the prosecution.
Distinguished audience, these are the main problems faced by the prosecutor's office, and they are solving would boost the efficiency and the credibility of the system, and of course a total different of perception on behalf of the citizens. Furthermore, I shall refer to the second aspect relating to the regulation on selection and proposing sustainable solutions in order to remove those deficiencies I have identified. Furthermore, the main directions of actions for the future general prosecutor, having a legacy with broad set of problems I've mentioned. First of all, prioritize the investigation of all criminal cases of a high-profile significance, evaluation criminal prosecution, ensuring the transparency of criminal investigation. Second, the re-evaluation and activity of the prosecutor's office in the last 5 years. General prosecutor's office, firstly in terms of management, and in terms of the procedures, specialized prosecutor's office, a full audit from the procedures and management standpoint, and the prosecutor's office of Chisinau in terms of its efficiency and the quality of performance. Reorganize the inspection of prosecutors by seconding inspectors within CSP and not general prosecutor, and also examining all pieces of information presented in the mass media in terms of the breaches admitted by the prosecutors. 4, analyzing the selective justice and criminal selective, evaluating excessive constraint measures. I'm talking about pre-trial measures, arrests, and so on. Creating a management model for the specialized and district offices by creating a complex guide on the way of organizing and exercising senior prosecutor's role, diminish the disbalance between the assignment of cases by developing instructions of objective criteria in terms of assigning the cases within prosecutors' offices, developing current mechanisms for combating ill practices and torture, by assigning exclusive remit in terms of examining notifications and criminal investigations on such type of crimes to specialized prosecutors' office, promoting amendments to legislation in terms of transfer of pretrial isolators from GPI and NIC to the National Penitentiary Institution, and the transfer of medical aid units from the National Penitentiary Service to the Ministry of Healthcare, developing the current investigation mechanisms committed by police, customs service, intelligence service, penitentiary, National Anti-Corruption Office, prosecutors and judges, by assigning the exclusive remit to specialized prosecutors' office. Reducing red tape and simplifying criminal procedure by developing the concept on the reform of the pretrial investigation and developing a draft of a regulatory framework in this regard together with the Ministry of Justice. Analysis and review of the legal and institutional framework in terms of criminal prosecution on persons of mentally ill persons, uniforming the judicial and criminal prosecution practice, consolidation, the statute of role is personal and institutional independence by consolidating the role of the CSP and their subordinate bodies, monitoring the way how the ethical code is observed by the prosecutors, ensuring and specialization of judges by different areas of crime, systematic use of methodology in terms of investigation of crimes for profit purposes and also economic crimes. Reducing quality legal regulations in the criminal procedure code and associated crimes in terms of digitalization of the criminal prosecution process, ensure continuous process of lengthy criminal proceedings, analysis of suspended, dismissed cases, as well acquittal sentences of judges and the legal grounds in standing behind, developing the dialogue, interprofessional dialogue initiated in 2018 by the Charter of Judges, Prosecutors and Lawyers from this country, contributing to creating an institutional memory and culture, growing the preventive role of the prosecutor's office. Dear members of the board, as a conclusion, I would like to evoke, in order to reform the prosecutor's office needs by priorities the change of ideas and approaches. Yes, indeed, it's a lot on the general prosecutor and the educational institution, which has been received by most of the prosecutors, including the latest generations. I think there is a need to have an authoritarian, strong leader being in the control and also responsible for everything. Whether you come from the system or outside the system, every general prosecutor appointed or selected in the last 20 years has understood that the stereotype expectations of the prosecutors and is now thinking that this is the most viable solution. Most of the general prosecutors in the beginning of the mandate had a democratic and participative style of management. Over the course, understanding the reality from the systems and the requirements of the society and the politicians, a lot of them have become excessively authoritarian. So we had just one correct position, and this one belonged to the general prosecutor. I apologize, I have just 30 seconds left. You're just stealing from the discussion. Just 30 more seconds, please. So that's the biggest issue of the General Prosecutor's Office. The prosecutors need to change their mindset and stereotypes in terms of the profile of General Prosecutor, and they have to understand that the solution is about the impartiality and independence in terms of organizing the investigation, in terms of taking the decisions. It's a need for a fair justice. And of course, all these have to be related to professional and accountability, which we must, all of us, demonstrate in whatever we do. A general prosecutor must lead the system, must exercise its attributions to the extent which is under law and does not have any interference with the impartiality of a case prosecutor. It has to ensure self-sufficient democratic type of management, forget of all those things when he was centrally responsible for everything. During the evaluation procedure and disciplinary sanctions liability, if this is not going to be in the remit of the general prosecutor, then the prosecutors will generally be the best and most deserved colleagues. The inspectorate will be composed of professionals, independent ones. Then the CSP will have the competence to have another control mechanism alternatively to the GP, and there will be a balance of powers. Only then the prosecution system is going to be efficient, and they can rightfully have the claim to become magistrates. This is the future, the profile of a future GP, and this is how I'm going, regardless of this competition, and regardless of whatever position I have within the system or outside it. Thank you very much. Please try to maintain the time frame of 2-3 minutes so every single member of the board has the time to address the question.
Din partea mea,
The first question on my behalf, 2 points from your presentations are extremely interesting. Point number 4, analysis of the selective justice and evaluation of the excessive constraints methods. And point 17, monitoring the criminal cases which have been dismissed, so have them at an extraordinary length. So how do you see it practically? I mean, you had thousands of cases. How do you see actually to address this problem? In the latest times, the phenomenon of selective justice, selective criminal prosecution has been heavily discussed both professionally and in the society itself. Overall, if you ask me, when this, I think it's not just the prosecutors who are accountable for this phenomenon, it's all the state institutions involved in combating and preventing crimes. It all starts from the police, control bodies, bodies in charge of special investigative activity, identify natural persons or legal persons which they focus on, respectively conduct certain control action, prosecution, special investigative actions. So subsequently, the prosecutor gets on his table the materials, ready materials, and the discretion of the prosecutor is based on whatever materials have been presented. Under such situation, I believe that the purpose of the prosecutor's office is to remove such practices from the activity of law enforcement agencies like police and the others, so as not to select the potential persons to be prosecuted. All the breaches, all the notifications should be investigated. You cannot select the persons at your own discretion, whether these are the first steps to be done, and these steps must relate not just to prosecutors and judges, because normally they only work with the materials which have been presented by the law enforcement bodies, which are other authorities, which are not under their control or surveillance, because they are from other state authorities. This relates to question number 1.
Now, about question number 2. Reasonable term. This is a need to ensure a fair process, fair trial. No, unfortunately, the tools that are used today by the prosecutor in determining and extending the term for the criminal investigation is not efficient. To the contrary, it has become a burden. It has transformed, it has become into a formal exercise in a paper that papers, lots of papers that are part of the case. The fact that we have provided regulations in criminal investigation procedure regarding the criminal investigation term by extending them, we didn't solve the problem of a reasonable term. All the requests which are done today by the criminal investigation bodies are formal, and then the orders of the prosecution are also formal, because prosecutors are in a situation that they don't have any other alternative but to extend this term. Lately, the prosecution general once a year is generalizing the state of affairs when it comes to the time frame for criminal investigation, and they request information, appropriate information, from territorial prosecution offices regarding the cases which exceed 3, 6, 1 year, 2 years. Now, focusing their attention on criminal cases subject to the category of offense, severity of offense, and the time frame required to finalize the investigation. Now, this is when it comes to the time frame and reasonable time. Now, when it comes to the suspended criminal cases, well, I'm sorry, I understand how severe the problem is, and how important problem is, but I wanted a short answer. How are you going to tackle that? How are you going to solve that? You said that you will analyze, that you will tackle it. How? Practically, how does it happen? You as Prosecutor General. Practically, this would be possible through a number of tools. First, when the parties to the process are quite active and they intervene with certain complaints, requests, which relate to the disagreement with how the reasonable time frame is being complied with, well, that would have to be submitted to the prosecution inspection, which has to be objective, independent, and unbiased, and to rule on every case, specific case, by actually making the prosecutors and criminal investigation officers accountable of that. Now, two, since in the Prosecutor General there is a subdivision, which is called the Section for the Unification of the Criminal Investigation Practice, this subdivision could, going forward, monitor the evolution of criminal investigations of high-profile cases, or those cases which have been dragged in time, and then they're unjustified long time, but focusing the attention on cases regarding severe delinquency and exceptionally grave cases. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon.
I have a little problem with... Oh, it's okay.
So, Mr. Popov, in your motivation letter, you refer to, and maybe this is a translation problem, but you refer to the crisis of corruption as being an image crisis. And I think you say something like the performance of prosecutors left room to be interpreted as biased, politicized, corrupt, unethical, illegal. Could you clarify, please, whether you think that there is a problem of people whose performance is in fact, and not just perceived, but is in fact biased, politicized, corrupt, unethical, and illegal?
I don't know if I understand the problem correctly, but if your question refers to the process of assessing the performance of prosecutors and how it right alone reflects on the prosecutor's career, then I could say the following.
No, that wasn't the question.
Can you then
just to clarify the question?
Can you speak? Can you?
Okay. The question is, because you refer in your motivation letter to an image crisis, and you talk about how the performance of prosecutors left room to be interpreted as biased, politicized, corrupt, unethical, illegal. What I'm asking you is, do you think this is just a question of perception, or are there really cases, as many people think, where the prosecutor's decisions are biased, politicized, corrupt, unethical, or illegal? In other words, are we talking about a problem of perception or a problem of reality, really bad performance?
Thank you for the question. Now I understand it. Subjectively, I think that the problem is not just appearances of pure image crisis. I believe that behind these appearances, obviously, the society knows specific cases of corrupt behavior, of independent attitudes which lack independence, objectivity, and impartiality. At the same time, I believe that the accusations that are brought forward in a generalized manner to the whole system, across the board, all prosecutors, they are not fair. As far as I'm concerned, during the last years, known figures have participated, very well-known figures participated in this image crisis from the same prosecution units. And here I refer to specialized prosecution offices. I think that the biggest crisis, image crisis, in the lately and give us headache for the system came from these two institutions. Otherwise, most of the prosecutors have done their job well. They've answered to the challenges and the requirements, to the demands when it comes to combating delinquency, criminal investigation, and bringing forward charges, etc. Thank you.
When you say most of the prosecutors have done their job well, I mean, that could be 51%. Now, obviously, you can't put a figure on it, but what I'm hearing from people other than you is that there is a real problem, and nobody is saying that there are not honest prosecutors, but that there is a real problem of corruption, a significant problem. Do you think there is a significant problem? And when I say that, I mean maybe 10, 20% of prosecutors being corrupt, to my mind, would be a hugely serious problem. What I want to get from you is whether you see this as a problem or not. And I'm getting an impression that you think this is primarily just a matter of perception.
Thank you for the question. Knowing most of the prosecutors corps, I'm afraid to think that the figures, when it comes to them being corrupt, would exceed what you said, 10 or 20%. I'm a believer, I'm firmly convinced that if this behavior, corrupt behavior, exists, if it does exist, then I believe that it could be compared to the corruption existing in all state institutions. But anyway, it is much lower than 10%. And that is stated, I'm saying it without having specific data, without having done an analysis. Currently, this is not my area of expertise. I think when it comes to this question, the anti-corruption prosecutors and the director of the National Anti-Corruption Office could give you a better answer. My perception is subjective, and it results from my level of information that I have. Now, frankly speaking, lately, it's more from press, because as I mentioned, the activity of some structures, especially specialized prosecution offices, lately has become more secret than the intelligence service, more secretive than the intelligence service.
So could you tell me, as Prosecutor General, what steps would you take to find out what is the level of corruption and to deal with any corruption which you found?
Cred că
I believe
este o
that
problemă destul de
this is
complexă
a very complex problem,
și respectiv și
and then the measures have to be
potrivite, destul de complexe.
complex as well.
În primul și în primul rând,
First and foremost,
gândesc că
I
aș
believe
stabili
that I would determine,
un set destul de
I'd create or come up with a
complex
very
de
comprehensive
indicatori
set of
a
indicators
unor comportamente
of some
neetice,
unethical behavior,
necorespunzătoare de
inappropriate
profesionale,
behavior, which has nothing to do with
coruptibile,
the professional ethics, a corrupt behavior.
și respectiv
Therefore,
aș
I would
contribui
contribute
la fortificarea
to the
activității
strengthening of the
tuturor structurilor
activities of all
de control din cadrul
control
Procuraturii
structures
Generale, în
from
limitele competențelor lor,
prosecution office within the remit of their competence. And here I have some doubts. But
în special
specifically,
aș pune accent
I would focus
pe activitatea
on the
inspecției
the
procurorilor,
activity of prosecution
care mizez foarte mult.
inspection,
În curând
on which I count a lot. I
va
hope
face un salt
soon
din cadrul
it will
competenței Procuraturii Generale și la Consiliul Superior al Procurorilor.
it will switch from Prosecutor
După
General
mine, urmând avea în componență
Super Council of Prosecutors, having in its composition
procurori
seconded prosecutors,
care să cunoască
which would know
modul de activitate
the way
și de procesare a unui dosar,
a case
să poată
is
citi
conducted, so that they could read between the lines
respectiv
and
să realizeze niște
they
anchete
could conduct some
efective,
efficient, objective,
complexe,
comprehensive investigations. And when each prosecutor
va înțelege
will understand
că pentru un
that for
comportament
any behavior,
necorespunzător
inappropriate behavior, which is against the law,
va urma numai decât o responsabilitate
there will be accountability,
și va fi eliminat din
and they will be
sistem.
eliminated from the system, either disciplinary or criminally.
Cred că atunci
I think then
și comportamentele
the behavior
vor fi minimizate la
will
maxim
be minimized,
sau vor fi înlăturate.
or they will be removed altogether.
Just a final quick question. Do I understand that your primary professional competence is as an analyst rather than a manager? In your current job, you're doing criminological analysis and legislative matters as well. Am I correct about that?
Da. Începând cu
Yes,
anul
starting with
trecut,
last year, August,
exercit funcția de șef
I am head of criminological analysis and proposals for legal framework proposals. I'm doing this job for more than 1 year.
Domnul Popov, ați afirmat aici niște lucruri pe mine foarte grave.
Mr. Kennedy, you've mentioned very bold statements
din probleme sau din propuneri.
from the proposals or from the problems you've identified. No, from the state of play, the actual state of play. So you actually said that those specialized prosecutors' offices are super secret now. Are you working you're working for 22 years in the system, and I'd like to hear a pure yes or no answer from you. Did you raise this issue before at the General Assembly, or anywhere else?
Da.
Yes?
Am avut o comunicare cu
I had a
fosta conducere
conversation, a communication with the former management,
și mi-am expus punctul meu de
and
vedere
I stated my point of view
că atâta timp
that as long
cât
as
structurilor specializate li se dă
the specialized entities or specialized prosecutors' office are granted independence, practically full independence, there are self-sufficient activities, the
ilimitate
subunits of general prosecutors being limited virtually in anything in terms of controlling any complaint, request, case, or any work relating to the work of the specialized offices.
după mine
So as long as this is the case, because currently the prosecutors' inspection in terms of these entities... Okay, so what was the reaction from the management? from the General Prosecution Office management, because you've highlighted a very grave problem of the system. Mr. Bayesh, the results actually, I think, show their reaction, don't they? I believe it was quite more simple not to undertake any responsibility whatsoever, to step in, basing your decision on formal legal requirements, saying that effectively the heads of these specialized prosecutors' offices have the right to administer their units on a self-sufficient basis or an autonomous basis. And as an objective of your concept, you are aiming to reduce the number of acquittal sentences from 1 point something to 2%. In the civilized world, they get up to 25%. Okay, reduction. Furthermore, you have presented your materials specifically for the position of a judge. Having become a judge, would you abandon this practice of acquittals, or how? Thank you for the question. I believe that the number of acquittals in the country, if we compare it with the Western world or the world generally on the international level, yes, they're quite low. The level of acquittals is low, but I just like to make things clear. If, according to me, currently, we have serious doubts towards the analysis within the specialized department, specialized judiciary department of the General Prosecution Office. When the sentences become irrevocable and definitive, they are not analyzed, they're not calculated properly under the aspect of the underpinning factors. Because I know there are situations when, indeed, it was a controversial procedure, it was really a battle between defense and prosecution, and I think it quite naturally expected acquittal sentence. But we have sufficiently high many number of acquittals or dismissals camouflaged under this, where they basically show or mask those crimes by the prosecutors who have not started prosecution at all, or send the person to the court at all. So, in terms of this, I'm talking about this dimension of acquittal sentences. And the rest, I agree with you. And yes, in my professional line of work, over the course of the last years, we have this vision inhibited that as of lately, the judiciary in the last years, when they managed cases of specialized offices, whenever they heard of the anti-corruption and the specialized prosecutor's office, implicitly they never thought about acquittal sentence. You know what I mean? So if we are to analyze the conviction sentences or the acquittal sentences voiced for those specifically in relation to these two specialized offices, I think we'll find very much material, very much controversial materials. You well, as a fact, the situation in two spots of your concept paper in terms of the labor turnover or personal turnover, and you reiterate this in loss of personnel, loss of qualified staff by early retirements. What's the cause? Maybe generally, could you exemplify on that, taking into account the fact that, or regardless of the fact, better said, of course, the wages of prosecutors are somehow more or less okay, yes, but I still personally encounter such situations. And me as a defender, I ask, from which side are you today? I'm also on your side, yeah? So, what do you think is the root cause? Thank you for the question. I agree with you that the wages of prosecutors have grown, yes, in our benefit, but I cannot say that the wages of prosecutors are bad. No, the salaries are quite good. At the same time, we established the labor turnover is quite high. People are leaving constantly, and there are multiple reasons behind. One of them is that a lot of prosecutors in the last years, when they hear about the prospects changing the law on lawyers and aiming to become maybe a lawyer in some near future and having the proper experience of 10 years, actually pursue this career to become licensed. Some of them have suspended it and then they came back to the system. That's one of the explanation. Okay? Secondly, maybe it's not as essential, but if you compare it to other stakeholders working against crime, talk about police officers, criminal investigation officers, secret service officers, customs officers, people from the penitentiary, judges. So one of the elements in terms of a proper pension is just discriminatory. Some of my colleagues just enrolled into those forces to have a proper pension, and then they subsequently switched to another area, even business area. And thirdly, some of my colleagues have left the system because the psychological climate or the work within the system in the latest years has become a little bit unbearable, and I think this was the trigger factor to leave of their own accord. You have voiced a remark, quite interesting from my standpoint, that over the course of last years or tens of years, the prosecutors, or general prosecutors, who had been working as general prosecutors have been appointed or elected. So in the beginning, these general prosecutors were somehow democratic, but subsequently they have become authoritarian because, as I have understood, the system itself has made them to change, or the condition of the system has made them to change, to transform in such a way. The question of mine is the following. If you have made this remark and you noted it and you want to become a general prosecutor, how would you try avoiding this transformation, which was the case for your predecessors? Simply, I am an avid believer that when you tread on the same mistakes, you cannot expect a different result. The moment, if I'm not due diligent enough, or I'm not investing enough in the personnel, in the prosecutors, yeah? If I'm not doing that, and the prospects of them becoming true professionals, independent and impartial, accountable and responsible and committed for whatever they do, I fear that I'll have the same end of career as a lot of my colleagues. Over the course of your career, have you had situations when breaching the law was necessary or inevitable? How did you actually...
Nu, în activitatea de serviciu,
In my line of work?
nu, n-am avut.
No, never had such cases.
Am găsit întotdeauna soluții legale.
I've always found legal solutions. Thank you.
Domn Popov, o să vă rog să vă concentrați
Mr. Popov, please concentrate a little bit or refer to your career, please, a little bit, your professional work. So, can you mark a situation which was a flop, a failure, and explain why? And eventually, if you had the chance to repeat your life, what would you do differently? That's a sensitive or delicate question. I shall try to answer it. One of my failures in the recent years, I believe, was the situation when I was in the capacity of a defendant in a criminal case. Specifically, back in 2012, I finished building my home, and I moved to Melești Mici, which is my native village. So I moved from Chișinău. I relocated there. In that year, I declared that in real estate, in my declaration of assets, the next year, there was an amendment to law on declaring assets and interests, which radically changed the way of reporting. So it was nothing in the previous year. You had to report or declare your assets not just once, but you had to repeat it over the course of the year, every single year. So how it perpetuated. So I committed a fatal mistake back then. In the next year, knowing it has been declared, it's already under the... It's all registered, everybody is aware, all the structures, all the entities, so I didn't think that there is a need to repeat it, okay? So it slipped my mind. So when I was the candidate for the deputy head of the anti-corruption prosecutor's office, they found this mistake, this fatal mistake, and they initiated a criminal case. I was suspended. I was excluded from the competition, of course, for the post. I was smeared. Me and my whole family was smeared. And then after 2 months, when the competition was over, my dear colleagues have taken the declaration from the previous year on assets, and they found that this piece of land and home was actually declared. So they stopped the criminal proceeding. However, you know, this was already too late. I had a professional ambition to lead that institution. I worked as interim head for 8 months, so I knew it, its specifics, its state of... And I really wanted to change some things there, but I didn't manage, so this was my failure, one of the biggest failures I had to endure as a prosecutor. And I deeply regret that. Thank you. If there are no further questions, we'd like to thank you for your time and for your answers. We'll wish you success. Thank you very much. Please take the floor. Then I shall start then. I'm a former prosecutor, so obviously coming back to the prosecutor's system is much more than relevant, but I shall start with, not with the history, but a small background, the history of our state, a young state,
10 decenii de suveranitate.
It has around a couple of decades of sovereignty. In this period,
Trei legi cu privire la
been
procuratură.
adopted 3 laws on
Eu aici am
prosecution.
analizat și am văzut că
I've analyzed it,
toate aceste legi au fost
scrutinized all of them.
adoptate
All these laws had been adopted.
fiind aservite în viziunea mea. Clar lucru, vă spărați, eu am să
No
exprim viziunea
offense
mea.
taken, I will express
Fiind
my point of
aservite
view. So all
anumitor
these 3 laws were dictated
conglomerate
by
politice
certain
existente
political
la
groups
momentul acela,
available at the
care,
time of
după
adoption,
placul său,
which, according to their own desire,
făceau, să zicem așa, o jucărică din care
made
ulterior
the
își
prosecution
trăgeau
service
foloasele.
a toy which they used
Așa
for their
s-a
own
întâmplat și cu
benefits.
ultima lege,
This happened.
unde
This is
a
also the
fost,
case with the last law,
schimbată și procedura de numire a
which
procurorului
also
general.
amended the
Astfel
procedure
numit
for
un
appointing the
procuror
general
general,
prosecutor. So our general prosecutor
posibil, așa să zicem, eu nu știu, nu e
can
o
be
dovadă
appointed, okay,
consecventă
possibly.
că a fost aservit politic, dar, mă rog, din
I
ceea ce a
believe it's
fost,
still
se vede că a
under
fost.
the
În afară de
political
asta,
will. However,
această lege a
this
fost
latest law
încă adoptată încă în folosul încă
been
alte
adopted
persoane. Deci
in the interest
a
of
fost,
another person.
personală
So it was a
legea
personal law,
pentru
in my view,
formarea procuraturii pentru
in
cauzele
terms of establishing a
speciale și
specialized prosecutor's office
combaterea crimei organizate și pentru alegerea procurorului
and
general.
for the appointment of the general
În cazurile
prosecutor.
respective,
In these
acești
cases,
procurori,
these prosecutors
evident că au avut anumite
unquestionably
deficiențe în
had
activitate,
certain
noi le știm cu toate.
deficiencies in their work. We all
Evident,
know
până și
them.
nu s-a ajuns la o
So far,
misiune de dezvăluire a acestor
nobody wants to
activități.
reveal all these
Păreri de rău.
illicit activities, unfortunately.
Da, scuzați. Da, și
Yes.
lucrurile astea,
And
zicem,
all these
societatea le-a
things, the
perceput
society
ca
has
un
perceived
efect
all these
negativ al
things
activității întregii procuraturi.
as an adverse
Însă eu, activând peste
functioning of the
21
whole
de ani,
system.
22
I've
de ani
worked over 22 years
vreau
in
să
the
vă spun cu
prosecutor's
certitudine
service.
că
I can tell you
sistemul de procurori au
firmly that
au
all
activat,
prosecutors
indiferent
had worked
care lege a fost în
regardless of
vigoare,
what law was
cea
in
din
force,
93,
whether the
cea
law
din
from 1993 or the
2009,
law
cea
from
din
2009 or the law from
au fost
2016.
primele redute de luptă
They were the first
cu criminalitatea.
front line
Indiferent
to fight against the crime,
unde, în ce raion și în ce
regardless
oraș.
the district, the town, or any other location.
Un număr mic de procurori
A
poate
small
care
number of prosecutors
aserveau
maybe
politic
which were really serving the political
Însă ceilalți,
regime, but as for the
înțeleg de ce
biggest
trebuie să fie
majority,
ponegriți,
I don't know why you have to
în
smear them
societate,
so much in the society,
mass media,
in the
de către
press,
politicienii noștri și așa
by
mai
our
departe.
politicians
Pentru
and
că,
so on.
nimeni n-a întrebat un
Because
procuror
nobody asked
câte ore activează
how many
în săptămână,
hours of
câte
work
zile
you
activează
have per
în
week,
an.
how
Pentru
many
că o
days of
zi
work
normată sau
effectively you
nenormată,
have in a year,
este
because
o
a
diferență
normal
foarte mare în
8-hour
activitatea
day
procurorului.
and
Nimeni
a
n-a întrebat
day
procurorul
which is
de
not
pildă
8
dacă
hours is something
a venit
else.
aici
Nobody
la fața
asked
locului la ora 1
the
de noapte,
prosecutors
și a
if they
venit
had
la
a
7
call
dimineața
at 1
acasă,
o'clock and came
a
back to
venit,
his
s-a
bed
pornit
at 7
tabloul
o'clock,
și s-a
had
dus
the
iarăși din nou
tea and then
la lucru.
came back
Nimeni
to
nu l-a
work.
întrebat,
Nobody
ești
asked these
obosit, nu ești
prosecutors,
obosit,
are you
s-a
tired?
achitat orele cele care
Were you
le
paid off?
angajați până la urmă sau nu?
Did they pay overtime for
Lucrul
that or not?
este, păreri
No,
de rău, în
nobody
societate
asked.
nu le
Unfortunately,
dezvăluim și
nobody reveals
lucrul
all
ăsta
these hidden
rămâne
things.
în umbră. Adică
And
ceilalți membri
so the rest
ai sistemului procurorilor
of the
rămân de
prosecutorial
asemenea
service
umbriți de
I also
imaginea
shaded
unor
somehow
procurori
or
poate corupți,
smeared by
poate,
certain corrupt behavior of
poate
a few prosecutors
supuși politic.
who might be
Acest
serving some
lucru,
political
eu cred
interests.
că trebuie de... Eu am să încerc,
I
chiar
shall
dacă n-am să fiu în
try,
funcție de procuror
even though I
general,
do not become
oricum eu
a
n-am
prosecutor
să,
general,
n-am să las lucrurile
I'm not
în
going
modul acesta și
to let the things
modul
unvoiced,
posibil care însă l-am, am să fac
and
tot
to the
posibil
best
ca
of
să
my power,
ridic,
I shall
crească
try
imaginea procurorilor
to
care
enhance
muncesc
the
cinstit
credibility
și
of
în
honest
folosul statului.
prosecutors who are working for the interests of the state.
O situație care deranjează
A
toată
situation
societatea
which
este
bothers the
faptul
whole
acela că
society is the fact
ne
that
mănâncă de pe din interior
we
corupția.
have
Este
this
un
corruption
este un
phenomenon
flagel
which eats us from
foarte
the
nevoios
inside,
și cu care e foarte greu de
That's an
lucrat.
affection.
Dacă
It's very
facem o
hard
comparație
to
chiar și cu țările cele mai
tackle it. If you
dezvoltate
compare
din
it
punct de
with the
vedere
most
democratic,
developed
noi vedem că
countries in terms of
flagelul ăsta persistă și
democracy, we
acolo.
see that corruption is still there
La
too.
noi în țară,
But
de
in
asemenea,
our country,
flagelul ăsta
corruption phenomenon
a înflorit
has
foarte tare și
bloomed.
evident că este o necesitate de a lua
And
o
of course, there's a need
o
to
atitudine
take an
foarte urgentă și foarte
urgent
drastică.
and drastic
În
attitude
sensul ăsta,
towards it.
evident că un singur procuror
Obviously,
sau chiar
one,
dacă
a single
toată
prosecutor
procuratura
or even the
sau
whole
se includă în
prosecutor's
lupta activă,
office
n-au
must
să
be
poată face față.
cannot
Dacă
cope
întreaga
with this
societate
phenomenon if,
și toate
however, the
organele
whole
care
society
sunt,
and all the
responsabile
agencies,
și
all
de
the
domeniul de
authorities
luptă,
which are also in
n-au
charge
să
of
lucreze în
combating
comun.
crime and corruption
Noi dacă facem o analiză, nu trebuie să
will
stai departe de plecat.
join the efforts.
Să naște un copil.
For
trebuie
instance,
plătit
a
bani.
child is
Să duci
born,
un
you have
copil
to
la
pay the
școală,
money,
trebuie de plătit bani.
your
Să duci
son
un
goes
copil
to
la
school, you
învățat,
gotta
la
pay
învățat și
money,
acolo, mă scuzați,
you go to
este
university, you have to pay
necesitate
money.
de anumite sume. Nu
So,
numai că de dată direct
not
în mână
necessarily,
profesorului, dacă
you don't have to
vorbești
give
de
hand
dată
them indirectly
fondul
into the hands
universității,
of a
în altă
teacher.
parte, așa mai
Sometimes
departe.
they camouflage it under some
Niște
university
chestiuni care
fund
sunt,
or so there are aspects or matters
voalate, așa
which
zicem,
are
dar,
kind
dar
of
oricum
camouflaged,
coruptibile.
but
Lucrurile astea, ele
how
ar
it's
fi
still
normal de
corruption,
exclus
so it would be
și
normal
toată societatea ar fi
to
normal să
remove all
include
this
în lupta cu
activities,
aceste
and the whole
fenomene
society should join this battle against this phenomenon,
foarte, foarte neplăcute.
which is very unpleasant.
În continuare, eu aș
Furthermore,
vrea să zic
I'd like to say
despre
a few
faptul
things
numirii procurorului general.
about the appointment procedure for Prosecutor General. A lot of politicians are saying the Prosecutor General is somehow serving political interests of certain people. And now people say that certain political party will own this newly appointed Prosecutor General. That would be an excellent solution if we would exclude the Prosecutor General from the criminal proceedings, we give him an administrative function, give him a representative, decorative role, then we empower our prosecutors the status of magistrates. By this, we exclude the politics from this battle to own the prosecution or the seat of the Prosecutor General. In my opinion, it's very simple, but obviously, I'm not sure decision makers are very happy with such an innovation. I don't know how correct it is or not, but I think it's a way forward, it's a solution, and then there'll be no rumors in mass media about such allegations. A prerogative of mine, which I insist, always insist on, is for the Prosecutor General, is for the prosecutor to acquire the capacity of a magistrate. We have such examples, even our neighbors from Romania have embraced this. We have the Chamber of Prosecutors and Judges within the Superior Council of Magistrates. And I think this practice should be taken aboard by Moldova too. In the case if we were to speak about what do we do with hierarchy of prosecutors, then as well there is a practice, a European one, which may be also introduced in Moldova, so as to exclude all these conflict, nuances, or any jurisdictional fights or struggles, or clashes. I may continue if you have time. If you don't have the time, then I can stop here and then I can listen to your questions, if that is the case. Well, we have questions also on the concept, so I think we can continue our discussion within the questions and answers format. Yeah, whatever you say. Who wants to start with the questions? A small question.
I just want to understand what you've just been saying, because you seem to me to say two contradictory things. One, that the prosecutor's office was being smeared by corruption allegations, and the other, that the prosecutor's office was suffering from a phenomenon of corruption which was eating it from the inside out. So I'd like to know which line it is that you're maintaining.
Parcă este volumul plus. Nu s-au, n-am auzit nimic. Acum se aude, da.
Yes, unless I've misunderstood something, it seemed to me you said two things which were contradictory in your introduction. The first was that the prosecutor's office was being smeared by corruption allegations, and the second was that the phenomenon of corruption was eating the prosecutor's office from the inside out. So I get from that two different messages: one, that corruption isn't really the problem, but the allegations are the problem, and the second one, that corruption is a problem. And I'd like to know which version is it that you support?
Maybe actually what I meant is that the corruption, it's the whole of the society, not just the prosecution office. So I mentioned the whole of our society is eaten from the inside. Well, the prosecution office is not eaten by the corruption. Yes, you have certain isolated cases, but they are not systemic within the prosecution office, because people continue to work and do their jobs. We have a lot of press releases, articles, how all the subdivisions of prosecution office are doing their job in an honest way. I was not saying the prosecution office is massively affected by this phenomenon. I meant the whole of our society is eaten inside by the corruption phenomenon.
Okay, I understand that, but we're only here to make a recommendation in relation to the Prosecutor General and to assess what the candidates are going to say about the office. So perhaps if you could tell me, in your concept document, you talk about training on corruption and integrity being a cornerstone of the system, and training is undoubtedly important. Are there any other measures that you favour or would support in order to try and eliminate this problem such as it exists in the prosecutor's office? I'm thinking particularly of the question of the culture of the office, for example. Do you see that as a problem? And if so, how would you address it?
That's actually the point of focus, raising the culture of prosecutors. It's not that it's not about their moral incorruptibility. That would be, of course, ideal to have such prosecutors. For this, we need to work constantly. We need trainings with the National Institute of Justice. We need the prosecution office in order to exclude and train and shape prosecutors with a high, very cultivated conscience, much higher than the culture of general population, who somehow are inclined to do these things and maybe see things a little bit differently. What was the reason why you left the prosecution office? As far as I know, it was this year. I don't know whether it's okay for me to say of the reason. I don't want to be viewed as a victim of the X system, because over the course of the years, especially the last years, I'm a person who cannot be silent or who cannot shut up, okay? I have an acute sense of justice, so at any meeting summoned by our heads, whenever I thought there was infringement of prosecutors' rights, my personal or my colleagues, so of course I retorted immediately. I came with a reply to Mr. Harunjan, or I started a dialogue trying to demonstrate that all the allegations were not just. Subsequently, there started some pressure over me, after which I received a few indications on several cases. Due to the fact that those indications were not in line with legislation, I declined to, and those cases were then transferred to another prosecutor, to other prosecutor's office. I stepped in later. I went to the general director and said, this is not right, this is not right. I had a motion at the Supreme Court of Justice and they clarified the circumstances of the case and that everything was unlawful. Of course, immediately they exerted more pressure on me. I was invited by Mr. Harunjan and I was asked to leave the prosecution of my own accord. I refused to do so. I was threatened that they will start a criminal case against me. They blackmailed me with some internal investigations. I said, okay, you do whatever you feel like, but I feel I'm innocent, so I'm clean, okay? I'm not smeared. Ultimately, I received a piece of information from a staff member of the Ministry of Internal Affairs who told me that this next week your son is going to be caught red-handed by the National Investigation Inspectorate because they want you to genuflect, because they cannot tackle you, so they have to use your son for that. I had a meeting with Harunjan the next morning, so he asked me, so are you writing the request to leave the service? And I said, my family is more sacred to me than my job, so I had to write down the request on my own initiative. I signed it, and that was it. I said goodbye. If eventually you would become a general prosecutor, and hypothetically there comes someone who threats towards you or threatening your family members so that you have to leave, would you leave too? Excuse me, that's a different situation, because in this case the danger was real and my task was not so important at that point in time. For me, sticking to this district prosecutor post, I would not put my child's life in danger. If I was to be locked up by Harunjan, if I was to be locked up, yeah, okay, you lock me down, yeah, you do so. But if it's my son who is at stake, then who is innocent, I could not admit this to happen. You started with the statement that the laws had been adopted and adjusted to the political wills. This is what I got from your discourse, right? So how are you preparing to exclude the politicians? Okay, not in adopting the law, you won't have such opportunity anyway, but in your line of work, as a future general prosecutor, how would you exclude this political pressure or interference? So how will you respond to a request? Look, there is a criminal case under your management. Could you make sure it doesn't go to court? So this request will come from the high echelons, as we say here. So how do you react? We've seen how adverse was my reaction to any solicitation this type. Because, like I said, all the laws have been adopted by political orders. So do you think I'm going to accept for the politicians to have a direct influence over my activity?
I didn't understand that. You made an assessment of the laws. Right. Imagine a situation, concrete situation. I would say no. Absolutely no. No discussion whatsoever. Well, there could be a discussion, but it's a no. It's a big no. Okay. Finally, I understood. About, look, I understand that you say that you need to change the law in order to exclude the political factor, and you say that the Prosecutor General should not have a number of competences. Now, can you explain to us one by one what are the competences that you would take away from the Prosecutor General, and how would that happen? I understand that this is through law, but one more question is, do you believe that the Prosecutor General should have a strictly management function and no other function? No, I didn't say that that is mandatory. I said that many people talk about the fact that Prosecutor General, being dependent on politicians, he executes political orders. But this would be a way out of situation, so that politicians do not affect the activity of Prosecutor General. He would only be a manager, administrator, and representative. He should represent as well. I mean, budget, internal budget of Prosecution Office, he manages that, and he represents Prosecution General at international forums or internally in the country. That's all. As a procedural person, he should be excluded, but in this case it would be okay, because you would have a deputy of the Prosecutor General. According to the Criminal Procedure Code, he would have the right to exercise his rights, the rights of Prosecutor General. So, procedurally, he could send a criminal case from one institution to another, which I think would not be acceptable, but in this situation, I think it would be okay for the prosecutor to become magistrate. And the hierarchy, I mean, the conflict of competence when distributing the cases would be distributed not by the deputy prosecutor, but by three prosecutors, three magistrates, who would specifically say whether this criminal case should be submitted from one institution to another or not. This is how I see the situation. Okay. Look, I understand what you're saying, but my understanding as well is that the solution that you referred to is palliative, but ideally, how do you imagine that we could get rid of this dependence of prosecution from politics? But I think we couldn't get rid of that unless we have a coherent person who has certain principles. Otherwise, the first positions will always be affected by politics. That's my opinion. Tell me, please, how would you select and how would you promote prosecutors, given that these competences belong not to Prosecutor General, but to the Superior Council of Prosecutors? If you become a Prosecutor General and you want to create a team, and I mean, you would see people who are worthy of being advanced in career. Interesting question, and of course, every Prosecutor General who wants to manage, he wants to have a team. Otherwise, he couldn't fulfill his mandate. The only way I see is that I go to the Superior Council of Prosecutors with these proposals and with the request to be supported in these matters. Otherwise, if the and what if the SCP refuses? Then if he refuses, then you have a contradiction between Prosecutor General and SCP, and there's no cooperation. How would you solve that? Well, good question. I think there'll be multiple issues here. I mean, we'll have to have a General Assembly of Prosecutors where we would ask the question to solve this issue. Or the Prosecutor General leaves because he cannot organize, or the SCP is dismissed, and then another SCP is elected, which would cooperate with the Prosecutor General. I don't see any way out of this situation. I don't know how you can create a good working conditions for the PG. I'll get back to this question because it's interesting. Which question? The one which I formulated, because your concept is interesting. Look, is my understanding correct, is that if you happen to become Prosecutor General, you will demand that they take away your procedural competences? No.
Asta este ca o variantă.
Well, what do you mean, no? No, I said that this is a scenario. You could select this. You could suggest this to the politicians. I cannot suggest this. Look, there is not yet a decision about that. This is just a pure suggestion to send this message to the politicians, so that if they want to get rid of the interference of politics in prosecution, then please do that. That is just like a way out of it. Way out of it. Well, look, don't you want to create a precedent, a positive precedent? Let's say you become Prosecutor General and you tell them, well, during communication with his institutions, Prosecution General communicates with the Parliament, etc. And you tell them, well, MPs deprive me of procedural competences because I don't want to take a risk to be dependent on you. Well, I agree and I'll do it. But only if the Parliament or whoever is responsible will approve the law by assigning the status of magistrate to the prosecutors, then 100% I'll do it.
Can you tell me if the prosecutor...
Wait. Spune. Dacă procurorii devin parte a magistraturii, cum vedeți chestiunea asta cu responsabilizarea procurorului? Adică, față de cine ei vor fi răspunzători și pentru ce decizii vor fi răspunzători ei? They will be accountable to the law. They will be accountable with themselves. They shouldn't report to anyone in case of for what they do. Well, being a magistrate, the judges are not accountable to the Supreme Council of Magistracy or to the Supreme Court of Justice, etc. They are accountable, they're personally liable, personally accountable, and then if there are violations, they would be accountable from the disciplinary and material point of view. That's it. In this context, you know that a lot of cases are dropped at the stage of criminal investigation, are seized at that stage. What methods would you propose to use to check the legality of this kind of decisions? And how do you think you could unify the practice, this case law of of the case law which relates to this, to seizing these cases at that stage? You know that they seize a lot of cases. Yes, it's a curious situation. How would I see that? Well, obviously, as a result of approving some decisions, for instance, seizing or classifying the criminal case, it would be okay to check the legality of this procedure. If parties are satisfied, especially in case of settlement of parties, then there's nothing to check. But if one party would be dissatisfied, then of course, as far as I'm concerned, this will be challenged. If it's challenged, then of course, in a hierarchical order, as I mentioned, probably out of 3 magistrates from Prosecution General, 3 magistrates will verify the legality of the decision. This is how I see it. I have a question to you. If in your activity, have you ever been in a situation when the violation of law would be necessary or even inevitable? No. No. If it never happened, you cannot imagine. I cannot even imagine that. Okay, thank you.
Și eu aș avea o întrebare.
A question from me. You gave me a hard time on Friday. You want to give me a hard time now? Well, yeah. I think somebody else gave you a hard time, not me. I tried to help you on Friday. Well, anyway. Focus on your experience, previous professional experience, which is quite impressive. Now, identify, please, an event, an experience which you could label as a failure. And why do you think it's a failure? And if you were to do things differently, what would you do differently? One of my activities, which I believe was a failure, professional failure. Yes. I'll start bragging probably now. I've never had failures. Okay. There's no more questions. Thank you very much for the time. Good luck and have a good day. Thank you. The same to you. Good luck. Thank you. Good afternoon again. Now, talking about the concept, I will look 7 minutes, right? Let me briefly discuss my assumptions. What are the main pillars? What are the short-term, medium-term, and long-term objectives? And what would be the management or the administration of this concept? And how would I go about implementing it? This concept is for 7 years. I've had 4 pillars, key pillars: legal pillar, economic, social, and not least technological pillar. Legally, there's a number of priorities that the law should be changed procedurally and administratively. For instance, to enlarge the competences of the SCP, I opt for the prosecutors to be magistrates, and that's a long-term objective, by the way. I want to create a two-chamber council, judges and prosecutors' chambers. That will ensure the independence of prosecutors. Economically, of course, within the limit of the budget given by the government, but also by projects, or from the European Union or from other parts, in terms of training the prosecutors for certain areas which are difficult in Moldova. I talk about cybercrime, I talk about traffic, torture, because in this case, one needs a specialization of prosecutors and to have as little turnover as possible. Now, socially, of course, we need to look at the society, not politicians, not the government, not the parliament. We need to turn our face to the society, to people, to be open with people, to mass media, as well as society, but of course within the limit of the law. And last pillar, I will opt very much for digitizing prosecution. I mean, we are in 21st century here, but prosecutors, unfortunately, are still using, they're using methods and mechanisms which are very obsolete. I guess you know about the system that has been initiated, the e-case system. It includes the reporting, criminal investigation, the module of the e-case system, and the execution of the court decisions, which will all be digitized. And then, corruption is gone. Because the computer, you cannot cheat the computer, with small exceptions, of course. But generally, the decision to change something or to liquidate, to wipe off something, leaves traces. Wipe out something, leaves traces. And then we have an older statistical system, because currently statistics which exist today in the prosecution office bodies, and not only prosecution bodies, but all investigative bodies, such as NAC, Customs Service, General Police Inspectorate, they have an outdated statistics. We have statistical forms, E2, E1, and the FP form. All of these statistical forms, I mean, if you implement e-case, then they would talk about the performance indicators of the prosecutor who would fill in this case system. And then they would create an automated statistics, and they will go from general to secondary. For instance, let's say we have the statistical form E2E, let's say murder. We only have figures in the statistics, but what about these figures? Nobody can read them. And a real picture on the delinquency of the country, you don't have it. Now, if we have these figures, we look at the figures and we are able to analyze them, then we can access it, and we'll see that this murder is in this prosecution, and what's about the case? Where is the case? What's the level of the case? Now, and it all depends on the level of access to the information, so on and so forth. So there is this item where you indicate figures for other categories of offense. These other categories of offenses, this is torture, cybercrime, many others, which are, and then you don't have a differentiation of what is the actual figure in delinquency. If you talk about cybercrime, nobody can talk for sure, can say for sure what is the figure and how do you investigate that figure. For instance, I had cases when I investigated together with the UK services from Germany and from US, my colleagues from US. There was this case which was about banking fraud. The damages was 100 million lei. Without having such a mechanism, of course, criminal investigation officer or investigative officer, he cannot qualify or he cannot give a right qualification, because the banking fraud is a special norm compared to theft, which is a more general norm. The principles, of course, the principle of transparency, legality, impartiality, all of these are principles provided for in the law number 3, the law and prosecution, but they all have to work in concert in line with the Constitution. In addition, there is a whole range of recommendations from the Council of Europe, even of the Advisory Council of the European Prosecutors, about the behavior of and the code of conduct of the prosecutor in the procedure and during everyday life. We have a code of ethics in the prosecution in Moldova. Unfortunately, this is the weak point. It hasn't been implemented till the very end. And quickly, I'll go through the weaknesses and strengths in the prosecution office. If you talk about strengths of the prosecution, of course, we have prosecutors We have ancillary staff. We have development strategies for 2016 and 2020. We have the training of judges and of prosecutors at the NIJ, where I'm also training people in the area of investigating cybercrime. I told you we have the code of ethics. We have a number of projects. Even now, I participated as a member at the Strasbourg Committee on Preventing Cybercrime, and they implement in Moldova, or they extend the implementation in Moldova of a project regarding the Eastern Partnership on cybercrime. The grant provided to not to Moldova only, but Armenia, Azerbaijan, Ukraine, Belarus, Georgia, for 3 years is 4.4 million US dollars. But this is not cash money, but you have to use this project because you can analyze the legislation, you can involve different prosecutors in trainings. I would always opt for prosecutors' specialization. Okay. We have the self-management bodies. This is a strength as well. We have the hierarchy, but weaknesses now. If you talk about prosecutors, well, investigation is slow. For instance, the theft of the billion, with the extradition of the Turkish teachers, laundromat, they move slowly. Even the usurpation of state power. If you make an analysis of the cases, I mean, if they use all technologies which is burdensome for the investigator, and so for the criminal cases maybe they delay them, and then they delay without any justification the time for criminal investigation. We have qualified personnel, analysts, psychologists, specialists. We recently received a donation from the U.S. Embassy. It's an analytical software, E2. I don't know if you heard about it. This analytical software would help investigation to develop some schemes at the stage of criminal investigation. For instance, analysis of wiretapping, of mobile telephone wiretapping. But this unit I manage, we participated for 2 weeks in a training. But we're not programmers, we're not software engineers. Now in Moldova, we have lots of databases, but they are all over the place. Police has its own database, NAC has its own database, prosecution will create its own database. This is not okay. We have to have one single database, unique one, single one, to which all the stakeholders would have access. Again, there is, in terms of weakness, we don't have unified practice. At the stage of criminal investigation, for instance, we don't have orders or documents which would be uniform for certain criminal cases. For instance, I talked previously about qualification of banking fraud and of the theft. Given that this is a special norm, banking fraud is a special norm, and it means that there is an amount of the damages. So that is a norm, which is a material norm. As far as I'm concerned, it would be good to have a formal norm, an official norm. Let's say in the first paragraph and second paragraph, for the aggravating forms, it will be material forms. So why I'm saying this, because if there is no amount of damage in big proportions, then they don't start criminal investigation, even though there is elements of the crime. And the officers qualify them as theft, which is not right. Turnover of staff. Again, if there is no specialization, the prosecutor cannot investigate a case of torture today. Tomorrow he'll investigate trafficking or tax evasion. Each of them has to have its own peculiarity, its own area. Of course, they don't use technologies, information leaks, and insufficiency of institutional image, insufficient institutional image. Okay.
If you do not mind, shall we pass to the question and answers round? Because we are going to elaborate on that too. Who'd like to take the floor? You have reiterated a couple of times the statistics, record keeping, so to say. First of all, there is a joint order been drafted, redeveloped, coordinated of all the heads of concerned parties, those who are in charge of criminal prosecution bodies. So everybody has to subordinate to this order. You see deficiencies in this very order when you state that it's necessary to raise the level of performance of this legal act which regulates statistics in criminal prosecution field. This is what you have in mind? Yes, including Order 121. So now you are the specialist, a very strong specialist. Also in the statistics area, your profession implies this, your second profession allows you or enables you to do the analysis and then propose amendments. Have you tried anything? Yeah, I made an analytical report and I came up with propositions or suggestions. That's why the e-case software was implemented. This software is accessible not just to prosecutors, also so criminal prosecution bodies, they all have access to the software. We cannot change Order 121 in terms of statistics, which has been coordinated of all the criminal prosecution bodies, but before that, we need to adjust this database, we need to supplement it, update it, notify it at the Center for Personal Data Processing, because we deal with personal data. And then we need to see how we change this compartment. You know, Mrs. Fishkova, she is the only one left. So now virtually 80% of the staff are young, and they're perfunctorily just filling in the data. We used to have some other gentlemen. They were good specialists in terms of reading the statistics. Now, in terms of reports, the statistics are not even printed out. More general question. You, in the capacity of the general prosecutor, shall get to meet the interventions of politicians, the so-called. How are you ready to avoid such? You mean the interference into the criminal investigation, or generally the influence? Inclusively. So let's say you get requests from a person, a higher-ranking official, Mr. General Director, very friendly manner. There is a small case. Somehow, can you deal with that? A very influential person who is calling you and asking you that. Okay, let me put it this way. We have the Declaration of Independence, main document of this country, and there is a signature by Mr. Sultan. He's a relative of mine. I will never let anyone to smear the family name of Sultan in this society. I will never let anyone influence me. When I had, remember the Torrents case? I had the influence from the government. They would come. I never gave them out anything. What did they do? They changed the legislation. And they changed the legislation in favor for me. So me and the prosecutor had to demonstrate that they actually had a profit by amendments to this law. Okay. If you allow me, another questions. You have mentioned criminal prosecutions, the terms as well. You referred to high-profile cases, the 1 billion case. Yeah, it's out there. The problem is out there, but criminal prosecution, of course, the crimes are committed, whether we want or not, we need to start the criminal procedure so as to ensure holding those people accountable and then holding them to justice. So, do you, if you see any deficiencies in the current process, because they are out there, do you have a vision of yours how to improve this the investigation, yeah, the so-called investigation. They were used to call it the quality of investigation. I don't know the state of play because I don't have access to materials, but according to what is happening in the whole of the society, I think we need to attract specialists from various fields. The money has been transferred from one account to the other. You gotta stay simple. You have the accountant chief, you have the transactions, you have the accounts, which can be collected, analyzed, and see who is the final beneficiary, and so on and so forth. I mean, I cannot see what is the most efficient way to expedite the investigation because I don't have access to the materials. But there are steps which are self-conclusive. The money which was stolen, okay, some of it went cash, but most of the money was transferred electronically, right? They used bank accounts, fictitious accounts. This has to be clarified. And everything is done electronically, right? So it's...
Mr. Sultan, under your proposal to make the... Oh, sorry, I'll wait till here.
Okay.
Under your proposal, excuse me, to make the prosecutors into magistrates, how will you ensure a correct degree of accountability for them if that happens? Surely the whole point about magistrates is that they're accountable only to the law, not to anybody else.
The objective I have is a long-standing one. It's a long-term one. It's not so easy. Well, about prosecutors become magistrates. So there are certain rules and norms by which those who are magistrates, they bear personal responsibility. The Superior Council of Magistracy, who is going to be composed of 2 chambers, it shall have certain levers, not of influencing the decision of a judge, of a prosecutor, but in terms of the correctness of the applied law by the judge or prosecutor. Now, to influence someone, whether the council can influence someone to take a decision in one way or another, although the Superior Council of Magistracy, I mean, you can appeal all the decisions of Superior Council of Magistracy at a higher court. So in this case, we have the investigative judge, but we have quite many filters. We have the criminal investigation officer, the prosecutor, the investigative judge, the judge. There's too many filters, I believe. I don't know, what do we need this Institute of Criminal Investigation Officers? We just need one officer who collects all the information, and ultimately that information reaches the prosecutor. The prosecutor takes the decision and goes to the court, and if the prosecutor is a magistrate and shall take a decision whether correct or not, I cannot say that this decision must be discussed to the Superior Council of Magistracy. But the Superior Council of Magistracy shall have the instruments and the levers to appeal this decision or to, let's say, to enunciate certain breaches or irregularities within the decision.
And final question from me. Do you see the corruption in the prosecution service as a problem or simply a question of perception, as some people maintain? And if you see it as a problem, how would you intend to deal with it? Is there a culture, for example, that supports the idea of corruption and cultural issues which need to be addressed? Just as one example.
An example of, I'm not sure how the extent of the corruption in the prosecution office. I can suspect it exists, but not all 600 prosecutors are corrupt. You have 10s, 20, 30, 40, 50 maybe. You have to scan and see how many exactly are there. I cannot, the evaluation must be carried out. And the reason for this is that you have to go through this forest, so to say. You got to go through this forest and you got to come out clean. If you are involved, if you are dirty, behind you, then for sure you get into the net, yeah? How present this corruption is within prosecution office, I'm not sure. I suppose it exists, but in order to get out of this unhappy situation, all of us have to go through this evaluation filter, and the evaluation will reveal very, very many things. You've mentioned joining databases. Who shall take the decision in this regard so as for this wish of yours to materialize? And how much time approximately would integrating databases take? The decision of Prime Minister. He's the one, or she's the one. Because there have been many requests, they're still out there. We sent a draft government decision. We wanted to assign a technical officer because the prosecution doesn't have technical staff to maintain such networks, such databases. Within the state chancellery, we have the IT and cyber security unit. It used to be a special telecommunications provider. So I've come with the proposals. Okay. Anyway, the money allocated to the prosecutor office, while they have one administrator on the central level, is going to administrate it from the technical standpoint. But the existing database is out there physically, so now it's, I'm not sure which will be the time, but I think around 2-3 months, as long as the political will is there and the money is there. Because IT is not cheap, of course, but integrating is one thing, but then providing the security office. But so far we don't have a proper. If, God forbid, something happens on the cyber level, I'm not talking about intellectual property. I'm talking about money being sent electronically, right? It's nothing. You can hack this banking system of the Moldova easily and take out all the money, and then you're going to have a chaos. So something must be done in order to prevent. The e-case is up and running, right? The system is running, and the orders of the prosecutors are uploaded there, yes. And the e-case, well, now, let me put it this way. If there is a notification or a notice, then the criminal case is initiated. So all the materials attached are uploaded there. In the very beginning, they're saying, well, when don't manage, but you cannot give access to a case to a subcontractor. So that's why you have to enter all these details by yourselves. So any of these orders, yeah, they're inputted there, but he has the possibility to enter any kind of document. It's quite a flexible platform. So when the police has also access to this database, it's going to be easier, I believe, for every party and the National Anti-Corruption Office. Plus, you get a better control, a hierarchical control, which you can see where the term is prolonged or certain actions were not taken, why they have not been taken. It's not just for monitoring, but it's more in order to have a quality investigation per se. So the state of place within the case, right? So at what state it is, yeah, that's clear. You also mentioned a control. So a general prosecutor has access to the whole database, to all data. Yes, in terms of as a reader, he cannot redact. Okay, for control purposes, you need just to view it. The reason I asked you, because if the general prosecutor has to, let's say, get a notification against a prosecutor or a criminal investigation officer, for instance, some things like that, to dismiss a case or to initiate a case, someone is asking for money. And so whether the GP will have possibility to check all these things, or which mechanisms would ensure the transparency? And it's quite a big segment in terms of controlling, having the control over the orders for dismissing criminal investigation, criminal prosecution, because those cases are dropped, they do not go into court. Those which are appealed by a party or another, that's clear. But as for those which are dismissed before the court, so how will the control be conducted over them? General prosecutor now has the chance to view and read, but he doesn't have access, he cannot redact the materials. If there is an order for dismissals and he sees it, but he doesn't see the contents and the justification. So if there is a complaint on behalf of a citizen against the prosecutor, then he is granted access based on the request, and then he can see exactly for that specific case what had happened. So you have, but it must be a mandatory request to get access to this piece of information. Otherwise, if there are no legal grounds, nobody will give you access to that specific section. So you believe that it's going to be an efficient mechanism of control, of oversight over such categories of cases? I believe so, because I've seen such mechanism, COBRA, it's called in Sweden, and such mechanisms exist also in the Netherlands. So the e-case was not built from scratch, it's more of a hybrid of our concepts and some best practices. Thank you. Please tell me, how will you create your team, or in the sense, how are you going to select, promote prosecutors if, as of now, under legislation, this remit is not for the general prosecutor, it's more for the council. Yes, we have the boards, discipline and collection board, career board, we have the evaluation boards. Of course, as a GP, you cannot influence the decision of the council, saying that, look, I would like this person, for instance. I've worked as a prosecutor against cybercrime, so I'm not lobbying anyone, or I try to do it on my own. And the people saw, really, I did not have any competition to become a head for cybercrime, because it's very specific, right? So in a similar fashion, a person who candidates for a post, he or she must know he must be efficient, bring results. If he's incompetent, or, yes, how to investigate a crime, or tax evasion, or fraud, or let's say, how to investigate tax evasion. I'm not going to candidate for this because this is not my line of work. It's not my specialty, not my expertise. It's very easy. So, and then the evaluation. The evaluation is to be done mandatorily to reveal all those incompetent ones. I shall continue a little bit, shall elaborate on the question of Mr. Bayeshu. Superior Council of Prosecutors, yes, indeed, it's a body in charge by constitution, select, promote, and sanction, if that is the case, of the prosecutors. Unfortunately, the results delivered by this council in the last years have not been very laudable, so to say. In the case you need a good team, and the council opposes, they just don't want incorrupt, honest professionals, and they don't propose them. You say, oh, look, this is a good one, and then they say no. What do you do? There is another level, the General Assembly of Prosecutors. What happens there? At the General Assembly of Prosecutors is where all are summoned and the decision is taken. And everyone will say whether the council is good or not. The council is the body, it represents the whole core of prosecutors, right? So I do not believe that it's hard for me to believe that the council will oppose which come from the General Assembly to any proposal from the General Assembly. But okay, that's the reality. A lever, in this case, an instrument would be the General Assembly. But it's important to have a critical mass of prosecutors who are who drive changes. Well, the prosecutor is a bit different than the judge. We still have the legacy of Soviet Union. We have certain, we still have ranks. So when we have this General Assembly, it's kind of a pressure, peer pressure. So now, for instance, all the prosecutors somehow, I see some kind of separate groups. They are waiting what happens tomorrow. Some of the people would ask me, Mr. Vyacheslav. Now they are saying, good morning, Mr. Sultan. So, you know, their attitude changed. It's about what to do. Mr. Sultan, you have made reference to the usurpation of power, of state power, or I'm just curious, if it's up to you whether you answer or not. Why was it possible in this country to have the duality of power in the state? Why was it possible? Two governments, two parliaments, yeah? Why was it possible? I think a political will should have been there. And those that were elected illegally, they should have announced force majeure situation and exceptional situations. I mean, I was coming to the work and you saw the tents. I had to come to the work, but there are tents in front. So the state must react. Which government, you say? No, the lawfully elected government after the 8th of June, because they're the majority. So they are the only lawful one. I'm not calling them the minority. So they had to step in and they had to explain to the society, because we at the police, at the prosecutors were the same citizens. We're just working for the public institutions. They should have stepped in and said, look, this is an exceptional situation. Do not go to work. Mr. Bobo knows it, how it was during the military conflict with the Tian segment, 1992. Exactly the same way. That's my opinion. I don't know whether it's wrong or right.
Can I ask about your motivation to want to become prosecutor general? You are now into a very specific area. I mean, it's not that severe in Moldova, but it could become more acute or problematic. The area of cybercrime. At the level of prosecutor general, well, things or matters are more complex and the risks are higher. Have you taken this in consideration? Yes, I did, to a large extent. I realize very well what a PG function is. Of course, it's not just cybercrime. You have other sectors, vulnerable sectors as well. For me, what counted most was the position of the society. Because you are in a function today or tomorrow, but then you go back into the society, and we're all a society. And I have 3 children. Tomorrow, they'll say, well, I want to open something, open a business, and then you have the monopoly. The other one could say, well, I want to learn here, study here, but even though I'm stronger, there is competition. I see the injustice. And then I'm very well aware of how society lives, because in the past, you know, the prosecutor would go in the field and would have a meeting, and lay people would come and complain, well, that's my problem, or that's my problem. And then there will be, you know, deputy prosecutors or prosecutor general will go into the field, and then they will look at the problems. Look what happens now in the country. What happens with, you know, agency for public property. Or on the market, we all consume products. How can you know for sure that you are consuming healthy products? How can you make sure that we are putting on high quality, good quality clothing? I don't say that they should be expensive, but we are paying taxes to the state. And then the service to the state, like public institutions, prosecution, police, or other, investigative bodies. We have lots of police activity. What is the result of the activity? It's zero. Zero, because the idea was that when they were taking away the competence of criminal investigation, they gave them the competence of investigative agents. And then I opened some civil cases, lawsuits against them, and I gave them this case to be solved. They waited for 2 or 3 months to give me an answer that this case has been suspended because we don't know what to do about it. So here, state institutions must work. Control must be conducted by the state institutions, and you know how it used to be. General oversight. I don't say it should exist. It is just that when reform in justice was done, such you know, maybe general oversight is not necessary in Europe, but here in Moldova it's still a mess. You have to check people step by step. Agents have to work. That's my opinion. Last question from me. Have you ever had in your activity whether a situation when the violation of law was necessary, justified, or inevitable? Me to violate the law? Me. Yes, if it was necessary, whether it was justified. I gave an example. With these high-profile cases, I was called by the government telling me do that, and I didn't do that. And ask Tudor Dari if you want, the advisor to the former prime minister. Tudor Daria, former prime minister's advisor. Okay, Tatiana, please. Mr. Sultan, think about your professional experience and identify a situation or a case which you could label as a failure, and explain why you think it was a failure, and what would you do differently? What would you have done differently? A life situation or professional situation? Everyday life situation or for my profession? Nothing comes to my mind. I didn't have such situations. Button. Can I talk about the e-case? I know some about it, some stuff about it. These orders to cease criminal investigations on prosecution cases. Would the public have access? I mean, on websites of the the courts, they publish rulings and sentences. They finished. They're done with the case, because this order where it says what problem they invoke and what grounds, what did the prosecution do, on based on what grounds they seized the criminal investigation. So would that be published? Would that be published? Would the society have access to such resolutions, to such orders? Because this is a very curious matter. This allows people, the society, civil society, to look and appreciate the activity of the prosecutor, that they didn't work secretly. All the statements in the case, well, all of that stays hidden, but the decision itself, the order, well, I'll answer. I'll probably remember to I'll tell the psychologist, because I remember the situation now. Yes, it's possible. I don't see a problem if it was seized, or if there is a decision of the prosecutor not to initiate a criminal investigation. I don't see a problem with that, and that allowed by the e-case. About the failure in 2010. We were investigating a case of child pornography, 208 first. It was my mistake. Maybe I'll do it differently this time, because during the hearings of the perpetrator, you had the lawyer, you had the criminal investigation officer, and I told them openly, I'll not give it to the court unless you tell me the source. Where's the source? Where does the report come from? The officers tell me no. I said it doesn't go to the court. It doesn't go to the court because there will be an acquittal. And I will request a review of the case. This was my mistake, because I told it to him in the presence of the criminal investigation officer, and he used my words and he influenced the lawyer. Influenced the lawyer. That was my mistake.
Yes, I'd just like to ask you, a question about your comments about general oversight. As I understand it, the objection people had to general oversight in post-communist countries was that it was very easily abused to go into... sorry, beg your pardon. What's wrong? Oh, not working, sorry. Is it working now? What's the problem?
Change speakers? Can you do one more?
No, I don't think so. Oh, no, sorry, the objection of some people, yes. I did, yeah. Okay, I'll just start. If I understand correctly, the objection to general oversight that a lot of people made, including, for example, the Venice Commission, which I used to be a member of, was that it could very easily be abused to justify going into pretty well any premises in the country. And I'm not just talking about Moldova, in other countries as well, and could be used as a form of harassment. And the view that the Venice Commission formed was that where there's a legitimate need to ensure, for example, that the public administration does its job correctly, the way to do it is through an ombudsman institution or something of that sort, rather than the general prosecutor. I know you said you had some reservations one way or the other, but have you any views as to whether that would be a better or a worse alternative to reintroducing general oversight?
No, I didn't opt for reintroduction of or to have a general oversight, but that is the reality now. I said it. The police doesn't work properly, and I didn't say the prosecutor to intervene and do verifications or controls. No, no way. It is just that if in the competence of police you have that they should ensure public order, this should be their job. They go to the... Well, I understand it's hard. People go to the market, you know, they sell stuff, and then people ask for money. Well, it's then the town hall's job to give them places to sell stuff, to give them some exemptions for them to be able to market stuff. But police shouldn't go into force and do controls and verifications. No, I didn't mean that. No, it is just that they need to comply with the law. They should respect the law. Police. That's it.
Okay, I understand.
Bun, clar. Acum este clar și are sens. Mersi frumos. Any more questions, please? No. All right. Thank you so much, sir, for the time and the answers. Good luck and have a good day.
Thank you very much. I'm Alexandru Stoianaglo. I'd like to present my vision specifically in relation to my candidacy for the general prosecutor, as well as the measures which must be implemented in the nearest future and in an urgent mode. These are the priorities I have outlined and established, and this is within the objectives which are in the concept paper. I believe the first step to be taken in the prosecution is to make its work normal. What I mean by this is that I'm going to try to explain. You all remember basically every day the prosecution bodies were heavily in the public space, and there are coming of statements that so many people were arrested, so many people were detained, and so on and so forth. I don't think that's a normal way. Of course, this has happened in the interests of intimidating the population, and the situation has to change drastically from this standpoint. So the arrests, which were sometimes applied with abusing the law or illegally, so any arrest can be done only under law and only in exceptional cases. The measure of arrest is not to pursue the humiliation of persons and can only be applied only in the case when the citizen is in the danger for the society or for the security of the state. In the similar fashion, wiretapping, you know the statistics that last year we were sanctioned, authorized around 12,000 wiretaps. Talking about information technologies. If you compare us to the UK, where we have 60 million people, and it's one of the highest level of terrorism or the alerts, so only 2,000 have been authorized. So imagine how many efforts, forces have been used irrationally, abusively, unlawfully, how much was spent, how much was squandered for no good. So in terms of wiretapping the phones, the situation is to be changed drastically. We have a lot of vices. One of them is examining criminal case in closed sessions, in closed hearings. This phenomenon has been very present in the last years. I worked for 15 years in the prosecution, and never I've had any case to be heard in the closed hearing, and this has to change also, because if there is a need for having a closed hearing, then it should only be in compliance with legislation. We had extraordinary cases, cases when lawyers did not have access to their clients, or they were forbidden, whether they were limited access. I believe this is the flagrant and fundamental breach of human rights, which leads, of course, to subsequent sentences against Moldova, both internally and both internationally. It has become a rule to arrest people, to arrest businessmen. Remember those hundreds of those working in the real sector of the economy which were arrested for various reasons? It's not just a hearsay. So how did the cases end? What's the fate of those cases? Nobody knows. What the fate of the case files? I know most of them were dismissed, were closed. And according to me, specifically in terms of tax evasion, we had cases when people presented documents to the tax authority which demonstrates that no breaches happened, however they were still arrested. So for this reason, in the future, any case related to tax evasion must come from the tax authority, from the specialized authority. Law enforcement, control bodies should not interfere with the business of economic operators. I've come to the conclusion that prosecution and law enforcement and control bodies are the biggest impediment in the path of country's economic development. Another priority is the fight with the corruption and the integrity of prosecutors. I'm not an advocate of fighting corruption, just opening criminal cases. This procedure is very cumbersome, very lengthy, very costly, and also not very efficient. The fight with corruption must have a prophylactic nature. So what I have in mind for this first stage is monitoring the lifestyle of all prosecutors and members of their families. We request this information from specialized bodies like NAC, Secret Service, police. From my professional experience, I know that every police officer in the field knows exactly who is corrupt and who is not. Key persons in fighting the corruption must be heads of prosecution, regional offices, heads of sections, department, whatsoever. A head, a chief prosecutor, an honest, incorruptible professional, constitutes a model for his subordinates and as an example to be followed. For this reason, chief prosecutors can ensure the control over the work of his subordinates. I've worked in the field, worked in the regions. I was chief prosecutor for Gagauziri, and I can tell you that the prosecution officer I led was zero in terms of corruption, and this is a fact validated by my colleagues. It was a long time ago. It was 12 years ago when I left the prosecution. Back then, my prosecution office was not corrupt. In terms of selecting people or recruiting people to work in the prosecution office, at the first meeting, I had certain ground rules where I promised to ensure their professional training, right? And from their side, they also came up with promises that they shall work in order for the good image of the prosecution office. And the deal was the following: so if you guys believe that you can gain extra or you can earn more, so we shake our hands and we part. Yeah, you choose your way. That's it. And I can tell you that this meeting, this deal of ours, so to say, in a nice way, was never breached. I'm sure that corruption must be and can be removed, especially in the regions, in cooperation with the anti-corruption prosecution office. And corruption can be decreased drastically. It's not just theory or wishful thinking. This is validated by my professional experience. Next priority is the theft of the billion, the so-called theft of the billion. It's clear that this case has been constantly delayed, and the first step to be done is to change or replace the team of prosecutors and criminal investigation officers who dealt with this case up till now. I do not believe that they have the moral right to continue or investigating this case. On the other hand, I do not trust this team anymore. Second thing, we need to identify all the bodies which may use to help the Republic of Moldova to establish final beneficiaries of the money which was stolen from the banks, from the budget, and from other sources. We need to request these bodies and also methodologies and technical help and concrete actions which shall contribute to this joint investigation. Step number 3, we should collect and analyze all the criminal cases which up till now have been dismissed or sent to court, specifically on the non-repayment of credits of loans. I know that a big share of cases where credits had not been repaid, they were sent to court, being qualified as breach of crediting rules. In the case when you have 10 million USD, failure to reimburse 10 million USD to the banks, I believe we have a lot of things to work on in this compartment too. And the last one, relating to the investigating this billion theft. We have to investigate the actions or failure to act of the decision makers, specifically from the National Bank, because they regulate, they put the ground rules on the bank, on the market. I remember 5 years ago, at the Council of Security, a report was provided on the work of the National Bank, and the director of the National Bank has seen that everything is nice, this is legislation, so on and so forth. And then I reproached, I said, Mr. Director, nobody but you knows how to regulate the market and what is actually happening in the banking system. The framework law has only some general provisions. The rest is up to you, how you regulate it. And Mr. President at the time said, yes, I agree. Me as a lawyer, regretfully, I don't know how a national bank regulates. What does it regulate? And I'm sure that such regulatory activity had been done by the orders of certain corporations who are interested in the banking sector. We need to investigate the criminal cases as of the priority, specifically relating to the abusive administration of the patrimony, of the state patrimony. In terms of abusive privatization, we need to check the state monopoly enterprises like MOL Telecom, Ergocom, the national railways, where the financial flows lead to go or end up in different directions and normally abroad.
And the last one, we need to come back and re-examine all criminal cases in closed sessions in order to determine whether there are legal grounds to start review procedures for these cases. Now, I have big doubts that in relation to these cases, whether there were pertinent evidence regarding these cases, which would have justified the approval of conviction sentences. If you remember, Catherine II said that it would have been better to free 10 guilty people than execute one unguilty person. All right, and the last one. If you want to, in order to implement these priorities, we could do this only if we have appropriate staff. That is the biggest problem facing the prosecution today, but also law enforcement and any other public institution. I intend to bring back to prosecution tens of prosecutors who left prosecution in the last 5 to 10 years, to get them back. Recently, when there was this announcement that I will be a candidate for prosecution general, I received tens of phone calls with congratulations. I don't know why congratulations. They were just congratulating me and telling me that, well, I'm going to come back to the prosecution. It's about honest people, professional people, and people which have not been prone to corruption. And, you know, I think that we will succeed. I didn't say anything about how should the general prosecutor be. I think that I'm the only one who has seen what happened in prosecution in the last 25 years. I worked with all prosecutors generals. I worked with all of them, and I know all of them. With some of them, I worked in the prosecution, being the prosecutor of Gagauzian, being the deputy general prosecutor. With others, I worked as an MP when I was vice speaker of parliament and the chairman of Security and Public Order Parliamentary Committee. You know, when I was an MP, I had very good relations with the prosecution and prosecution general. I mean, frankly speaking, I promoted the interests of prosecution in the parliament. I promoted the laws, concepts of laws, or concepts regarding prosecution reform. I was a member in the Commission for the Reform of Prosecution. I had lots of discussions about this topic. So I know, well, I knew about all the problems and all the accomplishments from the prosecution. I worked with prosecutors general who were promoted from prosecution, and I worked with prosecution general who came from outside into the prosecution system. And I could tell you that if I was to compare, I can tell you that career prosecutors, professionals, were those who were more vertical compared to the prosecutors who came from outside. Even in cases when people came from outside and they were good professionals, well prepared anyway, in most of the cases, they didn't do the good job. I remember that after general prosecutor came, the second week, the whole prosecution general was invaded by lawyers, and we had conflicts about it. With all due respect, I'm also a lawyer. Currently, I have a license, which is suspended, but having experience in the prosecution system, I didn't know. I didn't understand what would lawyers do in that prosecution. On the other hand, I realized that people who have this mentality, corporate mentality, you know, okay, they have, look, this mentality doesn't always allow them to reform the prosecution. I've studied the CVs of many prosecutors generals. For instance, during my period of time, the most known, the most respected prosecutor general was Mr. Postovan. During the tenure of Mr. Bobu, the most renowned was Ion Cheban. And I found in their CVs a very curious thing, that both of them, being career prosecutors, they worked in other areas of activity. Postovan used to work during Soviet times in he worked in the Central Committee, in the unit which led the activity of law enforcement. Mr. Cheban has worked in the security structures. So I think that the experience of work in other areas gave them other visions, other opportunities on how to develop the role and the place of prosecution general during those times. So I am, sorry, I'm insisting on this, I am the advocate of the fact that the general prosecutor has to be from the system, just like the chairman of the Supreme Court of Justice can only be a judge. Sorry for that. Okay, on that very topic, you wrote in your motivation letter that actually a very important thing is the team. You stated now as well that you need to create a team with which you would work. My question to you is the following. How would you promote these people? Because indeed, someone said that staff personnel is everything. How would you promote this staff who are worthy to be promoted when the law says that actually this competence doesn't belong to you as prosecutor general if you were to be selected? I mean, this competence is of the Superior Council of Prosecutors. Thank you. I have big experience in promoting prosecutors. When I was, well, today, 24 years ago, I was appointed prosecutor of Gagauzia. And at that time, the whole prosecutor, it was just me. Whole prosecution, it was just me. No one, nobody else, just me. And the first prosecutors who were recruited were the graduates of the of the Comrat University, which during that time didn't have a license. In 5 years' time, the prosecutors from Gagauzia have been promoted to various functions within Prosecution General. They became the prosecutors of districts of Rayon, of districts Kakhul, Comrat, Volkanesht. We were creating prosecutors. I know what you're talking about, that the promotion selection of staff, of personnel, according to the constitution of the country, is the prerogative of the Superior Council of Prosecutors. I know that. But I mean, people there, they are there in this Superior Council of Prosecutors. They understand how important it is to promote normal people, people who do their jobs, and who would change the image of this institution, who would return the confidence of population in prosecution. I am sure that I will find a way to promote normal people. At the same time, in order to promote things, to move things, I have enough courage. You know, I can talk to people. I can have a dialogue with people of different views and visions, of different opinions, and I can find the common language with everybody. Thank you.
When you were the Prosecutor General in Gagauzia, could you tell us how you managed that office in the sense of allowing your prosecutors there the necessary degree of independence, but at the same time you're ensuring that they were accountable, that you knew what was going on, that if something went wrong, you'd be able to deal with it? Can you explain that to us, please?
I read recently, before getting ready for this interview, I've read lots of documents, including foreign documents. And I've read this declaration from Budapest from 31st May 2005. It is called Guideline on Ethics and Behavior of Prosecutors, which says the following. It says, just give me a second. The guarantee of independence and autonomy are not given to the prosecutors for their own interest, but they're given to in order to raise the supremacy of law and for those who want to deliver justice. So it is there to ensure that guarantee. When we talk about team building and the control from the senior prosecutor, it doesn't mean that we are violating the procedural independence of the prosecutor, but I'm sure that the senior prosecutor should be accountable for the situation in the prosecution, and he should know what his staff is doing. You should know the situation. For instance, working in the General Prosecution Office, when I had some rumors that this prosecutor had some vested interest, what is that vested interest? You know, then I gave these materials to other prosecutors. Well, I knew the problems of prosecutors, and I didn't make them. I didn't make them put them in a situation when they would violate something.
I have a clarification question in terms of what you presented earlier. You talked about initiating the review of certain cases. I understand by this you referred to the fraud in the banking sector, taking into account the state of capture declaration, in case you initiate to review certain cases, specifically in certain sectors, reopening certain cases, wouldn't it open a Pandora box in some way? And those citizens that felt that the justice was done against them, or again, then they'll say, well, look, my case also has to be reopened because I was ill-treated by the system. What do you think? When I'm talking about reviewing, talking about the mechanisms which are out there, stipulated by law, it's one thing. Secondly, aside from these loans which have not been repaid, a lot of questions I would pose specifically on those collateral pledges which should have ensured the repayment of the loans. Where did they, and those pledges or collaterals, they should be constituting 150% of the value of the loan. For me, it's important the actions or failure to act of those that have given those credits. So we're not, by this step, we're not pursuing to breach someone's rights. No, that's not the purpose. I believe that for me, most importantly in such cases is to get back the money which was stolen. It doesn't make difference how was the money stolen, whether through credits or loans or transfers or any other means or actions. Most importantly is to get back the money. I understand what you refer to by a question. Moreover, I like when there is a uniform application of the law, and that's a big issue in our justice system, in our system of the law enforcement agencies, when the same actions are being qualified differently by different prosecutors' offices. And there are numerous cases of such type. Have you heard about the walnut exporters case? The prosecutor's office for special cases have qualified it as tax evasion, and the anti-corruption office has qualified it as abuse of power. How can it be this way? And they stopped the economic activity of this enterprise, they stopped the work of the people, payment of taxes, so on and so forth. So that's an example of non-uniform application of law by different law enforcement entities. So I personally know you as an independent person, and you've worked in prosecution, which has the same good image. How did you ensure your independence when you worked as an MP in the parliament, specifically in the Democratic Party faction? How did you maintain your independence? Okay, let us start from the very beginning. For 6 years, I was Deputy General Prosecutor to 2000 to 2007. Never in my life I received any indication whatsoever from the management or from the top layer. As for my being a member of the Democratic Party, I joined the Democratic Party when I entered Parliament. And once my MP mandate expired, I left the Democratic Party. And I made certain declarations in the press. And I'm not ashamed that in that period I was a member of the Democratic Party, because it was an alliance, government alliance, and we were promoting a quite balanced policies, and we had the biggest accomplishments actually in terms of the state policy relating to signing the DCFTA agreement. So I can tell you that within that period, we've had a lot of discussions within the party. At the same time, I promoted the ideas about the rule of law and initiatives or ideas which should promote the whole country. So, okay, in this context, so since it's related somehow, so the question you recall very well, we recall very well when you became MP, but also harsh criticism from the society, specifically relating to one link of the judiciary. I'm talking about the economic courts. So the alliance back then, which you are part of, proposed to liquidate these economic courts. You and some of them actually voted against this reform or initiative. Could you comment what was the rationale behind your decision? Because so why did you vote against? That's a very interesting story, by the way. I'm sure that courts must be specialized. And from this standpoint, we had the need and still continue to require specialized courts. The problem back then was that certain individuals administrated all the chains from the judiciary system. I'm talking about economic courts. So when we had the discussions within the alliance, the governmental alliance, initially I said, I'm against it. I'm against disbanding these courts. So I offered just to remove that specific person from the helm of administrating. And with Mr. Kolenko, I had a dialogue, and I proposed to him to leave of his own accord. And he promised he will sign the request on his own initiative. And up till now, I'm an avid believer that liquidating economic courts was a mistake. You cannot liquidate a court just because of one person who is the administrator. Moreover, I can tell you that most of the alliance at that time, of the governmental alliance, agreed with me, and they supported my initiative. But when it came to the voting itself, most of them have forgotten about that sympathy. A question may sound funny, but I understand that you have not been influenced by the politicians. I have known this fact, but okay, hypothetically speaking, let's say you worked where you worked, you have acquaintances, right? So, and in the event you become a general prosecutor, and they ask you kindly, someone asks you kindly, someone from the higher echelons asks you, can you check, maybe you need to change your opinion on certain things. Would you have the power and the will to resist? When you're asked kindly, very nicely and very friendly, how do you deal with that? Thank you very much for the question. Rest assured, had I wanted to be appointed general prosecutor, I would have become a general prosecutor a long time ago, because I had an offer to become general prosecutor, but I declined because, being a politician, I did not want to become a prosecutor influenced by the politicians. That's something which doesn't need to be substantiated. And it's good that the time has come when we can appoint a general prosecutor which is outside political influence. For this reason, the previous procedure, when the general prosecutor was appointed by the parliament, it's clear that the general prosecutor was a political person. Okay? I want to see the people who would come to me and ask me to do something. And now, another questions, how do you believe, what about the procedural remit of the general prosecutor? Isn't it too narrow, specifically on criminal prosecution? Take into account the fact that the general prosecutor cannot, except for when 313 article gives him that power, he cannot step in an order or cannot change the order of a prosecutor. Isn't it a bit narrow in terms of your remit, procedure-wise? Wouldn't it be sensible to extend the remit or your powers? How do you evaluate this, and how would you proceed? What would you do? We need to test out the provisions as it is now, because we changed the game rules way too often in order to amend the legislation, so as to extend the remit of general prosecutor. We need to have a comprehensive analysis beforehand. We need to share some opinions and points of view, also with the specialists from the judiciary and also with the lawyers. And after that, we can, I think we can come up to an option to address it if it is a problem. Mr. Minister, I have no further questions. In order to fulfill the concept you have for managing and developing the prosecutor's office, is it necessary to separate the way how the budget which is under the management of the prosecution office? No. In order to fulfill the management concept, it is necessary. All we need is the will and desire of the prosecutors. I think money is always not enough. When I was also responsible for the financial chapter when I worked as a deputy prosecutor, but we managed at all times. That's one thing, and then on the other hand, instability in the justice, in the prosecution office, in the country. It's very hard under such instability all over the place to plan something for a definite future. The first thing, we need to solve and address pressing issues, right? In order to make the things change the things for the better, enhance the image of the prosecution. That's very important. Thank you. If you allow me, furthermore to the question of Mr. Botsan, you said there is no need to amend the laws so far. I'd like to ask you, in the context of cleansing the prosecutors, if you deem it necessary, there are prosecutors declaring houses worth 5,000 euros, an unrealistic value, or prosecutors declaring loans of 50,000 euros from a sister, from a brother. The current legislation, we cannot act. Neither the National Integrity Authority can act. So whatever you do, they still manage to, to come out clean. So what do we do in this, with this precedent? Thank you, Mrs. Minister. In life, having different discussions with the prosecutors, with different people, many times I've heard that Certain people have proposed something, I got a promise of this and that, and me as a prosecutor, me as a politician, never I had a proposition of such a kind. Maybe I was a stupid prosecutor, I don't know, but I never got a proposition. So when I see this in the declaration of assets, that people are reporting that I got a donation of 1,000 euros or whatever, who gives you these gifts? I mean, we found a way to address this issue, actually. I can tell you. People very wise that if formally you break the law, then you are accountable. And I said from the very start, the fight with corruption is the principal motive, leitmotif, and we started monitoring the lifestyle of all prosecutors and their family members. For me, it's I'm surprised. When I left the prosecution, by the way, I did not have a car. I did not even have a driver's license. Well, I didn't have the money, although, to get a car, although I was one of the public servants with a high salary, a decent salary at that time. But in 3-4 years, I saw that a lot of prosecutors, police officers were driving expensive vehicles without even knowing the price of those cars. I understood they're very expensive. So for me, it was, I asked myself, it was kind of a tragedy for me. I understood that the system is deteriorating. And if you don't change anything in terms of corruption, will not change anything in any way of developing the country. First of all, talking about law enforcement agencies and prosecution. Thank you. Out of the reports of the general prosecution, there are a lot of cases dismissed at the pre-trial stage. Numerous, even 50% in certain years. On the other hand, you kind of know what are the corruption risks associated to dismissal of prosecution, investigation, or sometimes you say, give me some minor cases, but even the minor cases can bring fruition in terms of corruption, even those for reconciliation or mediation. The mediations also can be imposed. So how do you see the mechanism in order to check, scrutinize these cases, and unify the practice for dismissing prosecution? I agree with you. Of course, it's very easy, or the easiest is to dismiss prosecution. But a prosecution doesn't make sense if the actions were not taken promptly, lawfully, and correctly. So that's a big issue that most of the cases were either dismissed or suspended. We need to analyze the situation. We need to find a solution. I'm not an advocate that in every case it's mandatory to start criminal investigation. Yeah, I understand, but under law, accumulating evidence can only be lawfully performed within criminal investigation. On the other hand, I hear statements that we need to start a criminal case, and the politicians are saying this, and then people outside politics also repeat the same thing. We need to start criminal investigation. We analyze all the issues. So, first of all, You lose resources by investigating cases of such type. And that's also a problem of management and a problem of procedures. And we need to consolidate our efforts so as to properly allocate those cases, high-profile cases, which make a difference, cases which direct infringement of the interests and rights of persons. These kind of cases.
I had one more question, if I may. Has it ever happened in your activity? Did you ever come across a situation when violation of law would be necessary or inevitable? Or if not, can you imagine a situation like this, that you would be in a situation when it would be necessary to infringe the law, to break the law, or you couldn't avoid it? Is it a psychological test? So what's the answer? What's the answer you're expecting from me? I don't think laws should be broken, even if you need to do it. Okay. I have a question then. Psychological test about the tall girls. I'm going to ask me about the tall girls. I had this question about the tall ladies. You've answered this already. I'll not repeat myself on that one. All right, the question is the following. You had a lot of experience, and let me ask you about this experience and whether you could identify a situation which, as far as you're concerned, is a failure. I'd like you to explain to us why do you think it's a failure, and if you could change something, what would you have done differently this time? I don't think that there are situations which cannot be changed, which cannot be reversed, even if someone believes that the efforts are futile, that they ended in a failure. Well, you just need to analyze the situation. You need to talk about it, to exchange opinions. Did I understand you wrongly, in a wrong way? Look, can you explain to us, could you give us this experience, and why do you think that experience was a failure? Not theoretically, but something concrete, something specific from your professional life. If it ever happened in your life, professional life, a situation which was a failure, if you ever had this. Generally, I am a successful person. This has I've been like this in school, in university, in army. So you don't want to tell us, right? No, I mean, look, I couldn't recall. Well, look, the most successful failure you've had. You only have successes, I mean. Well, you know, I am this guy for which I have my own philosophy. Well, I have my own philosophy. If you close the door, then another door would be open. And at the same time, look for other ways out of the situation. If no more questions, I would allow myself a last question to you, final one to you. Given that I the representative of politics, of politicians in this commission, because they used to qualify me like this, the politician. You, but very, very frank, if you may, if you become prosecutor general, in the public space, they will say that you've been related to the Democratic Party. You gave us explanation today. I want to ask you publicly, because these videos will be placed in public space. You are ready to start criminal investigation against anyone or any official, starting with myself, if appropriate. I mean, if appropriate. Current members of parliament, current government, former government, regardless of the political color or the functions they held or hold. Frankly speaking, I'll be blunt with you. Regardless of political color, position, political position, if there is evidence, I'm ready to start the criminal investigation against anyone, any public servant, current or former. And I have no doubts about it. I have no second thoughts about it. Thank you very much for that. All right, if there's no more questions do you have a question to us? No. I had a very good discussion, very friendly discussion. For me, this is not an exam. This is an opportunity to talk about the future of prosecution. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Good luck to you. Have a good day. Sorry for my Romanian language. It's not often that I speak Romanian, but I've made it all possible to speak, to learn this language, to learn the Romanian. And I have no problem in look, I have people who speak Romanian around myself, but I don't know, people are always talking to me in Russian. So yeah, well, but in 2 or 3 months, this problem will cease to exist. Thank you very much.